taste of it in the Middle East region. If you see that Twitter post, the social media post of the heartbreak of coming into second place, and no doubt there's going to be so many hearts going to be broken. There's going to be so many teams that are not going to advance because it's all about numero uno advancing, and we're about to get into the battle bus and see who's going to take that victory royale that will get him the chance to compete in the grand finals. It is time. Fortnite, let's go.
And here we go. It's going to be a lot of boos and whoos for all but the top team who walk away with the prize. Again, this is the wild card match to kick it off. We'll have 6 matches after. That'll be the start of the grand finals. But right now, we need to round out the competition here on Halloween. And the question is, who will be the ultimate protagonist? Who's going to unmask all of those imposters and pretenders and rise to the top and claim their spot just for a chance to compete for the Axe of Champions? And right now, looking at it, we can see already a number of teams battling it out at Stark Industries. So somebody's tournament is going to come to a close right away. As we head on over, we're over at Coral Castle towards the side right now. Coral Cove, Sweaty Sands over here. And you can see one of the favorites, the week 1, qualifier 1, qualifier 2 winner, slipped qualifier 3, and then actually had a really tough road to even get into the wild card match here as they finished 16th in their heat, but here they are being able to get into competition. And so far, we already see some eliminations popping off. Toos Oslo being knocked out there, and some trios want to avoid being eliminated. Scram actually being full knocked right off of the bat, Sancho. And we're going to be keeping an eye on that top left a lot during this game, because every single time you see that trio number drop 1, somebody else's tournament is over.
Look. Let's keep it real, all right? I know we all have wishful thinking here, ladies and gentlemen, folks everywhere around the world, but this 4ZR team, they're not supposed to be here. Going back-to-back in qualifiers in week 1 and week 2, I mean, Reese gave him that stamp of approval, prediction after prediction, and we all thought that they were like the big hitters coming out into the heats, but they didn't qual. They didn't make it, and that's why they're here. But there's already a couple of trios not even going to advance. And actually, in our heat, this trio right here of 200, 200, 200, of Maestro, of Enzar, they were right on the cusp. They slipped right out of that top 8, and they fell to top 9 in a matter of a couple of points. Elims, placement points. So they're out here with a vengeance, and they're out here to prove a point. And I like this aggressive play, because you can't be too gun-shy. You got to have that confidence to get you into that in-game situation so you have a chance. And look at that Ovation trio already going down.
Rajas are already down there. They're not coming through. They're trying to push forward and convert on it, especially if you're able to get this Quinjet right by the lumberyard. You're able to very quickly upgrade the rest of your weapons, and we talked about it. This was the trio we saw yesterday who all they had to do was hold on. All they had to do was hold on in the final game, but they got dropped out, and now they're here fighting for their tournament lives. But so far, the fight's going okay as they're able to force out One Lusha to completely disengage from the situation, able to pick up 2 eliminations. No incentive to push, but all the incentive to sit there and make sure those reboot cards expire, as we've already seen 4 trios be completely knocked out, with one of them being Wakey, Michael, and Snappy. They're gone. Sayonara, see you later. A team that we saw in the bubble yesterday from EU Heat 1. 2 of our FNCS squad winners fall in the opening moments of the wildcard match, and that just goes to show how ruthless the competition is.
And this is my pick. This is my prediction. And the ability to pick who's going to win this wild card is probably the most toughest thing I ever done as a caster. And I'm sure all the analysts on the analyst desk agree with me that it's literally a shot in the dark. But this is my probably most accurate shot in the dark I can make. Bato, Leo the Crack, and Airwalks. I just have a feeling about Airwalk. You know, he's been around. I feel like he has this cold-blooded mentality. He could keep the trio calm. He knows how to just win because he was like around during those times where it was just about the Victory Royale, Sundown.
And especially, too, Halloween is the time of his Pro-Am duo partner there, RL Grime, and he wants to be able to capitalize on it right now. Again, Airwalk's best known for winning those back-to-back Pro-Ams right during the World Cup days, but also a celebrated competitive player. He knows when everything is on the line, he's able to put his team together, and they can walk away with the victory royale. And that's actually one thing I kind of want to talk about. Looking back at my prediction now, I don't want to say I feel bad about it because that team is very strong. But that team's not necessarily known for winning games, which is all that matters here. That team is known for being able to consistently make it into late, capitalize on key eliminations, and rack up points over the course of it. I believe in one of their victors, they actually did one of their week qualifiers. They didn't win a single one of those 12 matches. So kind of looking back on it in hindsight, I don't want to say I'm a little more hesitant of that prediction, but that's something to keep in mind, right? It doesn't matter how consistent you are. This is one game where all you have to do is make it to the end. And you talked about the social media taste we got in Middle East. We also got a taste out of OCE when Aussie was able to watch that #1 team go through. And you could hear the elation when they had finally clutched up.
And who is going to have that celebratory victory royale? The kind of that great taste of victory, the sweet taste of victory before heading into grand finals. And who's going to take that momentum going forward? And on the opposite side of momentum was Kaspersa, Fixie, and Zini's squad. They were in the top 5 the entire Heat 1. For those of you, I know all the Heats hype simultaneously, and we were able to watch and broadcast here these Heat 1s with the EU region. This was the trio that got into this big old situation, all based on series points. They got there. They made a big statement in day 1, and then throughout the time, as time went on, they slowly slipped out of that top 8, and that is why they're here today. And this is one of those trios that we were all rooting for, the underdog in our Heat. I'm excited to see what they can do because they have that victory royale. They have that capability. They got one in day 1 in Heat 1, so they need one right here and right now. And just to mention your pick, Sundown, you're right. No victory royales, and actually ForZR's trio literally had a pop-off game just to get to that 16th place, just to have a right to fight and compete in this wild card match right now.
And it was the final game. They were always on the outside looking in. They had one of possibly the most unfortunate Heats experience, but in the final moments able to put it together to even get to right here. But right now we're watching potentially another tournament end as Exalti gets picked up, thrown away, and taken out. That's another thing that we have to consider here. There's actually a little bit more aggression than necessarily I anticipated. I figured there'd be a little bit more safety, but EU staying pretty much true to what we saw through the entirety of the broadcast, where the first couple circles, you're immediately looking for your fast drop, and then you're going and fighting because, hey, you're worried about Storm Surge anyway. EU prefers to knock it off by taking those initial fights and kind of winning them, if you can, rather than the NA East route of, hey, how much can we tag somebody from a safe distance? As now you see players realizing, like, hey, we can't afford to take any of this damage because somebody else is not taking that storm damage right now. And again, we're going to reiterate it time and time again. The only thing that matters is the win. So something else we're going to start looking at is in the inventories. Who has floppers? Who has medkits? Who has shockwaves? Where are the chug splashes? Because these are the things that are going to matter when we get into the late game high ground takes in the 5th and the 7th circle, but then also when we go to full zone close in the 9th circle, all of those meds are going to be piled onto one key person because all that matters is the victory. And if you can guarantee it by having more meds than somebody else, somebody is going to go that route. Somebody is going to have them stacked in that route, and you can't basically bank on relying on it. So it's going to be one heck of a finish.
And it's so interesting to see. In our grand finals, of course, we have the Mitros and we have the Benjis and all these power POIs, these mythical POIs are now up for grabs here. And we already seen a couple of trios kind of benefit from that. Now, this is what's really interesting is Refsguard, Scram, and Stompies. This trio had a very interesting exchange on Twitter. And essentially they were like, hey, you know, my bad, we didn't make it. And one of the trio mates stepped up and said, listen, we win together, we lose together. Let's get it. Let's knock it out of the park here today. I know I'm paraphrasing that, but that is exactly what you need in the trio, mate. You pick each other up. If you lose together, great. But when you win together, it's because you learn from your losses. So learn from your losses. You take those L's and turn them into dubs. Can't Scram, Refguard, and Stompy turn the L that they had in Heats into that mega dub to get them in grands. And this is one of the picks I had. Who had this pick here? I got to look at here. It is Reese. Hey, when you get that Reese Stamber approval, we all know Reese is from the future. I know he dressed up as Shio, but he should have dressed up as Fortnite Nostradamus, because all Reese's picks go through. So Reese, here we go. Here's your pick of Revsguard, Stompy, and Scram. Things are looking up for them because they already got 3 elims.
They have 3 elims, and again, we talk about kind of looking forward to the inventory. 2 floppers and a medkit already, which gives them 2 options in terms of that heal off, or potentially the opportunity to kind of combo the 3 of them together if they're able to execute right. Again, the medkits at the end can be a little bit difficult, but we're going to hop on board here. We get the Fury Legendary. We talked about that initial fight where Rajasser and Lusha ended up being forced out, and I'm assuming right now, yes, he's below Storm Surge. 9 players are going to be threatened by this. He's 42 and a solo, which means he has to go hunting, or that damage is going to start coming in very quickly. For those of you unfamiliar with Storm Surge, it does 25 damage every 10 seconds to the most passive players in the lobby when we reach a certain threshold. Currently, that's going to be zone number 3. The number you care about is in the top left. That 79 number needs to go to 70, and then Storm Surge will turn off.
And this is Legendary's moment. His teammates are out. Can Legendary find a way, sneak his way into that Victory Royale? Stranger things that happen, unexpected. That's the beauty of Fortnite. And he's doing really well getting tags here, Sundown.
And he's above Storm Surge now. You can see it right side of your screen, 37 above. So those 2 tags just being the thinnest of margins. This is just the damage he needs to keep him above. And you can see he's just trying to play the edge of the zone, because if he gets caught out, that's it. Tournament over and done with. As you can see, Loft actually getting picked up. He's doing a good job scavenging through, hitting these mushrooms along the river, just getting whatever excess utility he can.
And his inventory is in shambles. His ride is in shambles. But can Legendary turn sicko mode? And these are the moments that you're talking about. Already, you just heard that bullet just whizzing right by him, and he immediately starts building, because he knows if he gets lobby focused, it's a matter of time. But look at the confidence and taking these storm tags and moving in. This rotation is so deadly. Look to the right here, folks. 3 trios are sitting there, and then, of course, that ambush in the tunnel. Legendary this is so scary, man.
This is so scary, and I was about to say, I apologize, but this is the one time I'd advocate. He's a solo. Grab that thermal flopper and pop it. You need all the information possible here. You're on the edge of zone. You need to find where these players are. And the problem is, when you go in like this and you immediately start switching over to hard mats, everyone's going to focus you. He's done. He's over. Dusted. Fury Legendary, not living up to his name in either aspect there. Going down. And it's super unfortunate, but his tournament, his FNCS is over. And again, every single time we see a trio go out, that's it for them. Like a candle to the wind, they'll be snuffed out right now here on board with Rotary and Stormy Ray, unfortunately playing 2 versus 3. So going to have to bring it back a little bit. But if there's ever a trio or a duo who's able to do it, it's these 2, and you can already see banking on it a little bit with the 3 floppers in his inventory and 4 in Stormy Ride. So effectively 7 if they're able to get those over, and plenty of extra shieldfish as well. So going for a very fishing heavy strategy in this Victory Royale based game.
And that really benefits them, because Storm and Rotary and this land essentially down in the swamp area. So they hit up all the fishing spots, hit up all those opportunities. We kind of mentioned that a trio should kind of work their way into a fishing spot territory. Now it's up to Stormy Rotary to kind of get this done, because I don't see their 3rd trio here. So maybe an unfortunate situation, but Stormy and Rotary, who very had an inconsistent ride throughout the qualifiers, got into heat, so after changing up their strategies a little bit, now they're going to have to rely as a duo going to a trio. So already we're seeing some obstacles that our trios have to overcome. Solos, duos, shamble inventories. But Rotary and Stormy right, they have to get this done, considering that Kiridachi's not around. Another trio that we had a great opportunity to watch, as you see, to become legends. Rifa, Lazari, all going right there. And then you see the pick. Someone picked this one here. I got to take a look. Was it Shio's pick? Yes.
Shio's pick.
Shio's pick. No doubt now leaning in a little bit here as Mexi, Astro, and Hardfind are making their way, and them themselves have some power weapons. And look at this, using a rift, and they're going to have to glide into the danger zone for a brief moment. Now finding a nice safe zone spot. pretty almost center here, Sundown, and they get themselves a supply crate as a reward.
Yeah, they're able to fly into the danger zone there, but no problem, and got rewarded as well with a little supply drop directly on top of their heads. So fortunate timing, but sometimes everything needs to fall your way. Have some additional floppers as well as the pepper. We'll see. You can see 2 medkits as well in Astro's inventory, so they're going to benefit from that fact. The supply drop is going to be helpful from them, but you saw the Become Legends trio diving on top of somebody. Versa actually going to end up dropping there at the hands of Rifle. Void also being taken out. They were in 8th yesterday going into the final game, but were also unable to hold on, and some key shields going over. You can already see them starting to stack the meds onto the priority person. Again, that's all for that late game opportunity, as now we're going to swing over to one of the edge zone fights. This was the first team that hit the rift, and another very consistent trio. They've played together for a long time. They're going wall to wall, and they're taking the fights there, getting a good and quick finish, but they need to be careful to not take any excess damage. That's Slicks, Rifla, and Lariz of Become Legends. You can see already sitting on 3 eliminations, 6 shockwaves. My lord, that is a fantastic refresh. 2 crash pads as well if they opt to end up taking them. So we should be looking to see this team set up 4th circle for a high ground take.
Here we go. I'm sure as Mantra is having some difficulties as well. Everything is so intense and so close. Rifla's trio right here, I mean, everybody picked that they would do well, get in the heats and qualify, but this is the story that we're seeing. So many people slipping into the wildcard match, so many decorated champions slipping into this wildcard match, but only one will rise out of it all and get into the grand finals. They're going to be the trio 33rd here, and we all throughout the Fortnite competition, we've seen that the last person, the last team to get in sometimes wins it all. And the momentum could carry you right here. I don't think the trios in the grand finals are going to feel this intensity until day 2. This is at an all-time high, never before seen in a trio stage. One trio advancing with the Victory Royale. Can it be this Become Legends trio? We always almost there. We are in the 4th zone. We're soon going to get to the 5th zone, the half in and half out, and after that, it is 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9. Moving zones with 9 being the ultimate closing time.
And you can see right now that Storm Surge notification popping up that will kick in once this zone does end up closing. The next number you care about for that is in your top left. We need to see that go to 50 players, so you're going to see a lot of action being forced out right now as Nate actually able to pick up a key down onto Milwaukee there. Nate also getting a knock onto Onyx. Slicks getting some fire returned on him, but some Become Legends crime there as Edison going to be knocked, and they're going to try and continue the pressure going forward. Rifla also raining down shots. That's 2 of them going down there. It's all going to be on Denomination to try and hold off and prevent his teammates, but you can see the double stacked on top of you. The whole lobby's focusing right now, Sancho.
Man, lobby focus is the scariest thing ever, man. Before you know it, you're going to get treated out of the lobby. It's double toil and trouble all then and there when the lobby focuses on you. And here it is, another trio here. Like, elims don't matter. You're right here, Sundown. It's all about inventory, and it's all about health, how strong you are, how much mats do you have. Do you have any heals and shields to kind of withstand any kind of pressure? Do you have power weapons? It all gets stripped down. And looks like, look at Bobo's inventory. You see that? The cabbages. Can Mr. Savage's influence here? The cabbages for Savage. Influence and give the power to Bobo. Can he pop it and get strong? 15 cabbages in inventory, so you're gonna know we're gonna have some zany heal-off plays, some crazy storm rotations with the heals. I'm excited to see how it all goes down as we are baby steps getting closer and closer to end game.
But what an awful bouncer right there, throwing himself out into the zone and separating away from her team. We're going to hop on board here as we see the rotations come out. Storm Surge is going to be pressing on some of these players. You can see the 62 tags come out. Kezix down to less than a sliver of HP, barely going to avoid getting knocked there. I mean, it looked like it was one, but they have bandage cannons. However, taking damage now forces you to use utility you otherwise would have had. So that bandage cannon is going to have to recharge. They might end up utilizing chug splashes, but if they don't have those now, they're going to be in trouble. And you can see Zynie being taken down there in the feed. That's going to turn off Storm Surge. Shockwave comes out. Nate going up and challenging, finds a big 100 tag, and Zara gets destroyed. Kezix low, we talked about it. Low on resources, gets taken down. Edit going through, pushing into the box, finds the finish, tries to lock it up to get whatever mats they can. Kezix is down. Nate's sitting on 4 Elims, but the Elims don't matter. They're down to a duo now, and one of the favorites. It's all going to be on the back of Nate and FourZR to bring it home. The only excess utility they have is that bandage cannon.
And it is the 6 rotating zone here. It's going to go all the way up to the northwest area. And we're going to see the chaos unfold. If this is your first time watching Fortnite competitive, boy, oh boy, you picked a doozy to watch. Because it's all about the Victory Royale. This is the wild card. The 33rd team will be able to compete with this ticket right here. This golden ticket. The Charlie Buckets of it all. I'm interested to see how it unfolds, considering that we've always seen throughout the entire heats, low ground has been so great to win tournaments, but it's not about winning a tournament. It's just about getting this one match in the Victory Royale.
You just need one game, and especially we've seen the low ground and the mid ground teams. They've done it by being hip-to-hip trios and just outlasting. They don't have any late utility to go. I'm keeping an eye on the top left feed, but I also want to know where the Become Legends guys are, because they had 12 shockwaves combined. And on this zone, that's going to give them priority on height. Right now, you can see Rotary still doing his best. Him and Stormy Right, without Kiriachi, trying to do it as a duo. We still have Scram, Refsguard up as well. FourZR and Nate. Nate out of shields. FourZR trying to do it all by himself. Finds Gonzo with a sick peanut butter edit there. That's the box fighting skills over the triangle. The quick hop in the shot comes through. Fixie goes down. Kaspersa gets the confirm onto Rotary. He's out. Vato gets knocked as well. The confirm comes through for FourZR for his first elims. Bouncers in front of him. The 71 tag into the box. He finds Hera as well, trying to make the run as a duo. A huge refresh and more mats gives them priority as 7th zone is revealed, and it keeps going forward, Sancho.
Here we go. FourZR's momentum with Nate's R keep pushing forward. The back-to-back qualifying champions essentially in the round 3s, slipping all the way down from a fall to grace, needing a clutch moment to get into this, falling into the 16th place in their heat. Can they overcome it all and be the Victory Royale? Yes, they are answering the call for this brief moment. FourZR, Nate, duo, trio, cleaning up on the low ground, but the story is, can they survive height? We all know height has a strong probability of getting that Victory Royale.
Floppers, he found a flopper, has the bandage cannon as well. We're keeping an eye on it. You can see Nate, they're just loading the heals onto Nate right now. You can see has the Chug Splash. They're trying to make sure they can be box to box with double bandage cannon, Chug Splash, and floppers. 6 gets the pick there, but they're continuing on the low ground. There's 5 trios remaining, but somebody in the box. Nate takes a huge hit. FourZR gets backed up. Can he find the shots he needs to? Ops using Chug Splash for some heals. Will that cost him? As FourZR is a 150 onto Scram. Can they get the conversion? They need to stay ahead of the zone. 10 elims, but the elims don't matter. You have to stay in the match. That's all that matters. And FourZR is down. Nate doubles back into Storm and uses much needed white heals to just survive, as up on the high ground looking down is a complete and total different Nate and Dave raining shots from above. Exponential gets the finish onto FourZR. So we have Exponential and Nate trying their best to dethrone, while the other Nate and Dave rain shots from above. Nate dipping back into the Storm, looking for a bandage cannon, looking for heals. Will it be enough? I think this is a missed timing. He's popping a bandage as best he can, but he can't find any more. He's going to go down in the end. Grizzy Nate falls and they're out. We will have a straight up 3v3 for the last spot, Sancho.
Here we go, low ground versus high. Who's gonna punch their way in as the 33rd team into the grand finals? It all comes down to this. Every map matters, every build matters, every shot matters, because it is gonna give you that right to compete. And there goes a crash pad up and they get sent out. Can Exalti, Nate, and Dave close out the door and get the victory out? Oh, Exalti is really low, really low. Astro goes down. Who's gonna win? Yes, it is Nate, Dave, and Exalti with a great finish and the Victory Royale, baby!
At the end, they were able to close it out. They stayed together, and we talked about it. The important thing was maintaining your trio. The low ground being able to contest, but it cost them too much. And in the end, while high ground win games and low ground wins tournament, when there's one single game on the line, Dave and Nate and co were able to wrap it up and secure a spot You can see SB Nate, Smash Dave, and Bobo Exulti on the back of their 9 eliminations will be our 33rd and final team joining us in the grand finals. In what a ride it was, but in the end, the trio from the high ground was able to ride it out. We'll get that final spot.
Yo, man, Smash Dave is actually Rojo, so that's an amazing opportunity here. You are the 33rd trio, and everybody out there, we get to do this again. That was just a taste. That was just the appetizer to the main course, and what a crazy appetizer that it was. I am full, and I am stuffed, and we just have so much action here this Halloween weekend. Again, I am Sancho West alongside Sundown. We are hyped here. I cannot wait to take it to the analyst desk. Oh, my goodness, Sundown.
I mean, it was absolutely amazing, but they're going to break it down for us. And I mean, whew, what a match.
Oh, the hype is real,
That
bro.
is all I am saying. That is all I am saying. The hype
you
was
go.
so good there. So good.
Dude, just like this constant story of like, which team, which trio is going to make it? Oh no, one person goes down there, but the trio's still alive, or their partner's still alive. I really thought Nate had it. He went back for the second bandage cannon, but it didn't work out, and now we get to see Rojo's trio coming on through the grand finals. As Sancho mentioned, that's literally just a snippet. That is the smallest morsel, the smallest sample, because we have 12 matches over 6 days. We got to take a look at the standings to kind of see how it all unfolded. But once again, congratulations. I cannot believe that this went the way it did. But on top of that, to see like a total amount of eliminations, right? 9 across the trio. It wasn't just like, hey, we're going to wait this out to the end. They fought for it. They earned that spot. So well fought.
Yeah, you guys thought that Rojo would miss a grand finals? He's just making it interesting for everyone to watch, right? He's just making it interesting. Let's break it down exactly, that final 3v3, how it actually happened. Bobo, all the way up on height, was kind of the driver's seat for us watching, and he got taken down so low, 45 HP, ends up dropping down, and it looks like Hardfine was just distracted with the other players. Was not possible to see Bobo sneak from the back and land those pump shots.
I think I DM'd Rojo saying, let's go! And he's come back with, I was shaking. He was shaking. And you can see Bobo is exactly the same, kind of missing a couple of shots at the end, but he managed to stay together so well, continually pressure that 3v3 at the end, and just pick up the shots that mattered to get that victory royale. Oh my.
Here's kind of like the heartbreaking perspective of second place. They had it so close to. The beams were all there. The high retake execution was there too. But trying to stop 3 people by yourself is just a feat that sometimes is overwhelming, as that match was on both hype levels, on breakdowns, on hype plays, on elims. I can go on and on and on, but my God, one game where everything was on the line. Rojo, Nate, and Bobo did it.
I mean, you're dressed as a Wild Wild West character, but that game was A, wild card, and B, Wild Wild West. That was so hype. I'm so happy for them. They're qualifying through, and now we get to move on to the grand finals afterwards with them involved.
Bro, so, you know, in the end, a Nate did make it through, but it wasn't the Grizzy Nate. It was the Nate that was part of Rojo's trio. So we'll still get to see a Nate either way. But I think what's the biggest curious thing going into these next games will be how they hang with the other trios. But Fortnite fam, we got to go to a break. When we return, the first game here of the grand finals. Stay tuned. You won't want to miss this. We'll see you guys real soon.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reese up here to break down the differences between round 1 and round 3, which players sometimes refer to as opens and finals during the qualifiers, and also how you can apply those differences into your own gameplay. There are a lot of things you'll see in round 3 of this FNCS that you won't see in round 1, so I want to list out what these kind of things are and what you can expect in your own round 1 gameplay and in Cash Cups. One of the themes that we've been noticing a lot in round 3 is that teams who are consistently uncontested are doing better on their regions than teams who are being contested by another team. For the FNCS warm-up round 3, 60% of the people who placed top 5 in any region were uncontested in their drop spot. This is because it's the same 33 teams in every single game, and they all have their planned and prepared drop spots, and they don't really change this unless their day is going very badly. So let's look at EU, where Rams, Kezix, Grizzy 4ZR, and Grizzy Nate to claim that first place slot in the FNCS qualifier week 1. In round 3 they were uncontested 12 out of 12 games at Sweaty Sands, and they played their hearts out to win the overall tournament. In round 1 they were contested by an average of 1 team in Sweaty Sands, which means they had to fight in the early game in nearly all of their matches. This is what round 1 is going to be like for the majority of players out there. You're not going to be able to consistently get a POI uncontested in an open stage because you have no idea who is in your game and where their preferred drop is. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be uncontested all of the games of your tournaments. So to counter this, you just need to know your looting paths through your drop spot as efficiently as possible and be very, very good at fighting there, which my preferred way to practice that is to play a ton of True Arena and really get down that drop spot. Another thing you'll notice in round 3 gameplay is that a ton of the eliminations come in at the end of the game, so once the zones start moving. This is because if you get into a fight in the early and mid game with another top tier team in the finals, most of the time it's just not going to benefit them that much. This is because the fight is going to drag on for a long time and both teams are then not going to be able to focus on their rotates or their positioning. Plus, they will most likely waste their heals and their materials, which means that they're not going to get as far into the end game. If you use LG Jamper, Senbuga and C9 Avery from round 3 as an example, you can see the distribution of the eliminations mainly weighted towards the end game. This is a little bit different in their first game of round 1, because top level players are just so good that they are ahead of the average champion level player. If you look at the elimination spread here, you can see there's way more in the early and mid game because they just wanted to get those high level of eliminations so they could get ahead in the leaderboards after the first game in round 1. So if your trio is a really good fighting trio, you can definitely incorporate this into your first game, get you some high eliminations, and then after that, play very consistently. If your trio isn't confident in fighting and doesn't win a large amount of their fights, this is a strategy that I would not employ, and I would just recommend instead trying to be a lot more consistent in each individual game. In round 3, players need to ensure they have a solid strategy to ensure they're above the Storm Surge threshold. On average, they're in a position to get Storm Surge tags 2 minutes before the first zone closes, such as we see from 100 Thieves Arkham, 100 Thieves Rex, and Energy Epic Whale. A lot of teams do this by just focusing on a high ground position, like a hill in the center zone for example. Then they can have the biggest amount of angles to take shots on players who are rotating, giving them the highest Storm Surge possible. In round 1, there's more early game fights because there's more players being contested. A lot of the times the first Storm Surge at 70 threshold in the third zone does not actually activate because there's not as many players alive. So in round 1 their strategy changes because they spend a little bit more time harvesting and a little bit less time focusing on getting that position to get Storm Surge tags because there's no Storm Surge. But in the 5th zone, Storm Surge activates when 50 players are alive, and in the 7th zone it activates when there's 30 players alive, and this can happen in round 1. However, it normally only does this if you're in the top lobbies, so if you're doing very well in the tournament or it's the very last game of the day, because people are really trying to play placement and will stay alive and avoid a ton of fights. The last thing you'll notice is in the end game, a lot of the times, because there's not as many players alive in round 1, the games are ending much quicker. A lot of the times this happens at the end of the 2nd moving zone, which is the 7th zone, or the end of the 3rd moving zone, which is the 8th zone. And you can see in this particular example from Brazil that there wasn't a huge amount of players alive and they picked up this victory royale in the 2nd moving. Now compare this to round 3, where King, Sion, and Rusty K have to end multiple of their victory royales in a heal off. This is because the zone closes all the way and all of the players alive start to take zone damage, meaning you're going to need as many white heals as you can, be it the bandage bazooka, chug splashes, or even random campfires on the map. In round 3, this is something that a ton of teams employ a strategy for, giving all of their white heals to one player so that he can stay alive the longest, as seen by the fantastic trio of King, Sion, and Rusty K from the Brazil region, who actually won 11 of their 12 games. 2 of these went down to heal off all the way down into the 9th zone, and this is something you'll constantly see if you're watching round 3 gameplay, but really won't happen that much in the average opens game. Hope you guys learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you on the battle bus.
We've all seen it before. Maximum height, final zone, and a victory royale. 3 things that go hand in hand in every Fortnite endgame. But what if I told you there was a different way you can make every final zone, get elims, and not be on height while winning the game? Let's take a look at the XSET trio and how they use low ground in NA East Day 2 Game 1 to beat height, win out the match, and finesse the endgame. You've got AV, one of the best shot callers and solo clutch players of NA East, combined with Shark and Knight, a duo that's played together for over a year, having some of the most top consistent placements in FNCS duos and enough synergy to the point where it looks like they can read each other's minds. To get enough fuel to be able to make it into endgames, these guys land over at the Fortilla and Shantytown and Logjam Woodworks. That's right, a huge split taking over 15% of the map with a total of 40 chests. Let's take a look at this comparison between mid-ground and low-ground. While on mid-ground, you're usually at risk of being shot by 3 angles at all times. There are multiple trios on your lair that can shoot your walls and battle for space in front of you, as well as try to break into your box behind you. If your base or tarp is too high and exposed, you can risk being pressured from height with shots, utility, and surprise all-ins. And while you're trying to keep track of all of that, there can be low-ground trios that are looking to shockwave up, crash pad you down, as well as spray your floors, making a fully built metal box still vulnerable to anyone on the lookout. The Exet trio always choosing to stay on low ground changes all of that. With the ground beneath them, there's no pressure at all coming from beneath their feet. They can spend more time looking around and above at other trios, becoming more aware of threats and dangerous paths. In terms of other low ground players on their lair, the main fight is for space and position, so they end up moving instead of shooting first, giving Exet more time to make decisions while on the run. The mid-ground trios above Exet can get their sightlines blocked by each other, and Exet can utilize old builds like you see here to get even more sneaky and secluded, making there no chance of any pressure at all, giving these guys an easy route towards the front of the zone. Skip a little bit ahead, and this is where the magic starts. Having a hill on their backs, zone ahead of them, and their own builds behind them, it lets Exet focus just on one angle, and a player on the other side of that angle gets pressured so much that he's forced up, giving Exet more room to even cover on low ground. Seeing that it's a steep incline though, they build up a layer, forcing any teams rotating on their side of the circle to funnel straight into their floors, cones, and edits. They set up a perfect trap in their home turf, gain 3 points, drop back down to low ground for weapon upgrades, mats, and more. That final zone is the biggest issue for low ground though, as height can beam down and make Exet use up all their mats. But this entire time they've been playing box to box, close to the ground, allowing them to save their utility till the 9th zone, and using it as a counter to height. They deal damage and really split apart the focus of Fizzle, Illis, and Clicks, with the huge reservoir of shockwaves that they have set up. Exet just have to look up and spray, having an easier time keeping up with the zone, as they don't have to build floors to stay inside it. Both weapons can also just stay activated, and they flip the pressure onto the height trio, eventually winning the game. Low ground lets you stay together more, focus on one team at a time, saves your utility, and when played correctly lets you win insane games. It takes creativity and a lot of practice though. You have to move and adapt on the fly. These are just some of the cool things AV, Knight, and Shark do each game. Keep track of their journey during more games of the FNCS. We'll be seeing you on that battle bus.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reset back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover height. We're going to be using Zayt, Saf, and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a victory royale from Qualifier 3 Round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 victory royales, and they hold height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame, and this is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones, you have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on, you have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into 2 separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the 3rd zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zayt and Saf building over onto another area, so they have 2 separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the 4th zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in 4th is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the 3rd zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on height. height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zone to around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim height over Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. You can see that the 5th zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zayt hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zayt does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zayt actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the 3rd zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the 5th zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using the shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zayt. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players at contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zayt was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zayt and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zayt ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the victory royale, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zayt didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, they would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the Battle Boss. Beep beep.
Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. It's your boy Zekamus Prime. We got Deadfire, aka Shio Wager, and we've got Reese, aka Shio Reese, here on the analyst desk. We're getting ready to hop into the games here in the grand finals. Guys, we just got done watching an absolutely insane wild card match. So real quick, let's talk about predictions before we jump into this game, because we are all ready to watch what these next 6 games of Fortnite are going to be. They're going to be absolutely ridiculous. let's talk through some of these predictions pretty quickly. Sundown kicked us off. Floki, Clement, Nikos, he thinks these will be the next FNCS champions. Gentlemen, do you guys agree?
I mean, Clement is the player who has qualified for all 6 grand finals for any FNCS. So super consistency so far out of him, really impressive. And his teammates Floki and Nakov, these guys have been really consistent all the way through of the FNCS. So I think that's a really, really good pick from Sundown. For me, I've got to go Andalex, Janus, and X-Squeeze. These guys have been nailing it in qualifier 3. They placed first there and did very, very well in their heats as well. They seem to be uncontested at Sway Sand, so I think those guys are going to be the ones to pick up that first place.
I think Sancho was the only one here not to pick Heat winner overall, but Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson will be coming in and having Starks, hopefully uncontested. Even if it is contested, we'll be able to wipe it up as they have been in all these qual weeks in the heats as well. A strong pick that I think the entire community is behind. Past that, though, fan favorites as well. Flick, Anas, Thomas, HD coming in hot off of their heat as well. They've been looking so good in terms of just being able to get picks, being able to get endgame into their own fashion, and honestly, clutch, which is one of the biggest factors you need in grand finals, not only to make it into that top 3, but be able to clinch that win. So we'll see if that will happen overall for these guys. But those are all our predictions so far for what's going to be happening in EU. I mean, it could go any which way, Reese. What are you expecting the first game to kind of look like overall?
It could look like anything. I think the guys are usually a little bit more tentative going in on game 1, you know. Sometimes there's a lot larger players alive, and as the games go on, they kind of feel out the lobby a little bit more. They kind of understand who's going where they should rotate, and who they should go for those eliminations on. So this first game, I'm going to expect them to be a little bit slower in their playstyle overall, and maybe some teams are going to struggle a little bit more with Storm Surge because of that.
A lot of expectations coming into these next games. Remember, we've got 6 today. We've got another 6 tomorrow, and the end of it all will crown FNCS champions. My biggest question mark will be this trio that came through in the wild card match. Nate, Bobo, I mean, Rojo. I don't know. Like, I'm in my head, I'm kind of imagining all the other trios kind of like looking over to this trio that qualified, being like, "Can you actually hang?" Question mark, and then kind of like turning attention to each other. But I feel like they've proven that, right? So I hope they can come in, contest some spots, make some placement, find elims, and frag out. That's what I'm hoping happens here. But again, it's like a who's who, right? I look across all these trios, I'm thinking, I kind of want all you guys to win, you know?
Yeah, I mean, apply that punctuation to every trio, right? How's your drop looking? Question mark. What's your end game strat like? Question mark, right? Are you good at fighting? Question mark. Because now it's the grand finals. It's the top 8 teams from every heat. There's no one coming in through consistency by any means. There's one wild card team that just played the most insane game. Reese, like, any other question marks? Is it that easy, this grand finals, to predict? Like, what's going on?
No, it's not easy to predict. Any of these 33 teams that are in there could win this. You know, there are some that are kind of more common picks than others, but fundamentally, all of these teams that are in there have proven themselves through the qualifiers, through the heats, and, you know, and obviously the one team just coming from the wild card match there. So these guys have proven themselves in multiple different avenues so far, and this grand finals is no different. It may be a little bit more tough. The competitors are all going to be obviously on their A game above maybe what they would have been in the qualifiers, but still, they have to do the same things they've done when they performed well in all of these other performances.
Yeah, and we were talking about punctuation a little bit. We know that game 1 will be an exclamation point 100%. Momentum set, having a winner as well, depending on how they win. Remember, now we watched that wild card, the elims didn't matter there, but here, the elims will matter, right? The overall consistency will be huge. Low ground is one thing to look at over there, right? That's where you can consistently make those games. But at the same time, in grands, I think Sundown, I was talking with him earlier, he talked about this. The win is that much more important, Zeke.
You know, and I actually kind of want to counteract your point a little bit, because we're seeing a lot of these trios in previous competitions. They don't even need the Victory Royale, right? We're talking 2nd or 3rd placement, 15 elim bombs, and it doesn't even matter, right? At that point, they're sitting pretty. We've even seen a trio have 3 Victory Royales and not even be in your top 2. So I think in this game, I almost imagine there's going to be these trios that just show up and they're like, look, as long as we can make it to 3rd and just find 15 eliminations and just keep doing that over and over again, we might see them take away the whole tournament. However, it's not quite that easy when I kind of think more and I start to kind of look on the other side of the coin, right? Because this could legitimately be like one trio just saying we want all the Victory Royales, even just 5 eliminations in the Victory Royale. I mean, here's your point format again. Like, and I think the scariest thing as well is when everyone is this good at the game, you could have one trio win, and then another trio say, like, okay, I'm not going to let you do that again, and shut them down. Like, these are all equal skill level trios that are competing here.
Yeah, they're all up at the top of the top, like I've already said, through the qualifiers, through the heats, through the wildcard match. All of these guys have performed very, very well, and they're very familiar with this format system right now. If you at home are not familiar with this yet, here you go. Placement starts at top 17. You start to get placement for every single team that goes down after that. Victory Royale worth 25 points, and that is plus 5 points over second. So a really, really worth getting that Victory Royale. Plus, you'll get 1 point for every single elimination that you'll get. You'll see teams through different playstyles today. Guys who get many more eliminations and less placement still being up in the top of the leaderboard, along with those guys who are picking up consistent Victory Royales and consistent placement too.
And for their troubles, they'll walk away the champions, the recognition, the prize money, the axe of champions. I mean, it's going to be an incredible weekend. I feel like I'm kind of ready for anything. Like, I almost expect something wild to happen, you know?
Yeah, it's also kind of like, I was using this word before, legacy, right? Like, we know a lot of spots on the map might have a player name attached to them. We know some drops in history have historic names associated with them because they made big moves in grand finals, right? Now, for this season, for Stark Industries just dropping, for EU, whoever ends up winning could have their names associated with the drop completely. You know, there's things such as Frey Islands, Zay Hill, we might get another instance of that. At some point, you think Weather Station, you might think Chapper Booga. Like, there's many things that can go down over here. Already, Grizzly Rams cementing their names onto Sweaty Sands. We'll see what ends up happening with the Grands, though, after they're all done after these 2 days.
Yeah, and you guys have put together some nice little replays to kind of get us up to speed, to build more of that story, and of course, the excitement. Walk us through this, friends.
Absolutely. Let's check out exactly who won from the heats and the best teams, honestly, statistically, on paper, that are coming in for this grand finals, because we have some teams with 99 elims, such as Floki, that we're going to be watching on our screen. I think the most out of every single heat so far, looking absolutely insane, and they always win games in the most creative way.
They do, and you know, these guys, like we already mentioned, Clement is the most consistent FNCS player, qualifying for all 6 FNCS on EU, and most importantly, being the only one able to do that. He was your Heat 2 winner. Moving on now to Heat 1 with Flick, Anas, Thomas, HD, who won up in Heat 1. These guys have been so consistent all the way through the qualifiers, all the way through the heats. I am not surprised at all that they took home that first place slot.
Ooh, and I knew they were good. I became fans of them after watching just the entire FNCS, dishing out snipes mid-game, taking out wins late. But Reese, this is another pick that you like a lot.
I like them a lot. I like them a lot. They were going to be my first pick for the first qualifier. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify. However, they came back in qualifier 3, took that first place slot. Then they also won their Heat 3 as well. So is this the round of threes? Is there something going on here? Qualifier 3, Heat 3? I do not know. But they've been super consistent.
And we have Snag Demon, Heatsy, and Steelix as well, who I think have kind of been, I don't know what the word is, a ghost card completely. Not many people have their eyes on them, but they're always there somewhat, in the shadows, lurking, haunting trios from low to high to mid, and cementing their names as Heat winners themselves as well.
Yeah, and these guys are just really consistent through kind of all the FNCSs. We've not really seen much of the Steelix trio in terms of like at the top of the leaderboard so far for the qualifiers, but really, really good job for them picking up that first place slot in the Heat 4, and I expect them to do something similar today.
They're spooky.
Now, that's too spooky for me. Now, I think one thing I kind of want to talk about, guys, is like mental and confidence here, right? Like, this is going to be playing such a factor here because obviously you're in grand finals. You're always looking to be chasing that #1 spot. So if something goes right, you probably will start to either get overconfident, and that could lead to your demise. Or if you're falling behind, that's just going to be something kind of like gnawing at the back of your mind, saying like you have to perform, you have to keep pushing that. How do we expect these players are either going to keep mentals clear, maybe mid-tournament swap things up, go to a different POI? Do we expect any of this coming into this?
See, Zeke, you said it earlier on. I'm going to hit that note before answering the back half of the question. I'm looking at exactly what was going on in terms of when you said, what's it called? You know, these teams are looking to get first place overall. Is that really the wave to go? Or should these guys be playing their game themselves entirely, right? If they switch things up and switch their mental to try to win completely rather than play their own game, that's exactly where they could trip up in the mental.
You might be right. You know, I rate that. You know, every team here has their own play style, and all of these guys are performing very, very well when they do their play style. If they weren't, they wouldn't be here in the grand finals. So they've got to keep playing their own game. And if their own game is good enough, they're going to take that first place slot. Obviously, there are teams out there who have that mentality, we're going to win, we're going to win, we're going to win. Nothing less than that is acceptable. But these kind of teams, a lot of times, if things don't go their way, you see them kind of fall down the leaderboard again. However, if they gain a bit of momentum, a bit of steam, that train is just going to keep on flying up to the first place slot in the leaderboards.
Do you guys think there's just gonna be like one team that takes it and just runs with it? Do you think that's possible? Like, I know we kind of see this in certain of the heats. We've gotten glimpses, right? Like over in NA East, we had Slacks, Icon, and Jacques. Like, I don't know that that's just gonna be the case. I feel like these players have already. This is a testament to their skill, and I think when the time comes and it's like you see one team do well, as all the other trios in the lobby are going to be thinking, we cannot let that happen again. Where were they last time they had high ground? Okay, at minimum, dedicate a person to just watch that high ground. Are we seeing more of the same happen, right? Like, I just feel like there's so much skill here that when it all comes to a head and they all come slamming into each other, it could literally be a coin toss as to who comes out on top.
Yeah, we can talk about how that skill came into being and why it's actually so tight, right? In the opens, it's anyone that plays in your lobby. It's very different types of skill that are involved. Then you have the top 33 out of 1,000 players that have qualified. Then you have the top 15 out of that top 33, then the top 8 from those 15s, and consistency. Now it's like just truly the best players, which is why it gets so hard, which is why it's so difficult.
Yeah, and you know, that narrowing down process sieves out the players who you know don't deserve to be here in the grand finals. And grand finals is for the players who are there. Like I said, I suspect the top to be very, very, very close. You know, if one team takes it away, this is going to be absolutely breathtaking.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of the standings that ended from yesterday. Remember, we had 4 heats going on simultaneously. We're kind of checking in on some of the other ones while we watched heat number 1. And we actually have the heat standings here. So remember, it's the top 8 trios that are coming into this that we will be watching. So out of heat number 1, Flick, Anas, Thomas. Look at that point threshold, right? 220 points. And remember, in that last game, they didn't even make points. And they still held strong.
Yeah, and this heat has honestly some of the strongest qualifiers for these grand finals. Vidil, Fastroki, and Kylie. We were seeing how much damage they were doing on all layers yesterday. Also got 2 wins. Vettel, iDrop, and Stursix somehow alive every single game on low ground till the very end with 1 solo clutching. And then obviously the beasts of Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson trio, and Benji, Savage, and Lechi, who might actually end up figuring out how to play these lobbies, getting Doom's Domain uncontested, and taking everyone by storm surprisingly.
I really hope they do. And you know, something that we saw back on the other page there, the difference between 1st to 4th was 12 points. And what we've just said is that we want to see this kind of same thing happen today. Will someone take it away? I don't think they will. I think it's going to be exactly like Heat 1, where at the top of the point threshold, these guys are going to be biting at each other's heels, just trying to kind of get up into that first place slot. And we're going to have a really, really close grand finals overall. And also, I hope it is, because that's way more hype. Like, come on, you know?
Yes.
Hey, sometimes it's fun watching a team absolutely destroy everyone else, but over here from 6th to 8th, we also have Blaster, Nikov, Alpha, Legends, Cartoon, Florix, and the Noirix's trio as well. These guys coming in with a slightly different mentality, going to be affecting these games, trying to find their foothold first. Might not know exactly how to play it to their, end extremely, but we'll see what they do. Over here in Heat 2, honestly a record for all the Heats here with Floki in first place, Reese.
Yeah, and they actually got 99 eliminations total, as you can see there, which the next highest was actually 84. So they got 15 more eliminations than any other team in any heat for EU. So these guys are really, really coming in hot with their eliminations. Clearly, these guys are very, very consistent. They're also able to fight extremely well. And if I was any of the other teams, I would be very scared if I came across these guys, right?
Absolutely. There's another, honestly, that fear it is the one theme that's common with these teams on this page. We've got AD and Amplify Matzo, who are always scary in endgame. Kinzel Wolfies as well, all the way there with CRR in 2nd place for the Heat. But on this side, in 7th place, is a team I've always been looking at, who've been battling that Grizzly Rams trio 24/7 through the quals. Queasy, who's Alexa, Milan, and Chapix, who got 1 win, are qualified for the grand finals, and I feel like are going to put everything down on the line to make sure they stay in that first place slot.
I think they will, and they had a really good run during the qualifiers as well, consistently keeping them in that kind of first and second place slot. Very, very good to watch. But moving over now to Heat 3, where Andalex, Janus, and Egg Squeeze took it with 80 eliminations, 218 points, only 4 difference between Hen, Deceptos, and Putrik. And these two teams that are up here, so far ahead of the 3rd and 4th and 5th place teams, have been very, very consistent all the way through this FNCS in total. These guys have just been consistent every single time they make a round 3 in performing up into that top 5 slot.
Yeah, Hendeceptos Putrik as well, getting 3 wins, but ending up second. So something is maybe going wrong in those games where they don't have those wins. It's not consistent completely. They're getting the victory royale, but you need to have the complete package if you want the complete overall first place in Europe. Over there in 8th, we have Smudge, Wikisi, and Percolino. We'll see if these guys will be able to uplift it too. It wasn't that close when it came to the top 8. It was 109 points to 116, 35 elims on this team too. We'll see if these guys, maybe it's Dako's trio with Ginza and Nems, who gets to affect low ground like they did before in many other FNCSs. These guys are, I would say, one of those interrupting type teams. In Heat 4, though, there's that ghost type of trio, the haunting trio for every single other one that's in the lobby. Snack Demon, Itzy, and Steelix. Mysterious is their playstyle, but consistent it is as well.
You're saying ghost type. I see Steel in Steelix here, and they've got Heart of It. These guys performed very, very well, picking up that first place slot. You know, they, like I said already earlier, they weren't a name that we talked too much about during the qualifiers, but they were there. They were performing very, very well, and clearly they're warming up towards the end of the tournament. To getting into the heats and getting into the grand finals, they're getting better and better and better. So let's see what they've got today. Do you think they can kind of keep that up?
I think for these guys, they're a momentum-based team. All comes down to game number 1, game number 2. If they have a good ride there, if they're staying somewhere in the top 10, definitely can elevate their competition, push more so up even more. Pink, Nowhere, and Verox are also a scary trio to look out for, but it needs to be their kind of flavor of the rounds, I guess. Like, grand finals should be going well for them if they expect a good performance. The hardest thing, honestly, for both of you, Zikaris, the fact is, momentum is such a big thing. I've mentioned it like 3 times already, but having a good start means so much for these 6 games.
It's going to be which trio can find that start right, find that momentum. Maybe even game 1 or maybe even game 3, because remember, we have 12 total games, 6 today and another 6 tomorrow. And don't forget, sometimes we watch this happen. The initial 6 games, you have a trio that just comes out of nowhere. They start so strong, but then in day number 2, they can't continue that momentum going. So we'll have to see how, especially this initial break from the 6 games, will kind of reset the battlefield, if you will. Now, Fortnite fan, we're about ready to get into games, but before we do, we're going to throw to a break. We're going to be preparing and launching in on the Battle Bus. You don't want to miss these games. They're going to be unbelievable. So till then, go find some water, come back, and we'll be here. We love you, Fortnite fan. We'll see you after this break. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Chapter 2 Season 4 FNCS Grand Finals. We've got our best friends Shio Wager and Shio Wager here with us.
Shio Hub, I prefer. Thank you.
You like to see it. Now, guys, we're going to be hopping into game in just a moment, but we wanted to be very clear and talk about what happened here. So there's an issue with our matchmaking for game number 1. So we nullified those results. We're going to be watching 5 games today, and then tomorrow we'll be watching 7 games. We're adding 1 game from EU to tomorrow, so we still have time to watch the NA East wild card match. So don't worry, we'll still have all 12 games to cover. There will still be FNCS champions, and we'll be here to cover all of the action. Now, we're going to get ready to hop over to our casters. You know them. You love them. We got Sundown. We got Sancho West rocking some of the best costume action we've ever seen. That's right. It's Sancho. Make sure you vote for him. With that being said, gentlemen, we're sending it your way. Say hello, and let's get ready.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome everyone. Here we are. Thanks for bearing with us through that, but match number 1 is underway. My name's Sundown, and I'm joined here by the fantastic Sancho West, and I'd say, hey, even I voted for Sancho in the poll. I mean, look at that Raptor outfit. It's amazing, man.
Thank you. I'm feeling good, man. And you know, when you're dressing good and the action has been unbelievable, and we've been marinating in that wild card match results is unbelievable. That Nate, Rojo, and Exalti were able to come out the top right then and there. I mean, oh my goodness. And that is just a primer for what we're about to experience. We're going to have 5 awesome games and then a whole slew of 7 games going to day 2. And my prediction, I got to say, Mongrels trio is going to come up on top. Put that in the books.
I mean, that's a pretty strong one. We saw them capable of winning match after match, racking off some of the biggest victory royales, whether it's in number or just how massive they were with the eliminations combined. They're capable of kind of those high point plays, but we also saw a little bit in the heats what happens when you let Mongrel a little too far off that leash. You know, it's that extendable leash that gets run out, and then all of a sudden the dog reaches the end, and a number of times Vadil was able to put him into a blender there, got caught out, burned 2 shockwaves to then just get 200 pumped by a duo in the side. So I think they got to rein that in. But if they are able to execute and make it into the late games with Mongrel on his feet, we've seen time and time again, they just push that point ceiling upward.
All right. What is going to all go down? It's happening here. A month's work all coming down to this 2 days. It's happy Halloween time. It's going to get spooky, and the scares are going to be real. Let's go. Game 1. It is time, baby. Sundown. It's going to happen. We're going to finally get to see who's going to put that exclamation point to the start of the FNCS trios. And we know the hot starts could kind of catapult you on top of the boards and give you that confidence. Let's take a look at the map here. I'm looking for contentions. I'm looking for anyone that's going to start rambling early, and already looking all calm right now. I don't see kind of any arrows altogether here, Sundown.
Yeah, just trying to look around the map. It actually looks like we have 2 teams sitting on top of Doom. So right away in my head, BLS, Benji, Lecce, Savage going to be contested over there. But we're going to hop on board right away. Smash Dave, you might know him better as Rojo, the World Cup duos runner-up with Wolfies. Bobo, the player for Exalti. And then SB Nate, a.k.a. the Clutch Factors, team number 33. And we talked about it. We actually kind of thought that the 33rd place team, that wildcard place team, would almost be guaranteed to be contested, but finding a little bit of free real estate over here, slapping the top of that bad boy and getting all of Fortuna to themselves.
And hopefully that bad boy could fit a lot of points to get them on the leaderboard, to get them the confidence. These are the beginning moments. There's a lot of butterflies in our competitors' bellies, and this is the most exciting part. Like, who's going to be able to convert that nervous energy into extreme confidence? And already the big names, the who's in the zoo, just to give a shout out to my boy Fallout, are all here. They all competed. They all went through the trials and tribulations of qualifiers. They all sweated it out in the heats. But now the ultimate sweat is right now that's going to happen is in grand finals. And I'm talking about the cream of the crop are here. The elite trios are competing in the EU region. And the question is, who is going to be the top? And this is my pick. Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, the ability to pop off, the double factor of having an uncontested start. Now, granted, Jazz Space Trio is here as well, and Jazz Space Trio did kind of dip their toe into this deadly murky water of Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, and they paid the price. They got bounced right out, and that's why I feel already, look, they got some points here already, man.
I mean, you can see that just the score coming over for them there, but I think that might just be a little bit of a visual artifact remaining from the last game and not quite being wiped because no eliminations coming through. Again, you did hear the analyst and Zeke talk about it. The first match, there was a little bit of a matchmaking issue, wanted to make sure all of the correct 33 teams were able to play all of their grand finals matches to the best of their ability. Made sure to get that resolved, so we'll be showing you the leaderboards and keeping you on up to date, but as for right now, just keep a hold on those yellow numbers, and it might not be 100% accurate while that gets updated. However, we talked about it, the uncontested drop spot, the Mythic POI, and the Vault, kind of the only detracting factor from having an uncontested drop spot is having to go find that Storm Surge. But when you're that capable of a team, you have no problem being able to convert. And we're going to swing from one prediction on over to another. You have the boys who I picked, Nakos and Clement of the Rams, and then Floki being able to come through, and Clement actually being the only player in the entirety of Europe to qualify for every single FNCS final. And then another fun little fact is the winner of Heat 2 for every single FNCS has gone on to be the victor. So a little, like two little bit of statistics coming into favor for this French trio.
Who knows, man? Two coincidences may make a wrong here for Floki's trio. I mean, I agree. They've been very strong. They have a great drop here in Misty Meadows. And what's interesting is all the qualifiers and heats, we've been seeing trios kind of land in different places, right? And this is so cool to see that the Deals team, who's been landing in various places, now is going to go toe-to-toe against Lecce, Mr. Savage, and Benji. And what an opening engagement to this can be. But we saw Vidil at the end of his heats run literally be a Grim Reaper and knock on all the trio's doors and took them out effectively. And now I see Lecce, Benji, and Mr. Savage was one of those trios that he took out here in those final rounds of those heats.
And he was trying to see, it's almost like that first prod, you're poking a chink in the armor, you check the shield wall, find out where that weak member is, and then you focus your forces right there. And it seems like Vidil and co have decided, well, you know what? Let's test the mettle of Savage, Benji, and Lecce. Let's see how good they really are. They were battling up here against Aqua, Noah, and Raison time and time again during the qualifiers, but now Vidil, Fastroki trying to put the pressure over the top. They're running through right away. Shots coming over, but not quite necessarily connecting. Getting the cone control in and good pressure. Doors being shut in his face, but hasn't quite heard of that one coming through, and Vidil gets worked right there. You saw him put Mongrel in a blender, but this time he's being served up as a smoothie as they're going to line up the headshots and get as much Storm Surge damage there.
What an unbelievable elim for Savage, Lecce, and Benji. Yes, even the elite need confidence, and that's going to be huge. And Vidil went for a bigger bite than he could chew right then and there. And going down so early, considering that momentum, as Shia was talking about, momentum from heats looking like it's not carrying over. And Lecce, Savage, and Benji, historically, throughout the qualifiers, throughout every form of this FNCS trio season, they've been historically very, very, very slow starts. And already a strong start with getting 2 elims, so that's 2 points. Considering the way the format works, top 17, we're going to have placement points get doled out. So once we get there, then you're going to see the points kind of rack up there, especially with those bonus points for coming into third, second, and of course, the Victory Royale. But having these early engagements being contested, it seems going to be working out for Benji and Savage and Lecce, because considering in their heats, they had issues with Storm Surge.
Yeah, I'm really wondering kind of what happened to Fastroki there. We didn't see the third elimination get picked up by Benji. Only 2 of them went down, and that was just a full elim onto Kylie as well. So might have got picked off by another member, one of those northern teams. So we're going to hop on board here. Vettel, Playwell, Stir 6, and I drop 7. I mean, some players who have played so consistently well time and time again. They play hip to hip. They look to play on the front side of the zone or rotating around the edge and get ahead as much as possible and just remain in the match. It is very common you see them picking up those top threes. And again, you just talked about the format. Once you get into the top three, it's +2, second place +4, and the Victory Royale +5. So 11 total placement points going over those top three teams.
We always talk about the consistency. iDrop, Surtsix, and Vettel are that consistent factor. They don't play above their means. They stick to their textbook. They stick to that playbook so strong. And that is why they were in that top 5 in their heats. And they were very, very, very quiet. No one really kind of focused on them. And they consistently put that output, as we see gets snagged out by Kira right there. Nice start to their day as well. Kira was this trio kind of got their way in from the heats. They kind of slowly crept in. They worked a lot. They held on tight. They didn't slip off of that top 8. So going in for that heats are looking to maintain that momentum. And already Kira is having some sort of a success in momentum, picking up 2 elims to start off day 1 here of the grand finals.
Yeah, and they were a team who was just on the outside looking in, going into match 12 yesterday, but we were able to clutch up in the final moments. And Reese and Shio actually showed the one single elimination, the placement point that pushed them over the top and just cleared the tiebreaker, because the team underneath them had a Victory Royale, which meant if they'd gotten one more point, they would have owned that tiebreaker. But right now, hopping aboard here, Kira, big 89 tag, but can't find the second. We're going to wait for a second here as the server catches up, and Kira going to be able to find the solo that is Steely. He's going to get picked up and finished off there. Now 4 teams have already dropped here in our grand final.
That's so interesting. That is a number 8 in their heat, taking out the number 1 of heat 4. So it's just so showing you a proof in the pudding that that EU is just stacked. It is dense. It is thick and skill. And that is what we're going to have here. It's all going to shake out, and we're going to figure out who's going to be the one that take away that Axe of Champions. And the EU region, you mentioned it, Sundown, vast in population, so the skill levels are going to be so high. And one of these up-and-coming trios, these superstars in the making, someone could argue already a superstar, is Thomas HC, Anas, and Flick.
I would say Thomas in and of himself is 100% a superstar. Everyone knows about his sniper. Everyone is aware of just how strong he is. The recent signing honestly feels like kind of that franchise player over there for Gamma Gaming. Definitely the one who produces the most overall results, and you can see has that weapon of choice in his hands. Again, we saw in qualifier number 1, he was the most clutch player, accounting for nearly 34 points by himself with 2 huge Victory Royales. Anas on the other side of that, also factoring in that round 1 qualifier, and a number of times has had key clutch situations. But Flick is no kind of slouch himself, Sancho.
The question is, can Flick kind of always get those elims, tends to be the first one down. If Flick and that trio is all together, they're dangerous. And now this is a trio that we're all rooting for in a sense. This is the wild card trio. They got in at the very last moment, just about a couple of moments before the grand finals, riding that ultimate high. And right now, they have to solve this puzzle piece of Storm Surge. They have 40 below, and that's going to be a scary situation going forward, because I believe, Grand Final Sundown, Storm Surge could be a little bit more prevalent, considering that a lot of these trios are going to be a little bit closer to the chest. They're not going to be too aggressive. They're not going to take unnecessary fights, because they want to get to in-game to rack up maximizing their point output.
Yeah, and it's about finding the early tags when possible, especially there's still 86 players left. But I don't know if you saw that real quick up in the feed. It was a little bit of a flash, but Andelix got a knock onto Tayson. No immediate action after that, but I'm kind of keeping an eye up there to see what else goes on. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with Storm Surge, it's present in every single Fortnite lobby, but it only kicks in when there's a certain amount of players left as you get into the next zones, and that's based off of player density. So when you have more than 70 players at the third circle, they start taking that damage.
And absolutely, in the way zones 1 through 4 work is they go centralized. It's a different from pubs from then on out, because it no longer does that. In zones 5, that's at half in and half out. 6, 7, 8, and 9 are full rotating zones into the Storm. And that is where the craziest happens. And that is where here in the FNCS Trio competitive scene, that is where we've been seeing placement points start getting racked up there in between zone 6 and 7. And to get to that point, it requires so much energy. And you have to have a strong in-game leader to kind of focus the trio. You're going to have max resources in both utility, mats, and power weapons to get to that point. And here is a trio that we've all been watching as well. Matzo, Amplify, and ADN, who do really well in their heats, have a great centralized drop there at the Ruins.
And they were one of 2 trios to make every single one of those round 3 qualifiers. It was them and the uncontested Stark Industries trio of Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson. So just showing the kind of prowess of them there. And the key thing is for them, they land at the Authority, now the Ruins, and then they sprint. And I mean they sprint over to Risky Reels. And they say, if you're landing there, we're fighting you or we're pushing you out, because they want all the resources from both of those POIs.
I got to give a shout out to Clay Staling, a caster of the FNCS. He said that their communications is so funny. They're so jumbled up, but for some reason, that bonkers communications puts them on the same page and nets them an Elim there on Cartoons Wave. So that's going to be another Elim going forward, starting them up, and now here they go. Legend gets eliminated. That's a second point here. We're about 10 placements away from placement points being doled out, but already you're seeing Hen go down, and I believe the Septos went down as well. So many big names are colliding, and Nas and Stursix colliding. I dropped 7 collides with Thomas HC, and Thomas HC overcomes that. And remember, they're all kind of parked up on this mountain. We took a peek at the minimap, and the minimap showed that this is going to be a zone that's going to favor anyone that kind of lands on Dirty Docks, and that's why Thomas and Nas and Flick are already kind of setting up here, as we see Lechi, Savage, and Benji trucking it up right now.
Trucking it up, good old Southern Boy style, right along the outside. Don't forget, you can build with that on there, but you are exposed on the backside of the truck. And Lechi, not necessarily known for being the tunneler within this group, so him being the one exposed in the back and largely responsible for the building makes it a little more difficult. You can feel that Storm Surge pressure coming as these teams are now going to Billy Goat up on the side. They're going to use the Chug Splashes. Still 2 players who are under threat of that Storm Surge. And right now you can see in the EU Grand Finals, 18 World Cup participants, 3 FNCS champions, and 4 DreamHack winners. So this is loaded. You talked about it. Hey, it's big name on big name in the Elim feed. Well, that's all it's going to be, Sancho. That's all it's going to be, all 12 games. So we get the best of the best in Europe going up against it in the trios game mode. And this is match number 1 of 5. We're heading into now kind of the mid-game transition circle. I consider zones 3, 4, and maybe the start of 5, right? Kind of that mid-game situation where it's all about positioning, tags, and whether or not you can take advantage of your opponent's mistakes.
Right now, Savage, Lechi, and Benji are going to try to take advantage of Doom's Arcane Gauntlets. That's going to give Benji unlimited resources and firepower and the ability to glide on down off of height if need be. Now, for the first time in these kinds of zones here out in the coast of Dirty Docks, a lot of the players and the in-game leaders, nice pick right there from Benji, are going to prioritize this mountaintop, considering that the elevation down to the coastline just slopes all the way down. So, yes, center is usually a key factor here, but in this kind of zone, you're going to want to hold on to this height as much as possible, because making your way up, Billy goating your way up is going to exhaust so many resources, and considering that the beams coming from up top will have that headshot multiplier, dangerous situation to be. So yes, everybody usually wants to live by the coast, have a beach, awesome condos and whatnot, but no, you want to be on the mountaintop looking down on those beach players.
You can see Thomas picking up another elimination up there in the feed, but right now you can see Benji and Co. They're trying to set up for some form of crash pad play or drop down. You can see him looking to see what tiles they own. You have Matzo, Amplify, Centric ADN just above him, the Train Hard duo, rounding it out there, getting whatever space he can. But the question is, Kinzel and Co., the 2-time DreamHack winner and back-to-back, they're currently the ones sitting, they're sitting just below priority position. It's Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD. That mountaintop they're on right there, that's on the edge of the 4th zone. 5th zone indicates where the half in, half out is, but if they're the ones who own that space, they have priority over the entirety of the lobby. It is going to be their shooting gallery, and with Thomas's sniper, that's incredibly threatening.
And take a look here as everybody is positioned, already set to go. All over the remnants of the grotto, which is still flooded, but Anas, Thomas HD, and Flick have a really strong position underneath them. They actually was able to get Wolfie's knock. Wolfie's now back on his feet. Wolfies, Kenzel, and CRR, the superstar trio who've been kind of molding together, concreting their chemistry in front of our eyes during the qualifiers, and especially did really well during heats. But a trio that's been really awesome on a meteoric rise is Thomas HD, Anas, and Flick with prime positioning. And we're going to take a look here in about 50 seconds. The zone will reveal for that half in and half out. So essentially, it's going to pick somebody around that trio that favor that. But the good thing is, Sundown, they have that high priority, that one shockwave, one crash pad, one bounce, one strong rotation will give them that ability to control height once again.
And because of the natural elevation of the mountain too, they don't have to invest too many of their hard mats to really maintain kind of a safe distance away here. But we're hopping on board with the French trio here, the Rams duo plus Floki. My prediction, the 6th-time FNCS final qualifier, Clement. They won heat number 2 as well with an astounding score, trouncing everyone else in it. But right now, looking for a little bit of space because they're only 16 above that Storm Surge. Again, this is the 5th zone, so 2nd-tier Storm Surge. The number you care about is that top left-hand corner. We need to see 50 players remaining before it turns off. Otherwise, 25 damage every 10 seconds to the most passive team. That's the one who has done the least amount of damage to the opponents to encourage some action, as we see plenty of action here.
Nakos, Clement, and Floki during the qualifiers got a lot of elims. They're averaging 5. They could input a lot of damage into the lobby, and they get an elim, a knock right then and there, and a confirmation. 1 point then, another beams. This triple beam kind of strategy is so strong, and look, it favors the people on the mountain. Zone 5 is pulled, so Thomas, Anas, and Flick are sitting pretty. Now, all the people who are down below are in danger, so we're going to keep an eye on all those people making those rotations.
Ooh. Oh, you saw him trying to line up the snipe in between. We talk about the angles and the box-to-box fighting and how Weapon can see the heads going right through, but just missing that. And you talked about the zone pulling over to the side. I would be shocked if Thomas and Co. now, they are 100% the favorites to win this game because the others just even using utility to get up near them. However, CRR, Kinzel, and Wolfies just below them on 2nd priority for height, so a shooting gallery for them as well.
And here we go. We're getting closer and closer, as Sundown said, into the in-game. We're about the closing moments of mid-game action right now. And this is so scary if you're an in-game leader for all those trios. You're just seeing that shooting gallery as Kenzel picks up a knock right there. It's so difficult. Yes, we've been talking about the low ground and its prowess. The Savage gets confirmed. We've been talking about the prowess of low ground. But when Old Man Mountain shows up, that change in elevation, those natural terrain that kind of works as a concrete roadblock, you have no other option to go up. And when you go up, you walk into the arms and into the beams of trios like Kenzel and Flick's trio. Such a dangerous, and look at it. Look at the madness and the chaos down below.
That's a mountain.
And ADN getting cleaned up and down there. They're out, and they're also out in 18th, which signals the horn for the placement points to start coming through. If your trio outlasts another one, everyone receiving 1 point there, but you start to see those points rack up. And look at where the zone pulled. We're going back up over the top of the mountain. That gives so much power to Thomas HD and Co. However, right now we see edge of zone. We're on board with another Gamma Gaming player, Kami here with Artur and Raxo, getting plenty of shots in, currently sitting on 1 elimination thanks to Artur, but Storm Surge not going to come and play anymore as Old Man Mountain will take care of that. He's going to thin out more than 7 players here as the rotation is on, and you see these guys getting a good layer around the outside.
And this is the moments here. This match could wrap up quickly. So we'll keep an eye as the feed is lighting up with big names going down. All confirmation, all knocks. Points are being rewarded. And look at it. This is that crazy rotation that everyone is making, trying to avoid the mountain. You're going to see everybody use tarps, mobility, anything they can then survive. And it is up to Mongrel to survive. The lone remaining trio member here. He could do it. We've seen the pop-ups happen. And that is what we're talking about. The Lone Rangers of the EU, and bang, Rojo gets bopped right there from Mongrel. Mongrel, this is all he needs. Just a couple of elims, and before you know it, he is on fire.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, but you should expect Mongrel flying through the sky with a pump. We've seen highlight reel after highlight reel of the young Englishman doing it, but don't forget, up on the high ground, all the utility. Thomas is way up there. He's out past contestation range, double tarping as you see the shockwaves come through. but Thomas and Flick are just providing support for Anas. A second shockwave goes up, and that's Benji getting beamed out of the sky by Flick as we swing down onto the low ground. It's Andalix and Duck on top, aka X Squeeze. He's in their top right-hand corner. Wolfies, Kinzel, and CRR there in your bottom right, and then you can see on the wide, you still have Thomas HD, Flick, and Anas controlling from the high ground as they're now going to swap roles and drop down a little bit.
And here we go. It is high versus low that's going to happen. We're seeing there, Anas, Thomas, and Flick are sitting pretty, and the chaos in the mud down below. It is X-Weeze, the Lone Ranger. Wolfies, CRR, and Kinzel are standing tall and all working as a trio. There goes the contention from height from Teak. Oh no, Teak, take it. Thomas HC now does not have height. Teak is sitting up there. That is the danger. So now we have a battle for height exploding up top. Down below, Wolfies is using the clay special, looking for any kind of angles. At the mid ground, X-Weeze up top, exchanging some blows. X-Weeze is really low for the moment with no shield, Sundown.
And you can see they're getting forced out, trying to find a little bit of room. But right now, the box-to-box trio in your bottom right-hand corner, finding an elimination, the key one. That'll be their first, but a refresher as we have 14 players remaining, but still 7 trios on their feet, racking up the placement points. You still have Floki on the low ground as well. Mongrel still keeping himself in it, getting a point after point right now, but up on the high ground still. Thomas HD, Flick, Anas, no pressure, no worries, but nobody will be there in a hurry as they are just raining the shots from above. Floki and Clement trying to find a little bit of room, but the zone is moving back over. The height will be able to run it out, but what's happening on the low ground here as Wolfies has now turned from 0 elims to 3 in the blink of an eye, and you're seeing the shockwaves come out. They're going to prepare for a take.
It is the 9th zone, the ultimate closing time. The solo box fighters, the solo superstars are now going to go up against one of the strongest trios in the EU who have already split. Thomas HC is high. There it is. There it is. The shockwave. CRR, Wolfies, and Kinzel have it. And down goes Thomas HD. What an unbelievable play and the right timing of using the shockwaves. Now it's up to CRR, Wolfies, and Kinzel to put that statement, exclamation point here on the Victory Royale. The superstars coming all together, concreting the chemistry. The trio is real. It is a trio competition. Wolfies is going to go in to sit out in the storm. Wolfies is eating out, but it doesn't matter because Kinzel is doing well. Flick goes down. There goes the confirmation. Wolfies, Kinzel, CR. Can they do it as this goes up elevation? Down goes Wolfie. Anas is still up. Anas is still up. Can Anas hold on? No! It is Kinzel, Wolfie, CRR coming together for the first Victory Royale in the Grand Finals.
And that's match number 1 going that way with a well-timed shockwave execution. They unthrown Thomas HD from his seat up top, but we've seen it time and time again in the final moments. While they're clutch in the matches you feel they shouldn't win, it seems like the ones where they always have control, wire to wire, just slip away in the final moments, and they aren't quite able to close it out, but brilliantly done from CRR, Wolfies, and our back-to-back DreamHack champion, Kinzel. 31 points there in match number 1, claiming the Victory Royale from the low ground.
And that's huge, man. That's the confidence that you need. We've seen that you could boost that confidence in all the different heats to get on the leaderboard. Just seeding yourselves in the top 5, that's going to be amazing. But hey, there's so many solo clutch, awesome performances. We saw Mongrel at the very end, but Thomas HC, Flick, and Anas showing you that they can still be consistent. And they are the implement of that consistency. They always get in the top 5. So it's going to be interesting to see going into Game 2, Sundown.
Yeah, getting all the zones and being able to put the pressure in there, but we need a little bit more of a breakdown, an eye in the sky. We're going to toss it on over to Zeke, Shio, and Reese to break down match number 1.
What a game to kick off the grand finals. I believed in my heart of hearts that Anas, Flick, and Thomas had it, but it was CRR and Wolfies together. I can't believe it, paired with Kinzel. They just waited. They waited for them to do exactly. They were like, we know you're going to take high ground. You got high ground. Go ahead. Yeah. You're confident up there? Here's a shockwave, friend. We're coming up with a 1 pump. Absolutely well executed. But this is kind of what we are going to see unfold in these matches, right? Is like all these players know what the other trios are going to be looking to do. So it's going to be waiting for those openings to strike.
Yeah, let's take a look back at that game as to how these guys actually controlled height after having it, dropping down and taking those big shots to be able to win the game. Kind of chaotic from Wolfies' POV. They tried to take height, got knocked all the way back down as well, but being on low ground towards the very end, we've seen the strengths on all regions. Wolfies goes down, enough of a distraction though for CRR to be able to be there and pick up that final Elan.
And that's exactly what it was. Wolfies knew they were up 1. We knew it's a top 2 situation at 3v2, and he had low amount of HP already, so he just committed. He says, I'm going to go into the zone here, try to pick up that elimination, and see make it a 2v1 for his teammates CRR and Kinzel can really easy clutch up on. You see there, CR, how he took height, waited till the end game, just shockwaved up and dropped all the other team down, and then that's the height control immediately on their side.
And every time these guys have any builds, I always say those builds have thorns on them because they're so fast at taking edits. They're so aware of what's going on around them. The spatial awareness, especially for CRR, is insane. You'll notice that even when he's spraying these builds, he's still trying to target exactly where Anas is at the very end. Here's kind of like a wide breakdown as to how big this fight actually was from height all the way down to low. At the same time, too, low ground was kind of changing as well, which made it that much harder for Anas Flick to survive all the way at the bottom. Even when they took everything back up, low ground then kind of evened out, and that's where Wolfies and CRR had an easier time shooting upwards and pushing these guys' builds.
And you know, Anas and Flick, they were holding height all the way through the moving zones. They were picking up tons of eliminations. They actually ended that game with 12 eliminations in a second. So they were playing height very, very well, consistently picking up the ceilings. And that one shockwave play, like I mentioned, knocks them down and then just completely switches around. So they were high against Wolfie's low ground, and now it's turned around. It's a complete other way around. Battle with the ARs going over and over and over again, as you can see from Anas, just right as he's about to be knocked down. Perfectly timing. And then, there we go, low ground.
Yeah, this is actually very unfortunate too. Jumping down at the very end there, that extra jump makes Anas take a little bit more fall damage. White HP is so crucial for these end game moments, so even more pressure on him. Yes, he picks up Floki near that end side to make it finally a 2-team situation, but seeing this once again from the third perspective, from the losing side's team, I can now kind of also pinpoint the different types of mentals both these teams had going into the end game. Anas, Thomas HD, and Flick playing their game, but then Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR playing to win the game entirely overall, which is why they got the victory royale. Zeke, you mentioned it earlier before in the pre-show. You know, what should these guys be thinking mentality-wise moving forward into this competition? Here are the two different mentals of consistency and going for the win. We'll see if Kinzel can go for the win again, but Thomas HD, Flick, and Anas are looking really good with their consistent playstyle, getting them a second.
Yeah, and actually,
absolutely.
CRR's and Wolfie's team have actually a bit of a backstory. Wolfie's in particular has come in second in 2 FNCSs, squads and the solo FNCS Invitational. So this may be their time to make that a first and get Wolfie's his first championship, or maybe it's going to be another second for them.
Oh man, that would be horrible. It's so tough, guys. I look around and I just want everyone to win. I want to just give out Acts of Champions to all of these players, but obviously it can only be a single trio that walks away. And like you said, mad props to Thomas HD and his trio. I mean, 12 eliminations. Like, just think about that. They had to eliminate 12 other players in a lobby like this. That means that they understood, and it's, again, about taking these micro advantages. This just slight thing. Did I edit before you? Did I come around that corner first? Did I line up my shot first? These are literally going to make the differences, right? And because of that, their trio is ahead by 1 point, even without the victory royale. So once again, the victory royale is great, but you don't need it to be ahead of the pack. Now, I want to see them carry this momentum into the next game, right? Because we've seen them do this where they start real strong, and then they peter out. And then toward the end, they pick it back up. But we have to be maintaining this consistency factor, Reese, like you like to kind of talk about, if we want to walk away as FNCS champions.
Yeah, it's only 1 game done so far. You know, there's 11 more to go. We talk about consistency over and over and over again, you know, but in my opinion, I've already said about their Wolfie's 2 second place finishes. That's pretty consistent to me. So although they didn't perform as well during the qualifiers, they have a history, in this team in particular, of doing very, very well in grand finals. So they're flipping that round, and so far they seem to be consistent with that strategy.
It's all about the story, man. Can they make it all happen here? It is time to jump back in the game. We've got our casters standing by, so let's get back into it.
hot first act that we have. The wild card into game 1. Now we have 4 games left here. An unbelievable start here. I am Sancho West alongside Sundown, bringing you all the action. We've been calling it all throughout the entire month of October for the EU region. And now we're here to figure out who is going to be number 1. We went from, let's see who's top 15. Let's see who's top 8. Let's see who's top 6. Now all that doesn't matter because it's all about number 1.
Yeah, still money on the line for the other spots, but they all want to walk away with that Axe of Champions, the number 1 spot in the over $100,000 for the European first place prize. We're going to hop on board here with Wolfies. If you're a little unfamiliar with this area, they're doing a scavenger or a split route drop on the southern side of the map. This specific area on the map is called Plumberton, and the reason why you'll see it so generally focused is there's a ton of fishing spots in the area. This is about 800 medals, so 2 people can max out on their medal if one person opts to just farm all of the way through. And on top of that, there's also a Quinjet spawn down here. So while it looks like it's like, wow, why would this such a strong trio be dropping in this area of the map? It's very frequently completely uncontested, and you have tons of room to be able to just get there and get as much loot. You can see there, they actually have a decent amount of real estate in Slurpy Swamp as well.
And this Kinzel Wolfies CR got the victory royale. They're sitting currently at 2nd place. First place is Anas Flick and Thomas HD. They had an unbelievable performance with 12 eliminations. No victory royale. And I gotta say, though, yes, they came in 2nd place, but I gotta say, though, a big factor in it, I guess a third factor in that entire round was Old Man Mountain. That mountain took out so many of our competitors, and it allowed Kinzel and Flick, who were basically neighbors. Kinzel was down below in the lower flat, so to speak, and up above them was Flick, Anas, and Thomas HC, and they had all the utility. But what was really cool was when push comes to shove, and Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR had to go all the way down into the retail side of Retail Row, they were able to box fight their way and get the utility to overtake height.
So interesting, we're actually seeing Vadil Frostroki opting to do the drop we saw in game number 12 yesterday, where they landed a little bit north of Steamy Stacks and tried to come in with whatever loot they could. However, Andretta, Flois, and Luis, our current 10th place trio, more than ready for that, getting a huge knock right off the bat onto Frostroki. Vadil also got forced out, and you can see just the plethora of fishing spots down over there and why that area is so plentiful if you're able to kind of get down there and get a harpoon or get a fishing rod quickly. But the hunt is on right now. I mean, Andretta, Luis, and Flois smell blood in the water. They're going to try and execute and close this one out, because when you're on one of these scavenger routes, if you do get jumped on early, you have no resources, man. It is so hard. Kylie gets destroyed. Shakedown coming out there trying to show where Vadil is at, but rough game plan now from this co.
And we're seeing what's happening here, the waves of the butterfly effect of trios changing their spot because of the respect or the conditioning that other trios. Vadil had that free in his heats. That's why he was able to come into the top 2 and heat 1. But now you have Flois' trio there sitting there, and they get pushed out to a scavenger route. And that is where you're going to have to figure out on the fly. There's literally not any moment to breathe to change your game plan. Yes, you have an overnight sleep to kind of figure it out, but the deal already, we've seen him in 2 different spots there and contesting Benji's trio at Doom's Domain. And so far, that hot team coming into the grand finals has gotten cold so quickly. And actually, Savage goes cold a little bit, and now it's up to Benji to get the dual media single trio right there. Benji's going to have to step up, and Lecce's going to have to step up and revenge Savage is going down and out.
Yeah, so a different trio coming over and contesting. You can see Dual Media, DKS trying to get over there, was able to pick up one, but then Benji wins that kind of 50-50 AR fight right afterward. A couple key headshots being the difference maker there, but the full Dual Media trio did finish 2nd in their heat yesterday. And now looking to try and get a little bit of a fight here. We didn't see them necessarily off-spawn in that first match, but Benji was able to grab Savage's card, and now you see Shockwave immediately going over, going to prioritize getting the man-up advantage while the Dual Media group has now taken control of the vault area. So they're going to try and re-execute a 3v2 take on the vault. And the question is, can Benji, Lecce, and Savage get out with this heist and get out cleanly?
The question is as well, is I think Benji, Savage, and Lecce want this. They want to be contested. They struggled so hard in their heats looking for those valuable storm tags, and they suffered a lot in their opening game in heats because they didn't know how to solve it. But this is more of what they practice. They expect to be contested. They were contested throughout the qualifiers. They're probably contested throughout their scrims and practices. So this is what they want. They want to have these early fights, but I know what they don't want is someone sitting on the vault. That vault has so much ability to kind of expenses. But like I said, they practice this. They know everything you're going to do as well. The question is, can the dual media trio kind of solve this issue? Benji's trio coming in at 9th place at the moment with 13 points. They got about 5 eliminations in that first match.
And they just pulled a nice little trade places. You can see there in the bottom right-hand corner, the almost, I think that's brown. I apologize. I'm a little bit colorblind there. Brownish pink or whatever. The separate color there. Tried to go back and go over to the reboot van. I'm assuming they were able to grab the card and try and make it into a 3v3, but not quite able to execute on that as now Benji, Savage, and Lecce are able to rotate over, get some pressure onto one of them, find the AR shots to crack the shields, and it seems like, yep, pings are coming out right away. They want this fight bad.
And here it is. These early engagements are kind of settling in Lecce, Benji, Savage. Kind of shaking off that slow start they had during heats. And we kind of mentioned that. It's like, Benji, Savage, Lecce, they've been struggling qualifiers, crunching the heats, but everybody's like, no, calm down. Everyone be cool. It is in grand finals, and Lecce is kind of push in, being that ultimate pressure, trying to go in, box dive. We mentioned how Lecce is no fear when it comes to box diving, and they have the expensive shockwave. That dual media trio does not want any part of this business. They're trying to get a moment to breathe, but Lecce, Savage, and Benji, they know this. They're not going to give that, Lecce's in trouble now. He's going to have to retreat for a brief moment as he eats a big shotgun blast.
And this is what we talked about in the fights. Yeah, they got the first elim, but never really got control of the vault. Lecce has next to no materials. You know, Savage was rebooted, so he only had the gray pistol plus whatever wood, and he was able to find off of the body. Like, no excess utility now, no shields. You don't leave a mythic POI like this. It's not, there's no point in dropping here if this is what consistently you're going to leave with and not get the points. They're going to hear that secret passageway, take them out, and then likely they're going to hang out on the opposite side, which kind of limits the options of the now dual media duo. So we're going to hop back on board here with our match number 1 winners, Wolfies, CRR, and Kinzel coming out of the Plumberton, a little bit of a southern rotation, hitting as many of the shields area. And the best part too about rotating out of there is there's generally enough slurp canisters in slurpy swamps, or if you just want to hang out in the swamp itself, you never have to burn any of the shields you find. Generally all of those are going to be safe and tucked straight in their inventory, and you know, a couple shots come out for them, they see the next zone reveal, and they're immediately going to turn around, and looks like they're trying to see where those shots came from actually.
Oh no, I think that trio who was looking just for innocent storm tags is just poked the bear in this region, and the bear is about to attack. They always question what will win, a gorilla versus a bear. I know Nick Merckx always wants to know that answer, but it looks like the bear of the region here is going to show its claws and its fangs and go on for a big old bite. And here it is. This engagement is just one innocent shot, Sundown, and this trio. I was about to say, hey, Kinzel, being a DreamHack champion, knowing that's a very placement-heavy format, could go ahead and knows exactly what the rotations and all the dead side rotations. He can kind of slow down Wolfies and CRR, but nope, oh my goodness, sniped in the back, and that is why the danger is of just trying to be so alpha and push every single person that aggresses you.
This is an awful decision. This is a straight up horrible decision by this group right now. As soon as that edge of zone comes out and you already know you're pulling the edge of zone, don't head east to that white line. He's going to end up paying for it. You can see the initial shots there. You know there's going to be more people coming through, and that snipe is the only thing that's going to be able to prevent you. And another little slip in the teamwork there is Wolfies doubled back and wasn't holding the wall for Kinzel as he tried to stick the revive. Kinzel now being burned through the entirety of his shield, and white tags are going to come through, which signals the push from Smudge and his team. You can see Wixie and Perculino, who are able to just barely squeeze in the 8th place spot in their heats. They said, no sweat, we got the ticket, that's all we needed. And you heard the crash pads come out, but no eliminations coming through yet.
Wixie and the trio are in 28th place, looking for the first points here in the grand finals. This is game 2. We're going to have 5 games today total, and then tomorrow we're going to have 7 games, just to give you guys, the audience out there, an opportunity to watch the wild card for NA East. It's going to go down. It's going to be awesome. We still have a lot of FNCS trios competition here. Now, that was just a minor slip-up. That's what's the scary part about this all. And I was hoping that the in-game leadership of Kenzel, I think that right there shows the strength of it. And also it shows when you are basically solo superstars coming together, there's going to be a little bit of moments of making slip-ups. There's going to be a little of those moments where you make mistakes. The question is, can they survive those mistakes? And it looks like Kenzel Wolfies, they have for that brief moment. But here is your pick, Nicholas Floki and Clement, who had a strong showing here in Game 1, Sundown.
You know, the more and more I think about it, the happier I am with this pick. I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of behind-the-scenes insight into this. I'm a huge Thomas HD, like, as an individual fan, but I've been watching a lot of Flicken and Nos as well. They were 2 of my trio predictions, both for the top of heats yesterday, which was correct, and in one of the qualifier rounds where they had a pretty solid performance. I straight up called Shy Wager a snake when he stole that pick from me. He was the one who was able to pick right before me. I was really upset about it. And then I was going through, I was like, man, I don't really know like which one of these picks are going to end up going through. And then I ended up looking and I'm like, wow, really? Nobody picked Floki, Clement, and Nakos? Nobody picked the 6 times FNCS qualifier, the only one out of Europe. And the fact that these guys played so incredibly well, not only in the heats yesterday, but in heat number 2 specifically, which tends to be the lucky number for Europe. So it's like, yeah, I'm going to ride this train. And the 3rd place coming out from them in the number of victory royales has kind of put them just at that lower threshold of the top 3 right now, sitting there with 23 points. So a good performance out of them above Storm Surge. But again, we saw them get bogged down on the edge of the zone last time. Here's Wolfies, CRR, and Kinzel in a fight right now with Kira, Nuraxin, and Karma, aka M10 Sniper God. And they're just going to try and disengage out of it as there's like 4 teams on the edge of the zone right now.
Yeah, this slow rotation, you figure that no one would be here, but everybody's thinking like mine as CRR gets knocked in the feet, so that box fighting little arena in the dam area is kind of not working out for CRR as Kenzel. I think Kenzel moved into zone, realizing like, hey, let me get here and solidify my spot. I could kind of go and move on if I need to. Wolfie's going to go back and get the res, but look at all the congestion, and you're looking a little bit north. All it takes is a couple of shots, and opportunists arise. And the train hard trio of Skype, Falconry, Yaxo. Thank you so much, Falconry and Yaxo. Thank you. I appreciate you changing your name, my guy, because we want to give you as much premium gas as possible. And if you pop off in the grand finals, you deserve the shine. As he gets the shine down on Wolfies and Skype, that's going to be a big pickup right there and some nice refreshing loot.
And you can see the shine down is coming through, just brilliant, cleaning it up there. 2 eliminations, all the loot, and plenty, I mean, just huge upgrades coming through there. Now, double legendary weaponry, Shockwave's more than enough minis, still has the harpoon for the late game play making potential. Actually going to opt to drop that for some crash pads, so good decision there. But we talked about it. We saw, right? Like everyone there, just as a viewer, this is a moment here for a competitive Fortnite experience. They won the last game. That is one of the best teams in Europe. They had priority positioning on zone. They had plenty of Storm Surge. They could have taken their car and gone center. Instead, went up towards that first shot that ended up being taken towards them. Now, out of the lobby, no placement points, no eliminations. They're going to watch as the rest of Europe gets to now close the lead and close up the leaderboard as Rojo gargling a little bit there on the side, but he finds a huge down on Deceptos. That means Hen and Patrick are going to have to clutch up real quick in a 3v2 here.
Rojo's trio, the wild card, he had a great performance in game 1, actually, coming him into 13th place. Okay, Sundown gets a smirk on his face. Okay, Sundown, okay.
That was sick, taking a page right out of Mongrel's book. Shockwave from way above. There's no way for the player to end up hearing you come in just because the sound ends up originating at the initial place. So Rojo getting a great flank over on the side, turns around, nice little 180 bop bop. That's a drop, and all the loot on the ground. The wild card Victor pushing forward here and showing why he is one of the strongest players in Europe. His performance in the World Cup, second place there with Wolfies on the other side of it. But now we're going to pan over and get a look at the rest of the lobby, get a look at the lay of the land, see who's boxed up where, who is the priority positioning. And right now you can see kind of Smudge & Co. and Mongrel & Co. have kind of the two semi-heights. iDrop and Vettel having center priority, then Thomas, HD, and Flick a little bit below them. Floki, Nakos, and Clement over in the main building at Slurpee.
These are the moments that you want to keep an eye on. I love these flyovers. It lets us know like who is kind of get the positioning for the high ground. And eventually, we kind of see the trio that kind of comes out on top. And all these trios are essentially setting up outside the edges of the safe zone. Because if zone pulls on for them for the half in, half out, we saw how dominant it can be. The very dominant trio, and Nos, Flick, and Thomas HD. They were able to capitalize on that. And when fortune favors you, you're going to have to capitalize. We're still in zone 4, so not yet got to that point. So people will make the rotations. And the crazy kind of endings here and weeping ones that have been seen historically throughout the FNCS competitive scene, sight lines are going to be erased by these trees.
Yeah, and more importantly, too, because of those sightlines, a lot of people don't like to dip in there in case you have to come back out. It's a little bit of a valley. There's a little bit of kind of an area you don't really want to be pushing yourselves into. You want to stay more towards the main building. However, the zone's not giving you that option. So everyone is going to be cramming in around this outside, and you can already see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen how there's going to be a natural congestion along the entirety of the east point of that white line. Everyone is going to be packing in there, hoping they pull the 50-50 zone. That's zone number 5. We're transitioning now from the kind of the mid-game into the beginning of that end game in the half-in, half-outs, and that's where the action really gets spicy.
And that is where we see placement parts really start to begin in zone 6 to 7. We're really close to that. About 5 trios need to drop. And actually, iDrop 7 gets knocked right there by Kira. And iDrop in the trio and co of Vettel and Stursix have unable to find their footing just yet. We've seen them being consistent throughout the heats and qualifiers. And right now, stumbling in the moment in the opening frames here of the grand finals. And we're taking a look here. We've got trees on fire. Things are heating up. Mongrel, Tayson, and Mitro have yet to kind of pop off yet. We know they have it in them. They came into this match in 9th place with 14 points and 3 elims, so a lot of bulk of the work coming in from placement, and that is all thanks to Mongrel, who was able to hold on tight, snuck his way in, ratted his way in, however you want to say it, snake his way in, middle geared his way in as much as possible, and was able to walk away and gets a knock as well. We've seen it time and time again, the beams and the aim with the AR of this trio, providing them to get those easy elims and points.
And that 5th zone coming out right now, and you can
Thomas
see pulling to the south and west, but Thomas, no, that's not, it's coming through. It's Thomas who was able to capitalize on the Mitro getting knocked, but it was Seti who gave him a little bit of a gap. To me, that indicates Thomas snuck a sniper bullet in there right as Seti ended up coming through. Mitro being the one who caught that with his teeth, but fortunately, no follow-up coming over. Again, I thought it was Thomas right away, but then I saw the knock come on to Seti, so it was that snipe that he's so vaunted for, just going to eat them through a little bit of the resources. However, getting chunk splashes away and forcing them to burn that, and a little bit of a misuse in terms of utility there, ended up losing 10 shields, so not necessarily value there. You can see a Nos getting knocked. That'll turn off our Storm Surges. He's going to end up getting picked up almost into our placement points now as we have our top 18 trios. Percolino going down there right now, but we're on board here with Mitro, who's just looking for some angles.
And Mitro trying to do his best to get back to his trio as the shockwaves spread them all about, and they pulled max pull right there. But you're showing it that, yes, as a trio, you work together hip to hip, but there's going to be moments that you're going to work as a solo, and Mitro showing that true and getting a nice healing point right there before he's going to connect, and they're going to have a strong opportunity now sitting at second height as you see the train hard trio of a Sky, Yaxo, and Falconry sitting up there, so they have the advantage there. But we've seen it time and time again, the shockwave play and how dangerous it can be if you're second height. You just gotta break the focus from height. And now we're gonna take a look at the trio that loves to be down low, and they pick up a big elim, a big knock on Lunef, and the triple beams is going through, and they're getting some white tags. It's being informed, notice that Vettel, iDrop, and Stursix are gonna get a big trio out of this competition.
and they're huge in terms of playing hip to hip in the low ground. Very similar to kind of how the XSET crew plays over in NA East if you watch those matches. But what I saw in the top left was our #1 team going down. Flick getting cleaned up there. We have 17 trios remaining and going on. I think that was the full wipe going through, but now we've seen the zone has pulled back, and currently our low ground team does have a decent amount of priority. You can see Savage and Benji over on the side, but we're going to hop back on in with the monsters themselves. It's Halloween. They got the masks on. They're ready to go hunting. Shockwave or Bouncer Crashpad combo will come out. They're going to go for the high ground take. That's Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson with plenty of positioning now over the rest of the lobby.
And we talked about maintaining height, and anytime you win, if someone tries to push you, to overtake you, and if you win that, you get all of their resources, and that allows you to maintain and hold on. Here he goes, Mongrel going in, Mongrel with the bop, Mongrel with the knock, falconry, down he goes, and that's going to give them the open door and the opportunity to take height and the possibility to walk away with that victory royale. It's a matter of time, and we're seeing with Mongrel, Tayson, and Mitro at height, the beams ring true, and the headshot multipliers getting so many knocks. This could be the pop-off game that we're waiting for. This could be a strong opportunity for Mingo, Monstro, and Tayson to kind of overtake everybody and be on top of the board.
Just massive. We talked about kind of the Mongrel Classic, him flying through the air and finding that massive pump shot, and he was able to do it. But now you can see kind of a little bit of the resource management coming through right now, making sure you get the pepper pot onto the correct players, getting the heals where you need it, getting the weaponry in the right spot. Alpha going to hit the bouncer, get a little bit ahead. They're trying to get to the front of zone, but you can hear the shield and the health breaking behind. Blaster takes nearly all of his HP. Alpha trying to work for it and back in the box to help his teammate, but unfortunately, he's going to go down. It's going to be all on the back of Nikov and Alpha here on the side, but he has the legendary burst as well as the legendary pump, so if he's able to find shots, he can make some plays. Has the gauntlets as well, and straight into the box with the Clay Classic, using the harpoon and the insta break on the fresh wood to find a much needed refresher. Top 10 trios now, 7 place points have gone out, and a great angled pump shot there to find Yaxo. Just peeks his head over the top, and he gets slammed back down like a whack-a-mole as we have our top 20, and Alpha and Nikov continue to run on the low ground with their 7th elimination there.
This Alpha trio just barely got into the dance with an unbelievable push to the top 8 in their heat. They're making a push right now in game 2, but taking a look at height, it is Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel. When Floki went to contest, so we gotta take a look here as Floki is contesting, and Mongrel actually stops that, but Alpha's not stopping. He drops, I drop 7. Alpha, Blaster, Nikov racking up points on the low ground, but it's a story of height. It's going to be a battle between them, but we're not there yet because, wait a minute, Vettel comes in and gets a knock, but Alpha trades that out. I drop goes down, and Alpha's still on his lower, but the chaos is too much for Alpha, and down he goes. Mongrel has picked up another elim. Mongrel is up there on height as Nakos go down, Clement and Floki go down. So many big names are going down back to back to back, but it's Tayson and his trio at height.
And who's not going down on the high ground is the Stark Indices trio right there. You can see crash pads going out on the backside of the builds to break them and force whoever up into the air, into the shooting gallery where they can get swatted down. Currently sitting on 7 eliminations and just trying to finish this one out. Game number 2 in Europe is going to go to Tayson, Mongrel, and Mitro. It is just a matter of time. Duck on top tries to make a play. Exqueeze gets swatted down. Andalix gets swatted down. Last player out in the zone. He's tagged out. They find the elimination 2. That's Janice cleaned up there. 10 eliminations in the victory royale coming through. That's a 35-point game from one of the scariest trios in Europe.
It is Halloween, and the big monsters have made their first appearance. We're going to take it to Zeke, Shio, and Reese to break it all down and give it up to date on the standings. What do you got for us, fellas?
Is this just another open round? Are we just watching another open round of these are grand finals? Oh, okay, I see. So Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson, they just do what they do and just put so much pressure on everyone else in the lobby. They're like, hey, you guys, again, we're not playing Fortnite. We're playing something else, and now we're going to make you play our game, which is we walk with the VR. I mean, they were so dominant. Did you just see, like, the way they're just on high ground, like, blah, 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 blah. Nah, it's fine. He shock whip, I don't even worry about it. Blah, 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 blah. Wow. I'm scared.
scared because they're also they're breaking down trios mathematically in a different way, right? Usually when we go towards and look at how people play, it's always in threes. For these guys, it's always a 2+1. It's always a 2-1 split, no matter what they do. Regardless, let's add up all these numbers and check out exactly what the standings look like after that game to see if these guys are up there in first place or exactly how those teams look. Because remember, in game number 1, there were some big changes when we had Thomas HD at that end game fighting off against Wolfies, who ended up going down a little bit earlier. And there it is. Absolutely, yes, sir. First place, 13 elims. The VR puts them 5 points ahead of Floki, Clement, and Nakos.
Yeah, really good performance. So then 10 elims from Height, as we were very, very much so used to the Mongraal, Mitro, Tayson trio doing. A team that kind of went, two teams that went a little bit undiscovered there. Floki, Clement, and Nakos, and Andalex, Janus, and X-Squeeze. Both performing very, very consistently so far across their 2 games, and that's got them up into that 2nd and 3rd place slots. Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD from 4th had that really big game in the first game, but, you know, kind of fizzled out a little bit going into this match.
Yeah, past that too at 5th, Benji, Savage, and Letshare finding their footing from Doom's Domain. They had some type of traffic jam there with another trio coming in, but it was all good. Got it sorted, got some points, but now it's all about who is going to be ending up in first place. There's no more talks about the top 8, the top 15, a wild card match in EU anymore. Vettel, iDrop, and Stir6 made it to that low ground endgame as well. Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR still carried that momentum with the 31 points they got in the first game too.
You were saying that Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson had been doing their maths. Well, Kinzel, Wolfies, CRR, I don't think they've been looking up their times tables very well because they performed very well in the game 1 and then not so much in game 2. There's been a little bit of rumors of Wolfies potentially going out and doing some trick-or-treating later on tonight for the last 2 games. So we'll see. Maybe that he did a little bit away this last game and maybe that's why they didn't perform as well. I honestly don't think so. They just kind of made a little bit of a bad rotate, unfortunately, that game.
That could be some distractions here or there, but it's also very distracting and hard to focus when you have such a good team on Height that knows how to pressure you down. Moving on to the next page here, we're going to be looking at our top 15. Pink UK, who ended up qualifying in 8th place overall. Because remember, in game number...
Very much so used to the Mongraal, Mitro, Tayson trio doing. A team that kind of went
forward 15 points there. The one thing to focus on, since we are still a little bit earlier in this entire round in terms of how the grand finals are looking, is that it's very close so far, 18 to 15 points for all these teams. So once again, a single shot, a single good game could skyrocket these guys way past this slot, up to maybe even the top 10 or the top 5.
And this list really is just like a who's who of names here. These guys have all performed so well in previous heats, in qualifications as well. And you know, these first 2 games have been very, very tight in terms of point spread, like we've already mentioned by Shio, the real Shio there. Sorry, I'll call him by his actual name. And what we're going to see across the next few games today and tomorrow is that any of these teams that are just playing consistently and get one big pop-up are going to completely fly up the leaderboards because it is all so tight.
Competition, man, it's heating up. But for this winning trio, Mitro, Mongraal, and Tayson, it seemed to be more of the same business as usual. We gotta take a look at this game, guys. I'm trying to process how it is they made it feel so just effortless, right? It wasn't even like they were playing a grand finals. It was like an open round for them. What happened here?
They turned it up to 100%. Usually we have kind of like a default Mitro, Mongraal, Tayson 2-1 split that I mentioned on earlier. They really put that in a full effect this time, holding nothing back, showing teams that, hey, you could try to copy this too, but we do it the best.
Yeah, and we saw kind of Mongraal take Height in that fashion, early moving zones with a big shockwave grenade, and that is really what's kind of solidified them at that high ground. Most of the time where they go for it, they kind of always seem to take a little solo play. Someone tries to get that advantage on the high ground team, and then the rest of the team just goes up. They've got high ground committed at this point, and that's them on Height.
Yeah, just a little bit earlier from this clip, it was Mongraal all the way down on low ground, pressuring the box right beside it. You can see it from this angle. Towards the other side of everything, there was so much pressure down below. He goes back up and meets with Mitro, but he's already pressured these guys so much that they're forced to shockwave. Tayson already shooting their boxes. They get split up entirely. Janus can't survive inside the zone by himself. Here's the perspective. All around them, there's just chaos. There's shots from up top. There's headshots being dropped down by Tayson. He takes out 2. There it goes, Janus, all the way back over into the storm. The flopper heal game is there, but Mongraal was doing the job of tracking where the last person could have gone. He finds the shots off, no more time to delay. They ended up ending the game super quickly.
And let's do a little bit of a contrast between Game 1 and Game 2 there. The exact same strategy tried to come out. At the end, last moving zones, team tried to take height using the shockwave grenades. But why did it not work in Game 2? Well, it's because, as Shayo already mentioned, they had that great split on high ground where when he shockwaved, Tayson managed to stay up and then just beam the player who shockwaved down, securing height all the way through.
Executing like this, right? This is what we need from FNCS champions. This is what you require if you want to hold on to the Axe of Champions. My question would be, can they do this again? Another Victory Royale would just continue to solidify them as that trio that could make it that far. But again, we only have a handful of games left on the day, 3 to be exact, and then 7 tomorrow. So will they keep this momentum going forward? Will someone else like Thomas HD look to dethrone them? Well, we'll find out. Fortnite fan, we're going to step away. When we return, we'll have the remaining games here in EU, a break, then we're on to NA East. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reese back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover height. We're going to be using Zayt, Saf and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a Victory Royale from Qualifier 3 Round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 Victory Royales, and they hold height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame, and this is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones, you have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on, you have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into 2 separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zayt, Saf and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the 3rd zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zayt and Saf building over onto another area, so they have 2 separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the 4th zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in 4th is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the 3rd zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zone to around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim height over Zayt, Saf and Stretch. You can see that the 5th zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zayt, Saf and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zayt hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zayt does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zayt actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the 3rd zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the 5th zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using their shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zayt. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players that are contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you You can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zayt was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zayt and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zayt ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the Victory Royale, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zayt didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, they would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the Battle Boss. Beep beep.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to continued coverage of the Fortnite Champion Series. You got us, your friends, Zeke, we got ShyOhWager, aka Deadfire, and we got Reese, aka ShyOhWager, here on the analyst desk, breaking down all the action for you. But guess what? We're not going to be here too long, because we got more action on deck. 3 games left here on the first day of the action in the Grand Finals. And then we're on to NAE, so definitely stick around. But for now, it is time to jump out of the battle bus once again. Let's kick it to our casters to take us into game.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Reese. And here we are hopping on in only a little bit in Term 2 Trios, having dropped 92 players left. My name's Sundown.
And I am Sancho West, and this is where the action is going to start heating up. Considering that we have a little bit of a delay, this is now game 3. Normally this was game 4. So we got 5 games today. Tomorrow we're going to have 7 games. And that's going to be a wrinkle, a wrench in some of our trios plans. But this trio that we're watching, Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson, I think they deal with adversity really, really well. Sometimes Mongraal, who did it solo in game 1, was huge in getting down there. But with the question is, Sundown, can they temper their temper, so to speak, and slow down these aggressive pushes? Because we saw Wolfies in that trio go down after aggressive push.
So I feel like they've done that, right? Their first game was heavily placed on base, and then the second one they were able to ride it out to what was more of a traditional victory royale from them. And I would say the key is, you said they were good against adversity. I would actually say they're awful against a very specific type of adversity. When Mongraal goes down early, this trio goes from being one of the best in the world to like a subpar kind of like tier 1 EU trio. And that's not saying that Tayson and Mitro are that in and of themselves, but what Mongraal enables them to do, both from his eliminations and his clutch factor in the late game opportunity, it feels like he's the glue that really keeps them going. And even a little bit more so, it might be the added mental that when he's out, he's a little bit more of a detracting factor from the situation, as opposed to the other two end up staying pretty positive.
And I gotta say, something special about this combination of Sancho, Sundown, and Sancho. Right now, our picks are sitting pretty at first and second place, Sundown. I don't know what it is, you know? All these analysts like Reese and Shio, hey, we're right here sitting pretty right now so far in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, but it's a long competition, man.
True.
We are 2 out of 12 games in, and I don't want to knock Reese yet because he seems to always have a way of just cheekily sneaking in there. Particularly, always has a strong day too. His team has a strong day too. But I think the basis around these two teams in particular and what we've seen from the first 2 games is how valuable those top 3 in the late placements really are in adding up, and the fact that you're just able to get there and add those points on top of them. Even if you're not able to execute the victory royale, you're going to climb up the standings. Then, if you have the ability to execute and get the 5 points that comes with the win, and generally you'll get 1 or 2 elims on top of it. So most often, a win in and of itself is a 7-point swing, like we just saw with Mongraal and Co. First place now.
Analex's trio is sitting in 3rd place. Analex being a duos champion, Giannis being the solos champion. all coming together to look for that trio championship. And they had some strong showings, a little bit of stumble in the qualifiers. Now they're trying to find their footing. They did really well in heats, but here we go, grand finals time, and they're in third place.
And that was largely because, and Reese talked about this, that's his current prediction. Also, he's sitting at third, so 1, 2, 3 for the predictions. Not too bad going on
not
there.
too bad for us.
But a big thing, and he stressed this about this pick, is the reason why he didn't go with them before was because they were contested. And they don't do well when they're contested. They have a tough time getting off them. However, now in the finals, nobody else is fighting them, which makes them just that much more dangerous. And we've seen time and time again, Andalex in particular, if he has the ability and gets a little bit of room, he can go off. And then Squeeze really showed a lot of improvement during the solos competition, both the invitational and regular FNCS.
It's because 4ZR's trio, who traditionally land there at Sweaty Sands, did not qualify for the grand finals. They tried to qual in the wild card, went down to a duo and a trio. Nate was doing his best to hold on as much as possible. Almost fell short, came into top 3 in that wild card match. But here he is, Heatsy, Steelies, and Snag, who were kind of an underdog going in, overcoming their region in the heats, and they had the first place finish. And we have to keep an eye on this trio because they could, oh my goodness, the boat. Hello, that's a land speeder snipe right then and there from Heatsy, and they're vibing out right there. What a nice snipe. Woo! And they're just going to keep going. Might as well keep shooting.
They're trying to do the NRG Ronaldo special where you're traveling in the car, look out the side, and just throw a little sniper bullet that way. Amplify, making sure he caught that one with his entire teeth. He's going to be able to get picked up, but that's a nice little bonus on the Storm Surge there. And you can see this is going to be a big Storm Surge game. Again, if you're unfamiliar with Storm Surge coming through, that's 25 damage every 10 seconds to the most passive trios. As no, Amplify ended up getting cleaned up. So the snipe, somebody else was nearby. They were bogged down in a fight themselves. It's just going to be Matzo and Centric ADN having to deal with that. So tough loss going over there, but a good point coming through, and ooh, it was a little bit beneficial for Matzo there, not losing the fall damage immunity from hitting the tree. That could have been absolutely disastrous, as we're going to flick on over here to another fight. That's actually Andalex and Co. going up against Blaster Alpha and Nikov. Nikov getting knocked there as actions continuing on the top right part of your screen. You see Janice and Squeeze putting the pressure down there, trying to keep the pincer. You can see the rest of the lobby kind of just floating around, trying to fight for space right now.
And the looming danger of Coral Castle out there on the left side of your screen. If it goes into a nautical area, we're going to see a lot of nautical warfare kind of breaking out. Already getting shots from boats and snipes. And let's see if our top placement here is this another pick right there on the bottom right of your screen of Anas, Flick, and Thomas HD. But the story is Matzo, ADN, and Amplify dealing with the action of getting sniped from a boat. How can you predict that? You don't. And now they're going to be on the reactionary tail to try to stabilize as much as possible. And they do have those moments, but their neighbors are dangerous. And another dangerous trio who tend to put really back-to-back, strong, string-together performances is Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel. And this is where they usually heat up at this part of the competition. They do really well, and they catch Milan. Milan, you just got beamed. He was walking out the front door, and he gets hit with the clown emote. Oh, my goodness. They're feeling it, Sundown. They're feeling it. The swag is on for Tayson, Mitro, and Mongrel.
Yeah, he's obviously never heard of closing the gosh darn door there. It's going to get him picked up and picked out of this competition. No problem there. As they're also, I was going to say, they might have been under a little bit of threat of Storm Surge. They were only about, I think it was 112 clear before that elimination ended up coming through, and that number squeezed up higher. However, now completely clear of it, 388 above as the rest of the lobby. That's the great equalizer, and the action driven by the Storm Surge, just like that, 91 players down to 68. However, the action continues going through as Cartoon finds Nate, and Legends is going to clean up Smash Dave, a.k.a. Rojo. Mongo finding another one there onto Alexa, a.k.a. Queasy, and the eliminations continue going through, but our top trio sitting up pretty now. 3 eliminations, 52 points, plenty of shockwaves, plenty of excess shields, and I mean, you know they're happy with that.
Absolutely. Currently sitting in first place, right behind. We got a couple of Floki sitting second, and Alexis Trio in third, Flick's Trio in fourth, Benji in 5th, and Kinzel's in 6th. I mean, I was just trying to think of like what the grand final is going to look on the EU region, because so many of these trios have the ability to win. It's any given time for them. And all of a sudden we're seeing there is an elite, if that's a thing. There is a premium cream to this crop right now, and Mongo, Tayson, and Mitro are proven to be that premium cream for everybody to kind of see what they could test their mettle. And so far, everyone that's contested them have kind of fallen. The only ones that do really well is Flick and Nos and Thomas HD. They can contest, and I think it's that kind of that haymaker of hit factor that Thomas HD has with that sniper. We already saw him that he kind of almost messed up Mongrel when he gets sniped at that height in game 2. They were able to recover from that, I believe, and it was just showing you how dangerous Thomas HG can be on the rest of the lobby.
Vidil just cleaned up Floki and Co. Those were full eliminations coming out, so Vidil making it off of his initial drop. It took him 3 games, but now they're going through and beginning to scythe the fields, collect the grain and the bounty, and the first one to fall is that second place team currently going down. But on the other side of that Flick, Anaxa's swift revenge, and Vidil falls back to him. Some good pressure coming through, and this is when Flick does all of his work. We've talked about it time and time again, how Thomas and Anas are the strong ones, and Flick always seems to go down. Well, that's because he accounts for 75% of their eliminations in the pre-zone 5 phase. He's the one who's going through and taking those early box-to-box fights, and he might trade out, but it sets Thomas and Anas up to do more in the late game.
It's like he's a starting pitcher for American baseball, and then you have great closers out there and Thomas HD and Anas. But the games are still going. We are just in the opening throes of the grand finals. This is game 3. We got about 2 more after this. We're going to take a break, a whole day's break, and come pick it back up for day 2 with 7 games. But that doesn't mean the FNCS Trios competition is going to go on a break. We still got NA East, and we have that amazing wild card game coming through, and that's going to be fun. If you missed out on EU, check out the VOD reviews, check out all those awesomeness. It was crazy to see how it go back into the old school days of all being a victory royale. But here right now in the grand finals, it's about your elims, it's about your placements, and it's about the great consistency factor. And the question mark already, Wolfie, CRR, and Kinzel did not have that consistency in game 2. They took an early engagement and paid the price, and they're looking like the exact summer fringe as ADN Wolfies gets right in that box where the ADN pepperfied. This unbelievable Wolfies just could just blaze it right in with those pepper power.
The pepper popped, gave him some plentiful points there, and it was ADN going down just outside of the range. A nice little body shot coming through as well onto another Train H trio there. That's Skype, Falconly, and Yagsuo. Going to be pushed back a little bit. However, the Wolfies Kinzel trio has 0, and I mean 0 excess shields. They have no minis, nothing to end up popping here. So it's going to be a little bit of a difficult fight. They're going to have to take somebody down very quickly and then either throw them back or get the insta finish. Storm Surge turns off there as we have 50 players remaining, and we're transitioning now into kind of that final mid-game circle. We'll have circle number 5, the half in, half out, and then it's all moving zones from there.
And this trio that we're watching here has 4 elims, but look at the loadout here at the bottom, peppermints. That is the ability to have that pepper power, that instant movement speed, and that's going to give you a lot of movement and ability. We just saw an example of the Wolfies, and he was just able to surprise someone who just had an open edit, who didn't close that door in the backside, and they paid the price. So pay attention to that. They do have a shockwave as well. There's different ways to take height. Crash pads, bouncers. Yes, shockwaves is going to be the greatest way considering that they're so rare, but an old school ramp rush with a pepper is an option. We did see that as well from Giannis's trio, who did a old school 3 metal ramp rush and overtook it and did a lot of connections. Tayson, Mitro, or Mongrel are trying to connect their game 2 pop-off, and if they have back-to-back pop-offs here, that's going to be a big-time lead on the rest of the lobby, Sundown.
Yeah, they're going to be able to open up a huge lead, but right now a long distance pull and a lot of triangles between them and their destination. You can see placement points about to start coming through as we have our top 18, but this is when Mongo can be the most dangerous coming through, and we talked about it right away. That's Pink catching the pump shot on the other side, and that's going to signal go for them as they're going to try and get high ground, make sure they box around this. They want to clean up this trio. Already sitting on 5 eliminations, another down coming through. Can that be 6 and 7? That's Flois who gets converted on. They're trying to find the space where the revive is going. You can see him sticking it just a little bit over there on the side. They're not quite able to find it yet. They should have identified. Now they was able to rebuild, and they're refocusing their fire. There goes Mongrel to pick up the mats, and instead they're just going to regroup. So a little bit of caution coming through, but 6 points as well as the 2 for placements right now. So an 8-point performance from our Game 2 winners. Looking good.
And the feed Flick went down, and CRR got confirmed by Thomas HD. So just like clockwork, Flick going down first doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It's just that is what happens with that trio. We're taking a look at Swedes picking up an Elam as well. So here it goes, the rotation here, and I'm looking at it, they pull priority, but oh my goodness, Mongrel goes down. And we talked about the ultimate key that Mongrel is for Tayson and Mitro. Tayson and Mitro, who've done it before once, kind of capitalize and just return that favor, change the fate right then and there as Giannis goes down. Already big names are colliding so early here, and we're just getting into in-game. Zone 6 is going to go a little bit northeast here, and Andalix snagged right then and there with a big knock. He's going to get a moment to breathe and picks up Giannis, and Squeeze is there for backup.
That was a monstrous fight there from Andalix, using the wall and the ramp reset to just barely win the fight, going through there, able to also save Giannis and can make sure that they don't have to end up utilizing any of their extra heals. Giannis not necessarily having the best health, but up on top here, Safik, VP, Siberia, Jake, and Irazumi. You can actually see a crash pad taking him from top down, so they're going to opt for a little bit of pressure on the farther side. He's just going to connect the builds. They should be able to get on that crash pad and continue riding out the high ground and down coming through there onto not Hellfire. So he's going to be taken out. It looks like Pink was actually able to get picked up there as he's able to get the confirmation onto Falconly, and we're going to begin closing in on the moving zones and where you're going to see a lot more utility B-Force. They're not up necessarily high enough to control ultimate high, so anybody with a shockwave or even a bouncer crash pad combo could realistically pressure them. That's why they're trying to rain so many shots down on the secondary height right now.
Here it is. They're seeing the stronghold, and Thomas HD, who's always so dangerous to overtake, goes down. So that's going to be a big pickup, and that's going to be a huge way to maintain the height. If you take out those trios that tend to go for height late, go for those retakes. That's going to be a strong opportunity for you to walk away with the Victory Royale. Cybercade and Co are looking good right now as we're seeing that the elevations go down further. Now we see the great split in layers. Low ground, mid ground, and height. Mitro and Tayson using their big closer in Mongrel, who accrues so much of their eliminations at in-game. They're going to have to do it as a duo in a trio. We've seen it happen before, but Mitro and Mongrel and Tayson, they're going to have a strong opportunity to kind of get the string together those great games, but it's all up to Tayson and Mitro. And taking a look at their kit, it's looking really good, but the builds are suffering considering that they're on soft mats.
Yeah, they need to find a refresher, but the zone going back, and right as I say it, Mitro finds Uganza peeking out there. Yesterday it was Tayson going down early, and Mongo and Mitro who were able to just clutch it out for a huge W. You can see right now in the top right, Hendeceptos and Co trying to finish that. Actually now, as we switch to the 3-box, you have Andalex in our top right-hand corner there. Reese's pick in the bottom right-hand corner. Tayson, Mitro trying to come through, push forward, do their best on the low ground, and then on the wide, up on the high ground, Razumi, Safik, and Siberia Jake, but the challenge comes out. That's Hen going up Deceptos with him, but a little bit of separation going through. 2 bouncers used by Deceptos to go up. Patrick also lagging behind. That's the fight up on the high ground. Mitro in the lower right-hand corner, trying to find a little bit of space right now. Andalex also with the pepper going, has a really good layer and not contested, so we're just trying to see who's going to be able to continue the rotation as Doko lands directly on title of Noof's head. Is going to be able to find that one. The high ground fight still going out. It's crash pads and bounces galore as Hen hits 2, falls onto a layer, but it's still Patrick there. Deceptos finally goes down on the high ground of Siberia Jake, drops down to get the confirmation, but Razumi goes down to Hen, and Hen picks up 2 on the high ground. He's going to have the control there, but they're using so many of their resources that I don't think there's any possible way Hen's going to be able to ride this one out as Mitro picks up an Elim on the low ground, but Tayson goes out, and now Mitro goes up with the shockwave, crash pads himself back in, and now he's up on the high ground with a huge 100 into a 104, and Mitro in the bottom right-hand corner has sole control of high ground as a solo.
Oh my goodness, Mitro, you madman. You have height right now, and the world is your oyster. What an unbelievable play to take it. But it's now
No way!
What? No way! With the big time knock, Mitro is cooking up here, and we're getting into the final moments. A top 2 situation. Andelix, Giannis, and Duck on top X Squeeze are going to have to hold on as Mitro does go down. It's a strong opportunity for this. They're in the top 3 so far in the leaderboard, and now they're going to look for a great victory royale. We're in the last moments, and down he goes. But what a great performance all around from Slick and Mitro with some highlight moments. But the day this game, it goes to Giannis, Andelix, and X Squeeze, really rocking it down low there, Sundown, and able to take away that victory royale. You mentioned it. You broke it all down. It was that fight for height that exhausted, that did not allow height to hold on and maintain, and that gave a strong opportunity for the low ground to take away that victory royale.
Yeah, and you can see right there at the end all of the bouncers that were placed on height.
Yeah.
It wasn't even shockwaves. It was crash pads and the last little bits to try and get above it. But, man, I want to see that individual run from Mitro. It felt like he just racked off back to back to back. I think that was 5 straight eliminations there. However, the Reese Hub pick or the Shio Hub, whatever we're calling him today, his predictions don't change regardless. He's no chameleon there. 40 points, 15 eliminations in the victory royale there, marking the quarter way through mark. We're going to toss it back on over to Zeke, Shio, and Shio or Reese, whatever. Take it away.
Reese, they don't even know your name. What in the world? It's Riso Wager. Get it right, Sundown.
Riso Wager, Shio Hub, combine them whatever way you want. I'm still picking that first team. Let's go.
Dude, that game was absolutely incredible. Just like the craziest of props to Mitro, like when he gets knocked down and before hitting down, crashes back up to high ground. We're literally losing our minds here as we're watching. Like, oh my gosh. That is what it takes, man. These are the runs we like to see. Let's take a look at the standings and to get that big picture as to what we're taking a look at, because there's a lot to break down here. But overall, your previous FNCS Duo Champion, Andelix. You've got Janice, your FNCS Invitational Champion. You got X-Squeeze, a.k.a. Duck on top, holding down the fort. These guys currently holding down that #1 spot. But an incredible run from Mitro there is going to solidify them as a second-place team right now.
Yeah, Mitro like a rubber band from height to low, back to height with the pump, but eventually that band snapped as you could not have enough control in that game. Still their second place overall. Now the point gap is starting to get a little bit wider from first to second, and especially there from second all the way to third. It'll be even harder for these top teams to catch up at this early on in this day.
Yeah, you know, we had a really big start from Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR in Game 1 with that first Victory Royale. Then obviously we watched them not perform as well in #2. And then in game #3, they get 10th with 4 eliminations. So, you know, their games so far kind of all a bit over the place. We're going to need to see if they kind of catch that up. Moving on to our second page, our 6th to 10th place teams. Benji, Mr. Savage, and Lecce in 7th currently. These guys, you know, started off the day also pretty good. They were just in 5th before this. And then unfortunately got 0 points. We're being eliminated off spawn in Doom's Domain right off the bat. So no points there. So again, these guys are going to have to kind of turn that round if they want to keep climbing up the ladder.
And no points there means Safiq, Siberia, Jake, and Razumi can get all the way up to 8th. Tie with them. One less Elam, but their placements are looking better because they got to make that last end game. Cannot ignore Raxo at 6 either. He's very close to that top 5 slot as well in terms of points. Past that, from 11th to 15th, it's looking slightly the same. We're already seeing patterns people kind of being stuck already in the quicksand of these trios who are all trying to elevate their points from the 20/30 slot all the way up to 40. So we'll see if that is possible. But the one team I'm looking for over here right now on this page is Nate Rojo and Bobo Exalti all the way there at 13th. The wildcard team looking pretty good with some nice performances, 24 points overall so far.
You know, and they're not known for their high eliminations, but the game previous, they did manage to get 8 elims and come 11th. You know, these guys are known for picking good placements in terms of their actual, each individual match. 11th, 11th, 28th so far. So slowing down a little bit. If they manage to get a little bit more consistent placements with the eliminations that they're getting, these guys are definitely going to move up the leaderboards a little bit more.
Yeah, from 16th to 20th, we have a lot of teams here who had a good one-off performance in the game prior. Vettel, iDrop, and Sursix surviving low. I believe in game #2 that we were watching, Blaster with some sick 220 pumps back-to-back, taking out Vettel in that same game. So we'll see if these guys at the bottom side can now find consistency and bring it back in this back half of EU that we're watching on day #1.
With 2 games left, man, you gotta applaud the performance here out of the trio that walks away with the Victory Royale. Janice, I mean, they executed so well, just having a firm understanding of their layer, understanding when they needed to move, and understanding when they needed to back off. I mean, guys, talk us through this last game.
Talk you through that last game from Genesis POV, but also how Mitro got to be able to be in that position to get those big highlight plays possible. There was one key player who had 2 shockwaves that changed the way height actually worked, and we'll get to him in just a second. But Andalex, Janus, and X Squeeze all the way there on low, because of all the distractions on height, as Sancho and Sundown mentioned, just got so much free room, so much free time to focus up and shoot up fire.
And they already had 14 eliminations into this point. This team is known as a very dominant low ground team. They also kind of actually are quite aggressive in their mid game as well, unlike some of the other teams that we've been seeing, taking fights on the dead side of the zone. And that's how they've kind of accumulated so many eliminations up to this point. Amazing box fires, consistently managing to get eliminations at that end game.
And here's Safik, the one man who basically made what Mitro's play actually did possible. He shockwave up, actually bringing Hen down, which allowed Mitro to get all the way up and take the shot off. After that, shockwave again, breaking 2 people all the way down, getting Mitro in the same box for a 220. But because of all that shockwave chaos, Mitro could not survive, and more teams opened up sight lines because of Safik and got a chance to get shots off on Mitro. Past that, towards the very end, a shockwave play was possible, but Andalex was actually outside the zone, expecting something crazy to go down, and because of that was able to land that shot. SLQ, or Sick over here, was easily kind of the MVP in terms of the brain cranial decision making, staying on top of a tree, using floppers, and clinching second all the way towards the very back half of that game.
Yeah, let's be real, there's no way you clutch up that Victory Royale at that point unless you had a shockwave to blow those guys out into the zone and you have those white heals to consistently out heal it. But 3 players still alive in Andalex, Janus, and X Squeeze. These guys are just gonna beat you in 3v1. You know, they're so good, they're so down with their strategies. They have all 3 together still alive in that end game. It's gonna be very difficult for anyone to kind of counter that, and that's why they've picked up that huge Victory Royale.
Hey, I love the breakdown, boys. And guess what? I got a gift for you. It's time to head back into game. That's right. We are back into the action. We're going into game number 4 on the day. So let's kick it back over to the casters because we have more action on deck. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Reese. A phenomenal job breaking down all that chaos that went down in game 3, but it is time for game 4. We only got 2 more opportunities for the day, and then tomorrow we have 7. And this is looking like a centralized zone. I am Sancho West alongside Sundown. And Sundown, so far, man, the predictions are kind of reigning true. We all kind of had like a moment when we had to pick the wild card, but so far, our grand finals predictions are holding on tight.
I mean, I'm okay with my wildcard selection. They got 3rd. It was a tough run for them. I mean, they don't end up winning the games, but I'll take the points where I can get them. I think the thing right now to notice is because of the influx of points at the top, particularly Andalex, Janus, and X Squeeze, aka Duck on top, and then Mongrel, Mitro, and Tayson, they've eaten up 150 of the available points so far. So they're ended up coming through, each team averaging about 25 points, a little bit more per of these 3 games. What that means is basically everyone else who's left 3 through 33 is so incredibly close. Now, the key thing to note then is these 2 teams have a lead. From on this point on, looking back, it's about whether or not they can just not have, they can even afford to have 1 bad game. It's just not a string of bad games. All of a sudden, if you find yourself having 1 or 2 0-point games, you really need to tighten up and at least get a couple points in there, because right now, they're 32 points clear of the rest of the field, and that's 2nd to 3rd, whereas our top trio is 38 points clear.
Like my boy Monster D-Face said, you need good 4 out of the 6 games to be able to put yourself in the running. And so far, Giannis's, X Squeeze, and Andalex are putting together a nice string of games. We're going to try to keep an eye on this trio to see if they're going to keep up. This is the EU Grand Finals, and this is our first and this is our 2nd place team sitting with 76 points going into this matchup. So far, the Victory Royales are going to 1 and 2, and the 4th place is Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR. And it just shows you the goose egg or the 0 points that you talked about, Sundown, that really hurt Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR in their match when they went down really early in game 2.
And that also hurts Solari, Floki, Rams, Clement, and Nakos as well. They've been having a really high average placement. But if we're looking at the average placement of the top 2 teams right now, Andalex, Giannis, and X squeezed 2.33 over the 3 matches. Mongo, Mitro, and Tayson, 3.67. So both of these guys are frequently getting into that top 3 threshold.
And you got to, you mentioned it already, the points will be eaten up by the people at top, and that's not going to be a knock against all the fantastic trios that we have in this region. It's just a matter when you have these set lobbies, it's just so tough to accrue points because there's not going to be a lot to go around. Safik, Rezi, and Siberia Jake were able to kind of get a little bump in the leaderboard because they were there at the end, at the high ground. But it was just so chaotic and so crazy because we had about 3 trios contesting. You had Mitro contesting as a solo. You have Hen Patrick trio as well that they were contesting, and we haven't talked about that trio of Hen, Patrick, and Deceptos. They're a little bit struggling, looking for their footing, but that trio was so hot going into these grand finals.
Yeah, they played very well in their heats, able to win 3 of the games coming through there, 3 out of 12, but nice little ambush coming out here from Safik over at the Shark. A good rotation coming through and immediately going to box the player out, probably opt for a quick shakedown and try and get as much of that Storm Surge damage as possible in no rush to get the conversion over here. But instead, actually just going to take down Antarak. And Antarak and his team was the one who kind of relied on that cheeky little play there from Sick at the end, hopping into the tree, just kind of using the natural island itself to eke out the extra placement points, but it ended up being a relatively massive swing for them. However, Safik going to find Slazy there. It's all going to be on the back of Sick again, and this time no trees to hide in there. Safik's pump cleaning that one up. 3 clean elims from him.
Up on the high ground, Safik sits feeling really good right now, considering those are those scary moments. We're talking about Halloween that you kind of have to avoid. Going down so early in the second game and those big, huge momentums, second place, and then getting out in the 30 placements are the ones that are really going to affect you. And those are the ones that are really going to test your mettle. And they're going to test your mental as well. As Floki and the trio, like you mentioned, they had a test because they went down a little bit earlier ago.
That's something they don't do very well, right? As soon as one of them ends up getting taken out, it's very difficult for this trio. They're known particular for their versatile ability to get into the late game and then play from every side of kind of the positioning, right? They're looking to either try and go over to the left-hand side or the right-hand side.
And here it is. Look at the stat. On average, Floki's trio's first elim comes 8 minutes into the game. And throughout the qualifiers, they had an average of 5 elims. And already, this trio is averaging 5 elims. And they average placements of 10th place. So they're holding on tight. And we're going to take a look at as well as their performance. I'm seeing right here, they have 15 elims so far in the grand finals. That is such a strong showing considering that second and first have more. Mitro's trio has 24 elims. Andalex Giannis has 23 elims. So this is one of those slayer trios out there in the lobby, and they're taking away a lot of valuable points and at the same time eating up resources as they're already picking a fight with Videl's trio.
And you can see now we're going to switch on over Anas Thomas HD and Flick currently sitting on 40 points of solid performances out of them so far today, but still haven't quite necessarily seen that big highlight reel moment that we're used to from them, kind of the big push into that top 1, 2, 3. However, doing it decently in terms of the eliminations coming through as well, currently sitting in 5th place. So in kind of that horde, that group of players in between 3rd and 9th are separated by just 11 points right now. So still plenty of opportunity to be able to climb that leaderboard.
And it's these secondary POIs where we're watching in heats. We've been seeing like these skirmishes, these engagements break out here in Lazy Lake, and this engagement right here has been so dangerous, and these are the kind of engagements you want to avoid. There's a reason why the people are on top of the leaderboard. It's because they're getting to in-game and getting those placement points, and Clement, oh my goodness, what a clash at the top of Anas, just barrel stuffing right then and there Clement and getting a big-time confirmation. That's going to be huge because that is the top of the board clashing together.
Yeah, and that's that legendary SMG. If it's able to get on top of you, we've talked about it generally, you don't see it carried as much in favor of other utility, but because of that, if you're able to get box to box with it, it's very hard to deal with that pressure. Most players used to having an AR, and the legendary tactical SMG will chew through that damage. So you can see there Clement being taken off a little bit early, so Kha'Zix and Nakos are going to rotate late behind it. You can see 78 players have gone down already, so a little bit more of an aggressive game than we've seen to start the day. And Thomas and Co. right now still just looking to see where that duo comes out, because you can assume there is a reboot van over there. They're probably going to look to grab Clement's card and grab a reboot, which to me indicates Flickanos and Thomas want to wait for that trio to come out and see if they can't punish for all three. Make it a 4-point swing. 4 points off of a trio in terms of eliminations. Hey, I'll take that.
Absolutely. As you're seeing the feed, Savage picking up a pick on Jaspe. So those qualifiers butting heads are now making an appearance here in the grand finals. And I got to tip the hat to Thomas HD. They were landing Dirty Dogs successfully. They realized Vorox is in the grand finals as well, that trio. So they decided to back off and retreat, going down to Retail Row. The change of adjustments, we're seeing that can be a big factor here. And now we're on board with Kenzel, with more than 35% of Kenzel's trios elims occur during Storm Surge. So that's going to be in zone 3, 5, and 7. That is when we see a spike in the graphs when it comes to elims, especially in-game. That is when you're going to rack up the most. But it looks like Kenzel, CR, and Wolfies have the ability to kind of find the players and the trios that are being a little bit erratic and capitalize on that Storm Surge pressure.
So it means either one of two things. It means either, one, they have Storm Surge pressure on them, and they have to go and be the aggressive ones. I don't think that's generally the case, given how aggressive we've seen them play. In more circumstances, especially when I've watched the scrims and the practice and some of the other tournaments these guys have done, they tend to go hunting. They tend to look for those giant purple lightning bolts in the sky, and they're like, hey, Storm Surge is over there. We know we're getting some extra damage here. And right now you can see there was a reboot that came through right now, and there's actually Clement hiding under the stairs. It's Vidil who's going to find him there. He says, give me them toes, and Clement going to be taken
the
down
fire
there.
trap.
So, yeah, a little bit of a fire trap thrown out there as well. However, not enough damage coming through to Clement to really be anything meaningful outside of forcing. Actually, Vidil could end up taking down here. He has the 2 bandages. It's going to be a long zone. He'll end up being safe. It's just going to be really frustrating for him. They are well above Storm Surge, and there's a campfire here as well. So pop a bandage, get the campfire in there. No worries about the math. They're going to be able to heal right on through this.
And this trio in the Heats kind of just all of a sudden turned up, and they just became Slayers. So they're all rocking that Travis Scott outfit. They're going to try to go full sicko mode here very soon. And first, Roki and the kind of Vidil, they kind of came out of nowhere, and they started pushing people around at the very tail end of their heat. They literally dropped in the Dirty Dogs area to try to test Thomas HD, and they were able to overcome them. And they took out a lot of big names in the heat. They did really well. To come into second place or a top finish in Heat 1, as we labeled as the nightmare before Grands, was a kind of big statement. But right now, so far in the Grand Finals itself, we've been seeing Vidil and Kyle and Vesroki going down very early in the mid-game.
And Vidil 110% just pulled the legendary pump there off of one of the fishing spots that they were just happening to hit nearby. You could see kind of that goldish little sheen in the pump shotgun go right in the inventory. But now we're going to hop on board here with what was one of the most 2 consistent trios in the entirety of the FNCS during the qualifier rounds, sitting on a measly 6 points so far through the first 3 games. So tough day for AD and Mapso and Amplify, not getting the start they necessarily want out of kind of that Ruins Risky Real split, but trying to kind of change their stars and get some aggressive push right here, as they're only 8 damage above that Storm Surge threshold, and they know that's going to come knocking sooner rather than later.
It's just showing you 2 different sides of the coin. They are currently in 28th place. Only the 2 trios, like you mentioned, all coming in through in those qualifying rounds. And to be on the other side of it is Mongrel's trio, who's sitting at the 2nd place. So that's just seeing, man. It's just a matter of just trying to find your footing. And Amplify, Idiot, and Matzo, we already mentioned, they kind of have interesting comms. And who knows, maybe when the pressure is at an all-time high, those comms kind of fall apart. But Amplify going in with a nice kind of Metro Classic, gets in right in Nikov. Nikov gets taken, and that is a 2-piece right there for Amplify, getting Bastard and Nikov. So that's going to be another big pickup and one of the hottest teams going into the grand finals, considering that Nikov's trio needed a big-time game just to get in that top 8. So we're seeing a lot of fates colliding, a lot of stars colliding, but we need to find out who's going to be the shooting star to break that mold and get themselves into that top of the board, because already, Sundown, the top of the board already has a huge lead at the moment.
And we all know that Axe the Champion is all that glitters, that's gold, and everything that they want for that. Right now, the 3 eliminations, hopefully it'll be enough to get this trio rolling. There's somebody who very much so needs to feel like they're able to fight, needs to feel like they're able to get the tags. If they're not feeling confident, it makes it really difficult for these center drops to then go out and find the fights, because otherwise you're just kind of passively rotating. But you can see right now, if they go and rotate to zone, they have a straight shot, but if they don't go early and they're popping the peppers and trying to get out, it's going to take them a little while. There's a team on their back and a number of teams over to the eastern side, and ADN needs to be careful because there's also one team who just came out of the Storm left. I think that was an Otter World player just on the backside. Storm Surge about to turn off here as one more player will fall down, and we'll have our top 70.
And there he is. There's that Auto World player there sitting in the backside. I think that may have been an Ovation player trying to sneak on away. Solos and duos still holding on tight. If you're a solo player out there in this match, you could still get points. We already saw Mongrel do it. We've been seeing the clutches of having to be able to hold on. Mitro did it, and that is why they're sitting so high on the board, considering they got a victory royale. But you're going to have to find a way to clutch, and Nakos goes down, and Floki goes down. So that is not going to be a clutch moment for that trio, and that's going to be a couple of games right there, a little slip up in their climb on that leaderboard. And now we're going to see a shake up top, considering they're sitting in 3rd place. So we got to see if any of someone on that trio is holding on tight. But it is ADN, Umpify, and Matzo who are trying to turn it around here.
Now, we saw Clement get cleaned up under the stairs, trying to be the person just hiding there, but he's going to get cleaned up, not going to end up being the chosen one in the end there. It was all a dream for him, as the trio will now go down twice, and that's a problem when kind of you focus on those consistency-based points. Like, yes, those first 2 matches, you feel great. You're pushing into those high placement thresholds, but then all of a sudden you drop. And it's like,
Right.
oh, okay, next game. But then all of a sudden, Clement gets picked off by just an absolutely absurd snipe. They end up
Right.
pushing through, trying to get, like, the pressure coming on in that ambush. The fact that he was just knocked out there, they get the reboot, and now 2 games in a row falling so early, it makes it incredibly difficult. You can see Skype up in the Elam feed, trading shots back over to Vadil, so his tough day is going to continue. However, hopping on board here with Savage, Lecce, and Benji, who have done much better in terms of that early start and getting on the board. We still want to see kind of that key pivot game from them where they're able to really take over control, but until that point, we'll take whatever points we can get from that trio.
You got to keep an eye on Benji's trio, because this is where they pivot. It is usually in the last couple of games of the day, and we got 2 more left. This is one of them right here, right now. We have 5 games here in day 1. Tomorrow we're going to have 7 games. We had a little bit of adjustment that's going to give you guys and gals out there, the Bonesies and the Jonesies of the world, an opportunity to catch the NA East wild card, and you've never seen anything like that. What a great appetizer to the NA East Grand Finals, called by Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics, and some big tags we just flew on over, and the lobby focus is going to be on that trio as they're in danger with a lot of white tags. But here it is, Savage, Lecce, and Benji, who are currently sitting in 7th place with an opportunity as they're going to get some nice, easy elims right now with these beams.
And this is the benefit and something we've seen particularly about the very top-end trios, and it's something that Mitro, Mongrel, and Tayson do almost better than anyone else, is it's the coordinated rifle fire and being able to turn what is normally just a little bit of wall pressure into actual points and eliminations. Right now, they're going to set up that shockwave bouncer combination, a good
Clean.
job landing relatively close to each other, and instead double ramp rush right away. They're going up and above, saying, hold this, we're going to take the high ground right on the edge of the zone. They'll have the northern side priority there, and a good push coming out from Savage, Benji, and Lecce.
And we haven't seen Benji utilize the Arcane's Gauntlet at the moment. That is going to be something that you could kind of throw at builds to kind of cause a little bit destruction. I think more it's going to be used for its mobility, the ability to sit at height and not worry about any kind of fall damage capability. And also you could kind of vault back and forth. It gives you a little bit of mobility, and that mobility right there could be strong in Benji's hands. And we've been seeing Benji able to clutch it. He's going to catch someone who's going to go right into this box. It is Marine. Down goes Marine. He's going to get thrown into the box and get siphoned right up and loot vacuum right into Benji as he absorbs that one. So this is going to be a strong start for this trio. As we're taking a look here, we're about the closing moments here of Zone 4. We're going to get to Zone 5, the half in and half out. And already Benji, Savage, and Lecce invested in so much in this high ground. And they didn't actually, you know, since they capped on somebody, it's going to be a strong opportunity because they have a lot of mats.
And we also saw Tayson take out a Nos there in elimination feed, just knocking down one of the clutch factors there for
Here it
that
is.
trio. It's all going to be on Flick and Thomas to make sure they execute here in the end game. And right now we can see That 5th zone is coming out, so everyone, if you're on height, just trying to make sure you build up a little bit more, waiting to see where the priority hops onto. We're going to hop on board here with our number 1 team who's under a little bit of pressure, but more importantly, they're the 2 under Storm Surge. So right-hand side, you see that damage coming down, that 25 every second, but the 2 headshots coming through there from Duck on top being everything they need. That's going to shift that Storm Surge threshold to somebody else, so the shots are going to come through, but that could have been the difference, and we talk about it, how sometimes every little bit matters. Those 2 single medium bullets pushing them above the threshold when they had no extra utility and were burning through the last of their minis as a duo on the side will be what rescues them from the jaws of defeat. So a monstrous play there. And hey, shout outs to the observers for catching that moment, because that was huge. So we're going to hop on board here with Hen, Patrick, and Deceptos as they begin the rotation to the northern pull of the zone. That is where Benji and Co. had boxed up, so you can see them up on height trying to rain shots down. Wildcard winner and World Cup runner-up Smash Dave, aka Rojo, falling there as Storm Surge will turn off. We have our top 19 trios, top 50 remaining players, and we're into the placement points and signaling the transition into our moving zones.
And look at that hold right now at height. Benji, Savage are going to be able to do a lot, but look right down below. We know second height has a strong opportunity to take height, and Tayson's inventory has the shockwave, and they're going to go ahead and gatekeep and take a lot of opportunities to get easy picks. Once they see a fresh build, they're going to zone on in, and just like Sundown pointed out, the ability to triple beam someone just creates so much pressure. They shoot walls, they shoot cones, they do all they can to get easy ones, and Mitro picks up a knock right there on Heatsy. So this is a strong opportunity for Tayson, and we see this, it's like almost like deja vu as Tayson does get cracked. It's deja vu because before we had Mitro and Mongrel in this situation, they were able to take height with just 1 shockwave. So watch out, this is going to be a strong trio going forward, but you do know who's at height. It is Savage, Lecce, and Benji, and already Benji now utilizing Victor Von Doom's Arcane Gauntlets, and he's just going to cause so much problems for people who are in shambles and using all their fresh builds.
Yeah, and you can see right now just trying to utilize the side priority pressure. They did pull priority on zone as well. So you're going to see first shockwave out. He's going to build up on the other side, and then they're going to connect with him. Boom, right on over there. Good job making sure they were there. Now they're going to be ahead of everyone else. Finds a 52 damage headshot, but also note right now, well above Storm Surge threshold, and we're into the placement point. So every time a trio goes down, additional points will come through. Bouncer Shockwave trying to get ahead of them, but Savage has already spread out. Shout out to Reese, kind of showing how the high ground takes a go out, and the fact Zayt and Saf kind of really starting off the multiple edge. Well, Benji and Savage showing a great example of it here. You can see Lecce bringing up the rear, Benji working the in-between, and Savage being the one to connect. Then they use shockwaves and whatever utility necessary to leapfrog across, as Skype is going to have some Train H on Train H crime there. Amplify eats a huge shot and goes down. Patrick also falling to Mongo as we have our top 15 trios. 37 players left. 7 need to go down before Storm Surge will turn off, but there's plenty of chaos going down the low ground to make that happen.
And look at that. The high ground is pushing CRR trios down, and they were getting right into Mongrel's and Mitro's area. And that is the power of height. But now we're going to take a look at the chaos that's happening in the mid ground. You see so much utilities, crash passes, all the layer changes, all this kind of chaos. And like you said, you could hold on to it. You could be very creative and getting a lot of elims, but it's going to be so dangerous because at a moment notice, as we see Mitro picking up a kill on Kenzel with a big-time elimination, you're going to see this chaos here unfold. You got to have your head on a swivel. You have to make sure that no one edits you down, and that is the danger of it. But they're going to try to stay as close as possible to low ground to have this max output capability.
Antique, one of the DreamHack winners, World Cup qualified players, one of the stars who doesn't really get enough credit, is on the low ground here. Cub X-Men as well with him. Seti on the front side. Plenty of room to be made as they find a big down across the side for Wixie. Mongo still on his feet, but Mitro has been taken down, so it's all going to be the Mongo and Tayson show. But again, we talk about that trio. All that matters is Mongo has his feet planted on the ground. Good conversion there onto the down they had before, into the Harpoon, and Cub doing a fantastic job making sure he's prioritizing getting the mats, ammunition, and upgrade weapon there. Good job using that utility as they're going to stay ahead of the zone. 8 eliminations so far. Top 6 trios, 13 players remaining.
We're seeing some textbook mid-ground plays, the front side, the back side, the support player, all working. Cooler ZQ gets knocked right then and there, and look at it. This is where they say the low ground and mid-ground, they get a lot of elan points, and they get a lot of placement points if you play together on the same page. You could imagine the comms in their head all going back and forth, opening up edits, working as a unit right there. Teak is on the backside, gets Nate trying to get in, and the reason why that backside is going to be so strong is a lot of players are dealing with that storm, pushing them closer and closer, and that's going to go right into the arms of Teak's trio. And that Teak trio has so much real estate. They control a lot of builds. They just have to be sure that the people on the low ground don't have to deal with it. But at the same time, with a change of elevation, they become the second from height. And that is what Lecce, Benji, and Mr. Savage are going to put that pressure. But oh no, they jumped down a little too early. This could be dangerous here. And oh my goodness, Lecce with the clutch shotgun pump gets the knockdown and confirm on Teak.
Finds the 180, then or finds the 200, then finds the 180 onto Cub there, but it's all going to come down to him. Shockwave up onto the high ground, finds the first pump, can't find the spray afterward, catches himself, but he has zero math. He has to find a conversion. He has the 4 chug splashes though. It's a 1v1 v2. Lecce goes look at it, he finds it, he gets the siphon in the back of the zone, still has 4 more chug splashes. He's going to be able to walk out, but he knows he has time. Spray coming through, and it's a 1v2. Lecce trying to hold it off, but right now from the low ground, BDS and Robabs trying to keep it off. Chug splash 1 out, chug splash 2 out. Does he have more? Chug splash 3 out. Bouncer back into the zone, and he gets swatted down. Nothing coming through there. ZQ, Robabs, BDS, they take match number 4 on the back of 9 eliminations. 34 points there. Brilliantly done from that.
That was a huge game 4 right now. We're going to kick it to the analyst desk, Zreek, Ryo, and Sheets to break it all down.
Sacha? You good, dog?
You okay, man?
You okay? Happy Halloween?
We're
hey,
here.
This game, though. Man, that caught me so off guard. I wasn't ready for any of that. Wow, let me think about this game. Okay. Great game of waiting there. We watched. You know, when you have 4 chug splashes and you're chilling out in zone, it's pretty apparent what you're trying to do. So I like that they applied so much pressure that they gave him no choice, but he had to try and make a play to get back in the zone. Now, taking a look at our standings overall, we got Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson still locking it up in that top spot. Andelix, Janice, X-Squeeze still holding down spot number 2. And now our top 5 are kind of solidifying themselves right now.
Yeah, and it's pretty early too, but sometimes you see this happen on day number 1. The biggest thing in terms of solidifying their spots as well is that the point gap is still the same after that last game. What that means is Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson actually got to play this game out a little bit more to increase that lead. At the same time, Andelix, Janice, and X-Squeeze, them two, having that point gap between second and Benji, Savage, Lecce, they're still on their own islands, which is very good as a setup for day number 2.
Yeah, and you know, these guys performed very, very well in the first couple games, but this game ended up going down in 13. It's only 2 eliminations. It's obviously Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson have kind of taken that lead ever since then, but Kinzel, Wolfies, and CRR brought that back up into a 4th place slot with a really good 15-point there game, securing 2 eliminations and 5th place.
Yeah, Safik, Irazumi, and then Jake are still on the outside looking in, still also making plays from that position as well, almost there in the top 4 or 5s from game to game, but just falling a little bit short. So it's still a good pedestal, it's still a good place to be in, especially if you can only improve from there in day number 2. Past that too, ZQ, Robabs, and Blackie, amazing game they just had, but this is kind of what we see from these guys. They get a VR, they get some good placements, but then end up fizzling out. There is no more room for that. You could get away with it in the qualifiers and the heats, but now it's all about shooting for the top 5, shooting for first place.
That's true, and we see a lot of teams do that very, very consistently, like you already said, in the qualifiers and in heats, and I think we're probably going to see a team or 2 do that today. 1 victory royale and not go very far with that, but a team that we saw there, which did very, very good, the Cobb, is actually our wildcard team. Nate, Bobo, and Rojo. Up into 9th now after placing 4th with 5 eliminations that game, so another very consistent game for them, climbing the leaderboards again.
And then this page, and from 11th all the way to towards the 20th page that we'll see, in just a little moment, it's also looking a little bit solidified, but at the same time, swapping back and forth. Daka was there, up now, down towards the bottom side. Hen, Deceptos, and Putric still having those issues where if it's not a game they're completely winning, they can't find enough consistency to get towards the 40-point, the 50-point mark. Right now, 27 still. It's so close between all these teams. From 28 down all the way to 23, from 60th to 20th, it is only a 5-point game.
Yeah, and Hen, Deceptos, and Putric kind of struggling a little bit with the Storm Surge today, so hopefully they're going to be trying to figure that out for the next kind of game today and then all of tomorrow's games as well, because we know this is a team who can dominate. We know this is a team who can do very, very well when they're on fire. So hopefully they'll be able to figure those Storm Surge issues out and continue on tomorrow, and then for the rest of the game today, performing very well.
That's right. We've only got one game left to go, so it's all about trying to cement yourself in a solid place, getting ready for the 7 games tomorrow. But I'd like to relive that last victory royale. What transpired there? What forced him to just run into the zone and have to make these last-second desperate plays? I mean, he did find extra chugs, but still, talk me through it.
Yeah, well, that last game, we were looking at a 2-1 split. Now there's a new theme. I would say for this game, it was the game of sprays. I'm not talking the things you put on the walls in-game. I'm talking triple beams all the way from height. Ooh. I'm talking from down below on low ground towards the end. A revengeful double spray onto Lecce, who had no room to peek in and try to take shots. We'll go back and actually review all those sprays and how they happened. But for the final moments, Blackie and Robabs, shoulder to shoulder, make sure Lecce has no room to really even bounce her towards them fast enough, and Blackie hits a nice pump shot to wrap that game up.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're seeing again from our high ground team here. Triple spray over and over and over again down. Oh my lord. The pressure that's applied to these teams under that just drains their materials and gives them no opportunities to heal. If any other team then starts to spray them from below or above, it's going to be very tough for these guys to heal at all, and they're going to be going down completely. This is another wide of the shot that we just saw there of Lecce in zone. He had a huge pop-off, picking up a ton of eliminations, but it's just not enough, right? Blackie just ramping up and picking up that massive pump shot on him to finish things off.
And he's kind of frozen in time in midair, and this gets taken out. And that room was there. Wow. That room was there because of the double spray that Blackie and Robabs ended up actually doing for about 5 seconds, breaking down all the room Lecce build with this insane pop-off run at the end, pump after pump, finding a Siphon 2. It looks so good. Look at all the builds in front of him right now. He has room on those pyramids to catch up, but that double spray chops that all down. He's forced to go back 3 different tiles, and now can only make it into the zone in time by bouncering. One last more Chug Splash. He tries it, gets fly swatted out of the air. So these guys took kind of a punishment on the entire lobby, triple spraying, not letting them really do anything or think at all. And the only idea the lobby had to kind of retaliate with was a spray as well. And they took revenge, and then Robabs ends up winning the game.
And Lecce did basically everything that he could do there. He popped off of the elims, but the pressure he was being applied from Blackie's trio was just so good that there's just nothing he could have done, and he ended up claiming a very nice second place, though.
Amen. At the end of the day, remember, we don't need the victory royale. We just need the second, a bunch of eliminations. And you know what time it is, Fortnite fam. We're on for the last game here in EU. So let's kick it back to the casters for one last time in Europe.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And for the final time today, beep, beep, the battle bus has loaded. It's dropped off its passengers, and we're on to the Chapter 2 island. As now you can see, everyone will get one last opportunity here in match number 5 on the day. Don't forget, we'll have 7 tomorrow, and the NA East wildcard match right after this before their 6 matches. My name's Sundown.
I am Sancho West, and it is time. It's going to go down right here on the west coast of the island, and that's going to be a huge benefactor from the team, the trio that's landing in sweaty sands of Yanis, Andelix, and Xweez, so expect them to do well. And already, Lecce, Benji, and Mr. Savage put together a strong game right there, getting into that 3rd spot. And we're taking a look at that. Doom's Domain was a part of that, but this is the one that walked away with the victory royale. It is BDS, ZQ, and Robaz. We're putting together a really great performance, and what a great breakdown. I'm sorry, they keep switching identities. I see Reese dressed like Shio. I don't know if it's Shio Hub or Reese Wager. It's all confusing. All I know, it is dope, and we have some amazing gameplay here today.
I knew exactly what you were saying. Anybody who's confused clearly hasn't been following the meta storylines of this
That's
season,
right.
and we need better fans going on here. But ZQ had one of the most disgusting clutches that we saw during the round 3 performance. A great individual effort coming out from him, and so far 44 on today, largely on the back kind of that low ground performance there, as they're going to roll on up to the Quinjet here, try and get control over those Stark Industry rifles. We've seen just how powerful they can be, in particular the fast first shot accuracy rate and these players' ability to apply it. That helps out with Storm Surge, helps out with wall spraying, and then also the fact that it kind of has that hip fire option to it. I mean, very versatile weapon.
When we talk about timing, they had the perfect timing to take high ground away from Benji's trio. It was just a moment. They all kind of dropped down. I mean, we had to take a look if it was a Jabin, a Chop, but they all dropped down, and all of a sudden, ZQ, BDS, and Robas, that trio was sitting up top, and before you know it, this is just a matter of maintaining height. But hey, Benji and Savage and Lechi did what they had to do in that round. They maximized their height, and they were able to put in so much elims on the entire lobby, and that right there was enabling them to get into that top 3. So that is what you got to do. Yeah, you could get height. Yes, you could get the victory royale, but if you could combine the two of getting those elims and getting that height, you're going to do really well on their leaderboard going forward. And this is the last game of the day, Sundown.
Match number 5 out of 12. We'll have 7 for you tomorrow, but right now it's about climbing your way and clawing your way up the leaderboard, and ultimately all of these teams are trying to battle for that number 1 spot. But right now, the power trio uncontested over at Stark Industries, the southern side of upstate New York. You have Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. I mean, 97 points. Granted, Andalex, Janice, and Duck on top were able to close the gap a little bit last game. There's an 8-point difference between number 1 and 2, but then after that, it's 38 points all the way down to
Huge.
Benji, Savage, and Lechi. So as we talked about before, right now, it's a battle between 3rd in the field, and then 1 and 2 are just bopping each other in the face back and forth, trying to be on the top spot. And actually, we say uncontested, but it looks like these guys cleaned up another fight here off of the start. So somebody came over and decided to give them effectively 3 more points.
And that is like the benefit, though. You know, it is so attractive to kind of drop there as well. And if you know that spot, you condition it, you come up to being the alpha of that spot, and you finish up your early contention so early, you'll be able to get those 3 elim points so vital, and those vital Storm Surge tags. And that was the question for Benji, Lechi, and Savage. They went into the heats uncontested in Doom's Domain, and they kind of struggled to trying to find the Storm Surge tags, and they couldn't find it. It took them a while to kind of adjust, but now they're being contested here in the grand finals. It's working in their benefit, and this aggression, and now they're kind of putting all the pieces together, and it was some nice beans from Benji, and they got the pedal to the metal. They're going all in right here, Sundown.
Well, it's interesting, too, because there was a second team there as well, so they're trying to resolve this fight as fast as possible, because you saw them throwing some more shots towards the northern side, and right now, Lechi able to convert on the down onto Mirza, burning plenty of their utility right here to try and close this fight out. You can see that he's trying to throw him away and just disengage from the situation, but Benji using all of his crash pads to get to the front side. I was just in awe, absolute awe of the AR tracking from Benji there, being able to follow the shockwave, disengage, finding back-to-back-to-back 35 tags, and then also being able to find 2 hits on the player with such a small angle. I mean, it's something that really separates him, but Lechi is going to be the one who gets all 3 of those converted, and a good start here, and what feels like for the first time, they're clearing out Dooms efficiently, getting the Storm Fight tags that they need, or the Storm Surge tags that they need. Now they're going to be able to hopefully rotate into the mid game. However, as I say that, there's still 2 other teams who are lurking nearby.
And that is always a danger of Doom's Domain. When I was kind of breaking on down between the 2 POIs, I always found that Doom's Domain, a lot of trios rotate through there late. And if you don't have your engagements wrapped up, before you know it, the third party is there. But it looks like Lechi, Savage, and Benji are figuring out. They're getting those engagements done. And at the same time, they're kind of blending together the strategies of pushing that team up north. It's kind of like an opposite thing that was happening to them, because they were always getting pushed out of their POI. They were always on the north side on that scavenger route. So they saw that, and now they're implementing that strategy. Now, Thomas HD, Anas, and Flick, who started off the day, they're kind of slipping a little bit. Now they're in the top 10 for the longest time throughout the day. They're in the top 5, and now they're slipping. And it's just a matter of just colliding with some other big names in mid game, and that's what we're seeing. You mentioned it already. First and second place, 30-plus points away from third. So it's just a matter of who's going to be able to take down first and second to at least let the rest of the lobby breathe for just a moment and get some points.
And
Gotta get a point.
And a little bit of a different kind of pace to this game. As you saw, Flickenos and Thomas just swam around the Ruins Island, which normally in every other time we've watched, we've had Matzo, Amplify, and ADN putting out shots there. But instead, they were just kind of hanging out and then opted to Shockwave push towards the north. Now you can see them in the bottom right-hand corner actually opting to disengage and go back over to the Ruin centrally and just kind of forward up. But now these guys are just hanging out, waiting to see where the next zone reveal is. In the bottom right-hand corner, it is going to be in 15 seconds. So everybody just worrying about where positioning is going to be for zone number 2.
And we're seeing that effect because Thomas, they like to land in Retail Row, but because Zone pulled all the way to the other coast, they didn't have the time to loot up. They didn't have the time to utilize that upgrade bench. And you just took a look at their inventory, sitting with a green pump shotgun. And I can't wait to see what the rest of them, but they usually are getting that Dirty Docks drops, which they had to switch to. They usually were able to upgrade so much lethal power. So we'll see if that power affects them. But here it is. Seti's trio has 42 elims before 5th zone. Seti is responsible for 32 of them. So we're seeing MVP type performances in all across different trios here, Sundown.
Yeah, a little under 80% of the early eliminations coming on the back of Seti, which is a good performance from him. It's something, again, we've kind of talked about how players fill different roles and how Flick so often is the one who's going down on his trio. Well, it's because he's a little bit more of the aggressor here, so no surprise that sometimes we see this trio and Seti's gone down. Well, he's the one who accounts for most of their early round points here, so doing a good job making sure he's still finding room and, of course, enabling Teak and Co to be able to keep playing. And Teak is somebody who, again, we've talked about it before, definitely doesn't get enough credit for just how long he's been around the scene and how consistent and resilient he's been, being one of the last players to qualify for the DreamHack that he then turned around and won. We talk about that 100-to-1 run, but now somebody who had a 100-to-1 run during his qualifier was Cooler. ZQ, you can see Blackie also still up on his feet, the BDS team player there. However, Robobs has been taken out. They were able to win the last game, but now in shambles and a half.
This is what it is, adversity. And if you're going to be a strong Fortnite competitor, you have to overcome adversity. There's going to be times where you're not going to be full strength. There's going to be times where Zone doesn't pull your way. There's going to be times where you don't have the full kit. You're going to be in shambles, and you have to figure your way out of that shambles town and get yourself up to the upside. And that is what BDS, ZQ, and Robots are trying to figure out. They do have an opportunity, if they can, I'm not sure if they have their card or not, to kind of reboot him, but that's going to be such a dangerous thing. Already saw in the heats, actually, Mongo's trio was able to pull off a 42 moving circle reboot on Tayson. So it's there. It's possible. I know Holly Hedges is just on the outskirts here. Not a lot of opportunities for reboot fans, but sometimes pulling that off is going to be monumental for your trio to push forward.
Yeah, but that requires that you had gotten the card, and it looks like based on how they're pathing, they might actually have it. Seems like they're kind of taking a little bit more of a beeline there rather than white lining towards the zone, which you generally expect from a duo. But now shots coming through as you have Gyanza and Wave Doko on the side in the truck, trying to truck their way on into the zone. Instead, another trio also a little bit to the north and west, so Blackie needs to be aware of that over on the side. ZQ has plenty of space for himself right now, but it's going to shrink as they round this corner, and I think that trio is actually just hiding in the roof right there, and yep, they're going to drop right on top of Blackie. He's going to get ambushed, and it's iDrop, Vettel, and Stir6 on a nice little 3v1 going out. You can see ZQ going to opt to burn the crash pads, just try and create as much space as possible, knowing that he's pinned between a rock and a hard place, and the hard place was the one to pick up the elimination. That's Doko slapping him out of the sky.
And just taking a look here, Doko's trio is sitting at 16th place right now with 28 points going into this match. And just that alone just shows you the disparity from the top 5 into this middle of the leaderboard, where you have names like Hen, Deceptos, and Putrick. But now we're seeing this engagement going off with the top of the board. It is Lechi and Mr. Savage pushing in. The coolest carrot is knocked at the moment here, and Benji Lechi are still in full force, and they get a couple of knocks right there, and before you know it, they wrap up this fight. And that's important because already the third party is kind of poking in and trying to get those important tags. And I just like right now, they always have the slow start. We've seen it before, but they tend to end the days with a really strong performance, and they're already doing that right here and right now. Can they close out day one of the grand finals with a victory royale? And that would be big, because if they do, that will keep them in the running for that first and second spot.
And again, don't forget, we're going to be a little bit under the halfway mark. We'll be 5 out of our 12 games after all is said and done. But right now, they're currently sitting in third, and they've done a really good job of closing that gap. We talked about their historically rough early starts, and while having that here, they've been able to put together a number of good performances. However, Cammy, Artur, and Co trying to put some pressure down. We're going to swing back on over to a battle at the top of the leaderboard. That's 1 and 2 stacked on top of each other for what feels like the third time today. I think it is here. Xqueeze, Andelix, and Jonas right above the main hotel there in Sweaty, with Micho, Mongo, and Tayson currently sitting 2 floors below, just occupying their own space, getting whatever excess mats they can, as it looks like we're going to have a mostly Sweaty Sands finish here.
And this is the difference, as I mentioned, Thomas HD Trios had to go all the way to this coast, but when the zone revealed and landed right on top of Andelix, Giannis, and Xqueeze, they have the opportunity to loot, to take their time, to get all the resources, hit that upgrade bench, and now look at the power that Xqueeze have, a purple pump in the inventory, and look at all the inventory as well. They don't have to use any materials, and they have 12 peppers on Xqueeze. So that is why, yes, no elims, that is fine, but they know they have a strong central position. Yes, they have crazy neighbors down below in the Mitro, Mongo, and Tayson, but right now they have that dominant position, and if zone continues to favor them, they're going to have the ability to kind of build a bigger lead against Benji's trio.
We've actually seen Micho, Mongo, and Tayson in that exact same position before, where they're building out a fake tunnel into the bottom of the hotel, hoping to bait teams into it, and then they're going to be camping on the end of that tunnel and trying to get an early elimination. We've seen this ambush done before, which is just seeing the practice and kind of the execution, which to me shows just the number of times they've had Sweaty Sands finishes and had to rotate from that northwest passage. They know they're not going to have priority on top of the hotel, but everyone else in the lobby knows that as well. There's no way you're possibly going to get up there first. So the next option is, hey, let's check out these old builds where somebody is probably not going to be, and then surprise, there's a monster at the end of the tunnel, as you see Hen get taken out there by M10 Sniper God, aka Karma. So that trio again struggling to kind of stay completely on their feet, even into this mid-game scenarios.
And we're just sitting here like the audience of a scary movie, like, don't go in there! Don't go in that tunnel. That tunnel's going to have a monster at the end. Aceti Teak are making their way on the leaderboard slowly but surely. They're in 5th place going into this match, so they're kind of taking that baby step route, and we're seeing the triple beams, and already the slide is continuing down for Floki, Snakehouse, and Clement as Kylie goes down there. This is going to be a dangerous situation. It's because Vidil, that slide is even worse. Like, oh my goodness, Vidil, you're doing so well and losing Kylie right then and there, and now Vidil may have to go solo, considering that Clement's trio is trying to find a way to overturn their bad start here, as we're seeing all these tarps and all these tunnels going across the beaches here at Sweaty Sands. And look, that trio, Flois, might go running into that deadly tunnel right then and there, but Cammy, Artur, and Raxo, all these people right here, all these trios, folks, are trying to find a way to catch up to the phenomenal start of Mongrels and Analex's trio.
And you can see right now Floki, Clement, and Co kind of just digging in a climbing hook, setting up whatever rope, saying, hey, we're free falling right now, but we've got to hook in a number of eliminations, a little bit of priority zone. They have a little bit of real estate to work in. And finally, after their solid start now, they aren't knocked out early. They have everyone hip to hip. This is when they're enabled to play very, very, very well. However, you can only close the gap if those top 2 trios go down, and we've seen they have priority positioning on the zone. To me, now that everyone on the north side is utilizing bouncer combos already, that means zone is pulling either more towards central or more towards the south. You can see Seti and Teak trying to force through, but now it's just going to be Cubx, Anas, Flick, and Thomas smell like blood in the water. They're going to circle in onto the backside. Cub is going to try and stick the revive. In the midst of all the chaos, he has the moment. Hello? What happened to the other 2 teams? Did you just assume they got finished? Can you guys not do math? No finishes ended up coming through. They're going to be able to get the first one. Second one, Teak gets thrown out, and miraculously, all 3 are going to be back on their feet. They don't necessarily have the utility to get themselves all the way back up, but hey, still in the match.
Yeah, still in the match and on top of the board. 5th place currently. They went into this match with 48, so you're seeing this is going to be only 1 point so far, and we're not even in the placement. And now here comes that lobby focus that Sundown was wondering where it is. Can Kubix hold on as much as possible? He's going to get thrown up all across the spectrum of the lobby focus, and just for a brief moment he survives, but so many resources are used, and losing 2 of the trio mates. It's up to Kubix to kind of hold on and now sneak his way into Sweaty Sands. So are you seeing here? It is a POI finish in Sweaty Sands, and already X Squeezy and the Co are sitting on top of that, and just below that is Mongo's Trio sitting right below that. So it's always going to be the first and second place having those opportunities, and all these other trios are going to play a little bit out of their comfort zone to be able to catch up to them.
But they have a little bit more opportunity to be sneaking in those eliminations unless they are able to find them from the rifle fire from the low ground. They're generally more pressure-based. It kind of comes down to not manufacturing them, but now all of a sudden sitting on 4 eliminations coming out, we're able to pick up 1 extra one off of the initial fight. The question there towards the northern side fight is generally who watches the watchers, but there it's who flanks the flankers, as Flick, Anas, and Thomas HD actually got pinched by Floki, Clement, and Nakos, and they were then able to clean that one up with a little bit of help from Andelix and Co on the opposite side. So a little bit of an ill-timed push there, but now you can see zone pulled almost completely to the west, and there's only 3 trios who are already in the space, and right now here comes the high ground take. They're trying to set it up, trying to make sure that that ramp isn't phased. It's going to be a shockwave, and notice they're all, nope, just a crash pad actually. Just going to make sure they get the low ground. They see they have a little bit of uninterrupted space, and they're going to be content to play low for now.
And they're looking really solid. Look at their inventory. They got the mobility. They have the builds. They have the power weapons. It's going to be a first taste to see what Mitra, Mongo, and Tayson could do in a mid-ground, low-ground situation. And then all of a sudden, they're going to bolt their way to high ground. It's just a matter of moments. That is their play style. We are 3 placements away from having these placement points sold out. Only 17 down get that placement points. And already you're seeing so many players in the chaos. They're overcoming. They're taking over Sweaty Sands, kind of remodeling. All these kinds of builds are going out, and we have to take a look at who is on height, who's gonna, yes, it is Yanis and Alex who basically flip-flop. That is their old builds, and this goes back up to that side of the coast. It's gonna be a strong opportunity for Yanis and Squeeze and Alex to walk away with the victory royale here in day 1.
And again, we've talked about the leaders being up there, and right now, Janice, X-Squeeze, aka Duck on top, and Andelix from MCES. Right now, max pull zone away from them, so they're going to use the utility right away. How well do you crank 90s, Janice? Well, the answer, not that well. Going to accidentally roof himself there, but going to fix it up a little bit there. Tarp out ahead, so going to be able to utilize the bouncer. Now, about face and begin the rifle fire. It's a shooting gallery, but how many shots can you hit? Finds 133 tag, 49 tag on the headshot as well, but no finish coming through so far. Good pressure. You can see one of the teammates joining, and X-Squeeze still just staying on the backside, going to late bouncer through. However, shotgun shot does come out, going to force Janice to tarp further into the zone and just maintain that high ground control. A good example, again, of what we saw in Reese's video of working multiple layers at the same time. Storm Surge is back on again because it will activate when 30 players are up and this zone closes. So tons of pressure going to be down and tons of action occurring. But on height, it's all our number 2 team trying to close the gap here in match number 5, the final one of the day in EU.
And we're trying to see where all the layers are forming, low ground, mid ground, and of course height. We know the story on height, but we have to keep an eye on who's going to overtake him. It's always second from height, and Floki, Nakos, and Clement are trying to hold on, stabilize as much as possible. They've had a lot of shaky games. They started off strong. If they could finish strong, that's going to be the ultimate sandwich that they're looking for an opportunity to have a say in the grand finals.
And this is 7th round placement points. The first placement points just ticked over. There's still 38 players left out, and the aggression's going to come out now as Kinzo gets picked up by Nakos. A little bit of a misplay there in terms of the timing with the bandage cannon. A little bit of fumble as well. Needs to make sure that he has enough bandages to get himself back into zone. Just going to be enough with the pop of bandage. Keep running straight, my lad. There you go. 5 elims so far now, but trios are dropping like flies as we went to 17 to 13 in the blink of an eye. 7th zone almost completely closed in. And this will be the final moment in day 1. And it's a 1 200 flick shot from Clement. The 6 out of 6 time qualifier shuts down Lecce's run right there. They look so good, but our number 1 team is still up on the high ground as Mongraal gets the finish onto Bobo Exalti. Nakos and Co. grouping up, trying to utilize the Bandage Cannon. They're so good on the low ground when they're hip to hip, but can they close it out here in match number 5 and push their way back into the top 3 where they feel they belong?
Top 12, and Anilix gets knocked by Nakos. We're seeing the chaos in the low ground as so many strong teams, and Savage gets taken down as well. Benji's gone, but Mongraal is still up. Giannis is still up. The height is causing so much chaos down below, but Nakos, Floki, and Clement are the low ground warriors, and they're going to keep going, but Nakos has to survive as much as possible. Down to the green HP, no shields. Floki, Clement, Nakos are in shambles. They're going to need a refresh. Nakos goes down. Sapphik is coming in and plays a spoiler of that run, and there's only 1 member left in that trio.
Yeah, it's just Clement. He's on the backside of the zone there, but you can see all high ground all the time. Stretch the lead out. They're being the best from start to finish, wire to wire. We called them the favorites. We called them one of the best trios in the world. If Mongraal's on his feet, he is mowing down the competition. And from the top down, E11 Tayson, FaZe Mongraal, and Liquid Mitro says Europe is ours, and you're going to have to pry it from our hands here. And Dreda falls like a fly. I drop down to the backside. Stursix and Vettel are going to try and 2v3 clutch it up, but honestly, they're heading into a buzzsaw of our top trio. The Stark Industries veterans closing it out here, and can they get yet another victory royale to cement that top spot on the leaderboard going into day 2? Stursik goes up to challenge, but he just gets swatted back down, and you have to think this is just a matter of moments, Sancho.
A matter of moments, and there it is, the moment complete. The victory royale, 2 of them here at the grand finals, accrued by Mongraal, Tayson, and Mitro. They are popping off, and they're going to get themselves a huge lead on the leaderboard. Oh my goodness, Sundown. The Young Lords are doing it. Can they win it all? We're going to have to wait and see for the whole day to pass by. But what a way to close out day 1.
I mean, it was an insane performance from that trio, start to finish, and we talked about just how good they were, and the fact that if Mongraal is able to stay up, they just keep accruing those points. And now, all of a sudden, we were talking about how kind of the top 2 had a 30-point lead. Well, now the top 1 has a 30-point lead on the top number 2, and then the rest of the field is playing catch-up to them, being 26-plus points behind. But that is going to be it from us today. The games were a blast, but there is still plenty coming after this. My name's Sundown.
And I am Sancho West. We're going to kick it to the analyst desk to break it all down and check the leaderboards. Wow, what a finish.
You know, Mongraal sitting there going, "Ah, I'm the best! Ah!" to replicate something that Sundown once said. Words of wisdom just dawned upon us. You like to see that. So let's take a look at our final standings. A massive congratulations. 2 victory royales in grand finals. That in itself is a feat all its own. So let's see how the final results are looking here in day number 1 of Europe. Don't forget, we've got 5 games today, another 7 tomorrow. Let's take a look together. Well, actually, we'll have the standings in just a moment. Guys, I'm just so impressed. Like, I can't tip my hat enough to this trio, Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson. 2 victory royales. Thank you, Shio. 2 victory royales. That's very impressive.
Yeah, and like the standings will be there for a sec. We're too hyped, so we got to sit down first and really just try to take in what happened in that last game. We all got good costumes. I think Reese is the best, but a little bit of bias over there from me, myself, for myself.
I agree.
Regardless, for that last game, Mitro, Mongraal, Tayson just bringing it right back. Sundown said it best. Everyone else has to try to pry away not only the hold they have on Europe when they get, kind of rolling, but the passion they really have to win these games. You don't see it really in every other trio. The dominant type of win that these guys have every time. All 3 players always left alive, and it seems like it's always a 3v1.
Yeah, and are you surprised? I'm not. I'm not surprised to see them up there dominating. They're currently 30 points in the lead. Spoiler right there for the standings. However, 2 victories out of 5 games. Do you think they can continue this into tomorrow's 7 games?
Possibly. The thing is, right, if you have like these random things that are happening, because you're saying, you know, you were not surprised at Mitro Mongrel Tayson. What I am surprised at, but at the same time expected, was Floki. Clement, the way these guys just operated that end game right there, taking people out, one pumping, surviving, pushing placement forward, and really making it harder for every other trio. I think Savage was taken out, Lecce taken out, and Alex not getting a chance to do much at all because of this trio that last game. If this happens, and Mongrel, Mitro, Tayson are all on height in a different world, then yeah, I agree with you. Maybe they'll do it on day 2 as well.
It's going to be all about the control, right? If people are just giving them these opportunities, creating these windows where they can kind of freely operate and say, you know what, we have our game plan, time to execute orders, they're going to go. They're going to run, and we saw that, right? When they wanted to take high ground, they said, okay, boys, it's time to go. We're enacting our plan. We're full sending it, and it leads them to a second VR on the day. So, again, we'll have the 7 games tomorrow, right? We're going to take a break and then come back tomorrow. Maybe they keep the ball rolling. Maybe they don't. We'll have to see. I'm more curious about these low ground teams, right? Like, I want to see more wins come out. We saw a lot of, like, NA East back and forth. It was always, like, a 2-to-1 ratio. 2 low ground teams would win. 1 VR from high ground, 2, 1, so on and so forth. So, I kind of want to see some of that here from EU.
I want to see it, but, like, it's not like we can ask for it, right? Analogy time. So far in EU, day 1, day 2 in total is like an ocean, all right? So walk with me here, or I guess ride with me on the waves. It's like a whole ocean, and day 1, we're halfway through that whole thing overall. We'll see exactly how things go, but it's kind of like a pirate ship overall for these guys. But yeah, you know, that's EU in total. We'll come back to that in just a sec. A break so far. We'll be right back. We've all seen it before. Maximum height, final zone, and a victory royale. 3 things that go hand in hand in every Fortnite endgame. But what if I told you there was a different way you can make every final zone, get elims, and not be on height while winning the game? Let's take a look at the XSET trio and how they use low ground in NA East Day 2, Game 1 to beat height, win out the match, and finesse the endgame. You've got AV, one of the best shot callers and solo clutch players of NA East, combined with Shark and Knight, a duo that's played together for over a year, having some of the most top consistent placements in FNCS duos, and enough synergy to the point where it looks like they can read each other's minds. To get enough fuel to be able to make it into endgames, these guys land over at the Fortilla, and Shantytown, and Logjam Woodworks. That's right, a huge split taking over 15% of the map with a total of 40 chests. Let's take a look at this comparison between mid-ground and low ground. While on mid-ground, you're usually at risk of being shot by 3 angles at all times. There are multiple trios on your lair that can shoot your walls and battle for space in front of you, as well as try to break into your box behind you. If your base or tarp is too high and exposed, you can risk being pressured from height with shots, utility, and surprise all-ins. And while you're trying to keep track of all of that, there can be low ground trios that are looking to shockwave up, crash pad you down, as well as spray your floors, making a fully built metal box still vulnerable to anyone on the lookout. The XSET trio always choosing to stay on low ground changes all of that. With the ground beneath them, there's no pressure at all coming from beneath their feet. They can spend more time looking around and above at other trios, becoming more aware of threats and dangerous paths. In terms of other low ground players on their lair, the main fight is for space and position, so they end up moving instead of shooting first, giving XSET more time to make decisions while on the run. The mid-ground trios above XSET can get their sightlines blocked by each other, and XSET can utilize old builds like you see here to get even more sneaky and secluded, making there no chance of any pressure at all, giving these guys an easy route towards the front of the zone. Skip a little bit ahead, and this is where the magic starts. Having a hill on their backs, zone ahead of them, and their own builds behind them, it lets XSET focus just on one angle, and a player on the other side of that angle gets pressured so much that he's forced up, giving XSET more room to even cover on low ground. Seeing that it's a steep incline though, they build up a layer, forcing any teams rotating on their side of the circle to funnel straight into their floors, cones, and edits. They set up a perfect trap in their home turf, gain 3 points, drop back down to low ground for weapon upgrades, mats, and more. That final zone is the biggest issue for low ground though, as height can beam down and make Xset use up all their mats. For this entire time they've been playing box to box, close to the ground, allowing them to save their utility till the 9th zone, and using it as a counter to height. They deal damage and really split apart the focus of Fizzle, Illis, and Clicks with the huge reservoir of shockwaves that they have set up. Xset just have to look up and spray, having an easier time keeping up with the zone as they don't have to build floors to stay inside it. Both weapons can also just stay activated, and they flip the pressure onto the height trio, eventually winning the game. Low ground lets you stay together more, focus on one team at a time, saves your utility, and when played correctly lets you win insane games. It takes creativity and a lot of practice though. You have to move and adapt on the fly. These are just some of the cool things AV, Knight, and Shark do each game. Keep track of their journey during more games of the FNCS. We'll be seeing you on that battle bus.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reese back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover height. And we're going to be using Zayt, Saf, and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a victory royale from Qualifier 3 Round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 victory royales, and they hold height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame, and this is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones, you have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on, you have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into 2 separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the 3rd zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zayt and Saf building over onto another area so they have 2 separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the 4th zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in 4th is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the 3rd zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zones around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim height over Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. You can see that the 5th zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zayt hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zayt does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zayt actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the 3rd zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the 5th zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using their shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zayt. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players that are contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zayt was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zayt and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zayt ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the victory royale, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zayt didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, they would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the battle boss. Beep beep.
Welcome back, Fortnite fam, and happy Halloween. It's your favorite boys out here. It's me, Zeke. We got Shio Wager and Shio Wager, 2 times the Shio Wager. And we're going to be kicking things off in NEast in just a moment. Gentlemen, say hello.
Hello.
Tie.
That's not shy. We do that freeze. Ah! Guys, if you've been hanging with us all day, we've had an incredible day of action so far. Real quick, we're going to recap the things that did kind of conclude over in EU, and then we're jumping right into wild card. So let's take a look. Remember, this is just the first 5 games tomorrow. We have another 7 in EU tomorrow. Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson holding down the number 1 spot. They have 2 victory royales on the day and 42 eliminations.
And that gives them a 30-point lead against Analyx, Janus, and X-Squeeze. No chance right now for these guys to catch up even with the free game. They'd only really get about 40-ish points, and Mongraal would kind of have at least a little bit more placement. So they're kind of 2 games ahead.
Yeah, you know, Mongraal's worst placement is 7th so far. So it's not looking like anyone else in this leaderboard is going to get a free game against these guys at all. It would need to be very, very consistent from Analyx, Janus, and X-Squeeze. You know, their games have been very, very consistent. Their worst only been 13th. So, you know, consistency is coming through both. But, you know, Mongraal, Mitro, and Tayson are just getting so many more eliminations that's just putting them up. And obviously have that 1 more victory royale that really helps as well.
Kenzo, Wolfie, sir are winning that first game that we watched of the day, and then past that we also have Nate, Rojo, and Bobo all the way there in 10th. You'll notice that these guys were the wild card winners, and so far in these grand finals they are performing really well.
Yeah, there's been pretty wild actually. They're still up there 10th. Really good. That shows that they clearly earned their spot here, despite obviously not doing as well in their heat. Coming back from that wildcard match, qualifying through, and now performing in the grand finals as well. Moving on to our next page, we see the 11th to 15th teams here. Vettel, iDrop, Stursix in that 11th spot. These guys have been so consistent during the qualifiers, and in particular in their heats. Not performing as well so far in the first 5 games of today, but hopefully tomorrow they can look back at their old games, look at the games today, compare, contrast, and figure out exactly what they're doing wrong, and kind of pull that back up and try and climb up that leaderboard.
Yeah, some of these teams we're looking at here from 16th to 20th have had kind of like very good one-off games where they play very well. Henda, Siptos, and Putric, specifically 2, Doggo, Ginza, and Nems in a similar boat. But at the same time, it's not just that one game that'll be able to make you push all the way for that top 5 slot. You have to have great games back to back to back to back. And we had 5 today. We'll have 7 more tomorrow from EU. But there's so much more to focus on for day number 1 of Grand Finals.
That's right. We are deep in NA East, and there's a ton of stuff to talk about, but most importantly, we have that wild card match that we're going to be jumping into. Now, we are going to break down kind of the overall tournament format, and then we'll come back to kind of clean up and figure out exactly how that's going to work for us. We're starting things off with the overall format. Don't forget, we've been here for almost 4 weeks of competition. We had the initial 3 open rounds. You can see from there, the top 15 trios moved on to the heats. Those happened the last 2 days. From there, the top 8 performing trios moved on to grand finals. However, with 4 separate heats, trios that landed between 9th and 16th now enter the wild card match. Shio, one shot. The winner, the team that gets the victory royale, they get a second chance.
Yeah, in Middle East, we saw that it went down to literally a microsecond of a difference on HP. In Europe, we saw that it was a 3v3 that went to an all-out brawl in the 9th zone. I'm wondering what it will be for NA East. The elims don't matter. It's who gets that first place finish. That being said, after that, the grand finals will have 33 teams battle it out over 2 days, both days having 6 games. And at the end of that, we will have a trios FNCS champion.
That's right, the notoriety, the acts of champions, the clout, the recognition, the prize money, all of this earned from a single weekend of competition. Which trios will walk away as the brand new FNCS champions? That is the storyline we're chasing. Which trio will come out in that number 1 spot after 2 days of competition? We've got 6 games on deck for us here in NA East today. Don't forget, we're back same time tomorrow, same place with the last 6, and that's when we'll get to see which trios will be crowned. Now, as we're going to get ready to hop into things in NA East, we had made some predictions, kind of figuring out who we thought would be the overall winners and the new FNCS champions. We'll break this down. We had Shia Wager, Reese here, and as well as our casters. MDF started us off. He has Durant, Taken, and Hart. Why would you think he would choose this trio?
Doom's Domain, 100%. The issue is, I think MDF might have seen that Durant, Taken, and Hart were going there uncontested. Rokane might be contesting them over there Past that, Aussie, Chap, Coop, Fishy, a team that plays for height, a team that plays for the win, can easily get that win here today. I went with Sebi, Nano, Fernando, one of the strongest teams in that wildcard match. 3 big pros who have a history of winning games. You need to win, so I picked this trio.
And Reese, you rounded us out with...
Nico, Haji, and Pandouche. These guys have been very, very consistent all the way through. Obviously, just did not manage to make it through to the grand finals. So these guys are definitely my pick. I think these are probably the most consistent team that we've seen from that has not qualified through. So that's why I'm taking their pick.
That's right, man. We'll have to see if they can make it on through. But guys, you know what we are here for. The wild card match. We saw it in EU's hype. It came down to the final moments of the game. And now we get a second wild card match, a brand new set of trios over in NA East. We've got some costumes. We've got brand new casters, so you'll probably want to see what they're dressed up as. Say hello, my friends.
There you guys have it. We appreciate it, Zeke. What's up, man? Monster D-Face here, and whoa, did Midas show up? Hello, Ozzy.
How's it going? I went for regular Midas. I was going to try and pull out the solid gold, but I thought my setup maybe wouldn't handle it the best, but... You're looking pretty comfy, mate. You're looking good.
Hey, I showed up ready to do this. I've been sitting here enjoying the EU broadcast, and now I'm so ready to bring the action because this wild card was one of the greatest for the EU, and you best believe NA East is going to bring us the same exact action. Aussie, the battle bus is right underway, and this is it. It's for all the marbles. 1 victory is all that matters here.
1 victory royale. That's it. This isn't most points earned. It is just whoever gets that big victory royale at the end, which changes everything. You already heard with our picks at the start. We're not just picking teams that we think will play consistent this game. They won't pick up a bunch of elims. We're picking teams that we think will just win this one match and go through to the grand final.
Definitely. And take a look here. The battle bus is underway. Look at your favorite drop spots and see who is contested where. Obviously, you can tell already slightly lighter congestion going on here, which means that there's going to be a lot more room to play with for the majority of the players. Who Fishy, Chap there do have that drop spot to himself. High Sky did not make it through to grand finals. This is one of the biggest names, Scoped and 2xe. And think about this. These are veterans, right? When we look at the players that didn't qual through, I was just going to say, like, there's a lot of big names in there.
There's some big names in there. I'm seeing Scoped already down there. I don't know if you've been following on social media, but a lot of pros have been talking up as High Sky season, and High Sky unfortunately didn't make it out of heats, and a lot of people had big hopes on them. I was potentially going to pick them today to win this one, but Scoped already down. They're fleeing. They haven't got the best loot. I don't even know if they have the reboot card. That's a really bad start to a game where you just need to win this one game. That's all you need is just one big pop-off performance. And you said it, Monster. This is one of the best regions in the world. There are so many big teams in this that could win it.
Yeah, 100% here, and like you mentioned, I mean, the loadout is pretty shambles for High Sky. 2xe looking a lot better, though. He does have a well-rounded loadout. At least it gives him a little bit more comfort to play with. They are making their way. They're pretty much beelining what it looks like for that reboot van, so it seems like they do have the reboot card, if I had to guess here, because now they're going to try and play to pick up their teammates. Wait, maybe not. Yes, they are, of course. Okay, so this is good. At least we get to get Scope back in this, and this drop spot seems like it's been ran through, so maybe clear as day for them.
Ooh, this is interesting right now. Sebi, Fernando, and Nanolight look like they got uncontested Stark, and you and me were talking about this before the show started, Monster. This is a team that's done really well, or maybe no, they were contested, but they won it, but they haven't hit the reboot yet. This is interesting. I'm not really sure how this is gone right now. Maybe the reboot van is still recharging. The other team reboot. I don't even know what's happened here to explain this situation, because if he's going down at Stark, it's not a big drop. You have to imagine they maybe got the card. But I was going to say, this is a team that has been so consistent with a relatively shambles drop. They've been dropping kind of south of Stark right here, up on the mound, but they haven't been going Stark. And now with this kind of loot, even as a duo, this is still a decent chance to win this.
100%, and you can see that a couple elims, I mean, they don't really matter. The eliminations do not matter. It comes down to the victory royale. Yes, of course, you want to play your traditional style game of Fortnite because you're going to need your Storm Surge tags. You're going to need to play to get that damage off. But what you do not want to do is unnecessarily risk your entire position. We saw how close it came down. It comes down to the wire, the final moments, the wins. I love that Lazar, Stroud, and Strep here are playing for heals because they're setting up for the longevity, right? They want all those quick heals in a loadout. So floppers, that's a plus for me.
Yeah, this could be a decent strategy. I could very easily see this go to heal-offs. This is arguably one of your safer regions. NA East knows how to play their end games. They know how to play stacked games. And there is a very good chance, with everyone playing safe, only getting damage for Storm Surge and not really going for eliminations for any other reason, then there's a good chance it will go to heal-off as everybody tries to stall it out and just get the win. So 2 Shockwaves as well, so not bad. They got their mid-game rotations. And what do you think, Monster? Do you think it's going to come down to a team that's on high ground who's going to maybe potentially be able to pull something off on the height, or do you think it might go down to one of those lower or mid-ground teams? If you had to pick it at this point.
If I had to pick it at this point, NA East notorious for taking it the distance, notorious for having heal-offs over any other region. Honestly, Zayt was probably the pioneer for the big med kits back in the day, you know, sticking it through the zone and kind of making that a thing, a playstyle, a way to secure victory out. So for NA East, I'm really leaning towards heal-off, and we see a Bandage Bazooka in this loadout too.
And now this is interesting. I talked to this team last night. I talked to Chap. He said he was potentially going to be going Lazy Lake because he thinks one of the main reasons why they didn't perform in heats was because they didn't have good enough loot coming out of caddy corners. But I'm seeing not the best loot, unfortunately, but I'm seeing Peppers, which makes me think maybe they decided against that. Maybe there was another scary team that was going Lazy Lake. But this is my pick to win today, and I can't overstate how big of a deal it will be if this team does not qualify. Chap has not only qualified for every team mode grand final for FNCS, he is also one of 3 NA East players who's come top 6 every time he's been there. So he doesn't just make grand finals, he places in grand finals. So if they don't win this game, it is going to be probably the biggest upset on NA East.
Yeah, 100%. And as you see, Nico, Haji, and Pandush on the move here. Another veteran squad representing a nice little mix-up of a couple team-based orgs here. All, of course, which are trying to do their best to come up here. Another team, once again, playing into that flopper meta. Remember, it is going to come down possibly to those final ticks of the zone, and having those quick heals is a game changer. So we're looking, how many players are up right now? 74 players are up.
Still enough to potentially trigger the first Storm Surge? Maybe not, but I think that's because a lot of players, again, they didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this. So the wildcard match, it obviously got decided last night who was going to go there, but most of these players haven't versed each other before. They're all from different heats, so a lot of these teams probably would have gone down, these 10 players would have gone down in those early game engagements like we saw with Scoped, maybe going a drop spot that was contested. I think it's really going to slow down now as teams try to separate, play with the loot they have, and really only go for Storm Surge tags. Because like we said, eliminations mean absolutely nothing. If someone can miraculously pull off a 0 elimination win with a heal off, they will still go to grand finals.
Yeah, 100%. As Haji here is making his rotate through, trying to get up towards that risky reels right now. Loose looking pretty good for this team so far. Very well balanced. They do have a couple options to make as they hit up to this location here. Remember, just looking at the zone, judging by the zone, this is pulling players pretty far off. We saw what the end of the tournament yesterday looked like coming out of the heats for the Heat 2 grand finals, or the Heat 2 finish lead up to the grand finals. We noticed that this zone played really, really awkward for a lot of players, and it was the first of which that dropped this far. So now moving over to another team looking for tags here. You can see they're just using those rifts as bait options for players flying across.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't have asked for a more exciting zone on a more exciting game. When the stage is set, you have to get the victory royale. There is so much in this zone that could throw things into the works. You've got potentially a giant Stark mountain. That sheer mountain face that overlooks Craggy is massive. You also have potentially this pulling through Craggy, which would be insane with the buildings. It can go out over the ocean. It can go across the river. This is a very scary zone for some, but it's really going to show those true colors of who can adapt and who can win the game when the zone is at its worst. And what's going to define that is this part here, the mid game. Who can get up on that mountain? Because that's the worst case scenario. If you're going for a win and you get pinned up down below underneath the mountain and you can't make it up, your game's pretty much over. So whoever's rotated early is going to get that prime real estate right now, is going to set themselves up for this victory royale.
Definitely. You can see there's a couple teams housed up inside this little shack over on the side right now. This little how do I call this? This little mountain house right here, this wood home right here. The basement level is actually full of metal, so anyone that secures that first is going to get themselves a nice strong base. As Spade and crew are sitting up on top of it. This is a team that we saw here yesterday as well in this same exact setting when we were in the last game. Chap, Fishy, and Coop played this particular mountain, and they had the vehicle, the Stark Industry vehicle. Remember, they opted to not use it to rotate off this. They actually used the shockwaves instead, but it seems like they're set up.
Yeah, but Fishy taking some unfortunately unnecessary damage as they are about 154 above, so maybe going for tags, but hopefully you're going to let Coop just go for those tags with that sniper rifle, see if you can pull off something big. But they've made the rotate, they had a pretty south zone, and that's something that touched on in this as well. When only one game matters, this zone was really, really important. Any of those teams up near Crag here looking really good, and any of the teams at Doom's Domain, which we talk about a lot, really strong loot, they also got quite a good zone for this, so things are kind of playing out in their favor. I like the Peppers here though, but the problem with this team is they really drop their eliminations when they make to endgame. That's how they got so many points, because we casted on this heat. This was heat number 2 that this team played in. They really got their eliminations endgame. They got decent placements, but they didn't get a single victory royale in those 12 games. So to pull it off now would be so exciting.
And one thing that's a little alarming for me right now is that this team does not have max material by any means. They've used so much wood, and they're all sitting on 80 to 90 builds. This is very early in the competition to not have max material, and also not even have that much shield to depend on. Just take a look. Chap has a bandaged bazooka. Fishy sitting on a med kit, a couple mobility, and Coop's got just a few minis because Fishy just got tagged big time. So they're in a very rough situation, a very weird predicament, in all honesty, if you really think about it. And they're content, I guess, with holding out this side angle. This is a bit scary for a team that needs to play for the win. You think they'd be trying to set up for like maximum loot possible.
Yeah, and they're set up in a wood base as well, so even though they don't have the good mats like you talked about, they haven't even used their hard mats to build that base, so any team that's feeling aggressive, looking for Storm Surge tags, will probably spray at them, but if anyone can pull this off, I'm sure Chap has got a plan here. It's going to be hard to do so, and oh, that was a close shot. Almost gets one in there. 201 above for this team, and it's pulling far north, Monster. This is going to be such an exciting endgame. It looks like we're either going to get like a Craggy or Ocean endgame, which would just be so fantastic, which means I feel like it's pulling away from the mountain, but it could always come back. But all these teams here, I'm counting about 6 or 7, they need to move, and that's a big elimination. That's a big refresh and some shockwaves. That's a huge pickup for this team, and they're going to need them because there are so many teams between them and this Victory Royale.
And I want you guys at home to feel every single elimination. For everyone that gets dropped, your run is over. There are no more chances. The opportunity for grand finals is out of the window. What we're looking at is the wild card match. One single Victory Royale is all that matters and nothing else. If you get taken out here and now, that means your Heats run was a bust, and now your wildcard opportunity was over as Fishy eats a snipe to the face. And we were just talking about how they do not have sustainable heals. But lucky for them, at least the Bandaged Bazooka is one that replenishes infinitely.
And I don't think this team's going to push it. They don't have the best loadout, but I don't think they have much to gain from this either. Fishy, yeah, they got the bandage cannon. They had a few minis in there, but like you just said, they're eating into like what little resources they have. This is not the position I wanted to see this team in mid-game. I want to see them like those people off in the distance, based up clean with metal on the edge, looking good as we have a bit of a shockwave. It looks like that was deliberately to get Chap and Coop and Fishy off the mountain. They can rotate on the bottom side here. They have a lot of cover, and there's pretty much no team anywhere near them, but I do see a team above them right now who maybe look over the edge. But again, I think they'll make an easy rotate, but that loadout is not what you want to see at all.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play here. Chap and company deciding to come down to just break all line of sight. And you can see no other team is really down here. I don't think there's a single one. Everyone else is possibly mountain goading up on the side here. Yeah, just take a look. They have this entire area as a free rotate to themselves. They can really play for prime position. As I say that, Jay Word jumps down. Fishy gets tagged. Remember, he already used the 2 minis from Coop. That's it. This team does not have any more shields, and they're forced to build out for Jay Word and company. They're going to get a free tarp out of this.
This would have to be such a legendary comeback at this point right now, and everyone is. They're hedging their bets on that top mountain area. Like, they're really going for the safe one. Coop, Chap, and Fishy, they're really taking the risk right now. They could get the zone. It could be like we saw yesterday in Heat 2, Ronaldo on the bottom side, got the zone, got the win. But right now, if this zone is so unfavorable, if they get so unlucky that this half-half zone pulls up there, they're going to have next to no chance to win this game. So they've really just said, look, this game's not going our way. It didn't go how we wanted. We have to just hedge our bets on being down here. But another favorite to win this, we have Coach Arab down here as well. We have Narwhal, we have Voyle, Rokane, and TJ. That team during their qualifying week had one of the highest average placements going into day 2. So they've shown they can place high in games, but they didn't get any Victory Royales. And it's so crazy to think this is a completely different playstyle, Monster. There is no point playing for anything but the win. That changes pretty much everything these players have learned. This is like the Zayt strategy right now. Go for height, win, or nothing. There is no in between for these guys.
Yeah, there isn't any And now just thinking about it, the fact that Arab is even alive right now with Chu and Till, we already know, just according off of social media and how things unfolded between the pro community, Arab was having a tough time getting his drop spot secured. So for him to win that uphill battle and also be here is a testament in its own. Now jumping over to Narwhal, Bank, and Zlem, another squad that had some phenomenal qualifying days, but not enough. One of those teams that was just outside the bubble is here. There's so many top tier teams that deserve to be in the grand finals, but only one can walk away. The zone pulling very far north. Take a look at how many people have to come over. The northern portion is a free beach. No one's over there, which means everyone's going to be on the southern side.
Everyone's making this big rotate off the mountain. It's going to make this edge right here so congested. Whichever team that is on that kind of northeast section, I'm seeing those three little like kind of white arrows. They're really in a good spot because they're so far away from everybody. But if they have to rotate, they're sitting behind a hill. As we see now, Hoofishy and Chap both have no shield and Coop has it. They go for the crash pad refresh. This team is known to do this, setting up the stair, throwing the crash pad to break down the team from above and seeing if they get the refresh. Unfortunately, they don't, but it shows they know that they're desperate right now. They're looking for it. They're trying to find it, and unfortunately that player was one box further over. They drop him down though. Good damage. Can they find something? This team needs this more than anyone. They do. They get the knock, but unfortunately Coop goes down in the process. Chap's trying to protect Coop. He's on the back foot now. Grey pump. Can he upgrade to the legendary? He might need that right now. They get the splashes, but no, they don't have any of the shield. Coop gets finished on. Chap's down here right now. They get the elimination. Hoofishy has literally 1 health right now, and they have to hold off this onslaught.
And they actually clutch it up, and they get access to all of this material and heals here. They needed these minis. Talk about a big clutch, but no! Chap lets his guard down, and shots come in from the angle on the side. And there it is. Chap is out of the game. Hoofishy at 3 health. Runs away with his life in hand. But for how long? There's another team in front, and just like that, he gets taken out. The run, the biggest upset that we're going to see of the grand final stage is now, has now occurred. That's it. Chap is out.
That's it. That's one of the biggest blows to NA East. Like I said, the most consistent player in NA East when it comes to Team Game Mode Grand Finals will not be playing. But all that shows you is the caliber of these players. What's at stake? That there's some new names. There's some old names. I'm seeing Gage, Connor, and Pledge here. Definitely can't count them out. And it just shows how good they all are. The fact that Chap couldn't even make it through this means that whoever does has seriously played some of the best Fortnite of their life here today. As this team cops rotate. They cop half-half, which gives them really good potential now for this next rotating. And they get to sit here right now. Connor, a good friend of yours, Monster, trying to make something happen. They're going aggressive. They drop all the mats down, which is so good because remember, eliminations don't matter except for what you get from it. You can't just play safe though. Sometimes, like this, you get a big pot, you get extra material, and that can secure you the win.
100%. Let me gas these guys up real quick. Connor knows how to play for high ground. He is one of the best when it comes down to this type of setting, these heat settings, these practice settings. Literally, one of the few people that are admins on the scene, like a practice server admin, but also a pro player. There's not a lot of people that operate at that caliber, and you got to give these guys a lot of love. Pledge and Gage, they have been having quite the qual weekend, right? You talk about Gage and crew. They were there. They actually opened up their weeks, their heats with the lead, but then fell behind. One of the few teams that made it that far as well. This is a squad to keep your eye out on, as right now, Pledge is not looking too good. He actually doesn't have any heals. He does have a sniper in hand and some crash pads, though. That's the key for finding yourself a nice refresher.
Yeah, those crash pads, you saw that Chap's team tried to use them, unfortunately fell a little bit short, but they had the right idea, and they're playing this ultimate low ground, and this is a good position to try and get a win from. It's going to get a bit tumultuous, but if you can control it, high ground is where most of these teams are going for, as we're getting an even further northeast pool zone now. It's pretty much going completely off the coast now. There's only a little bit that's still going to be on land. If it keeps pulling, this is going to be ridiculous. This team has 0 eliminations, but they manage their surge, so they're playing this Victory Royale game perfectly. If they had a couple of shockwaves, I'd be a lot more confident, but they do have everything they need for this right now as they're on the edge and they're controlling this mid-ground layer. They're setting up for a crash pad rotate, and as long as they make it off this, as long as they don't get beamed out of the sky, they're in this with a really, really good chance.
100%. Now take a look at a little bit of a wide shot here. Shade Squad and COD Genesis, another scary team in front, is going to have that zone lead here as Pledge is now going to bounce on over. They're trying to get this rotate through. Shots are coming in from all different angles. Remember, Pledge does not have any heals. He cannot afford to get tagged, but wait a second. Big 56 here. Where's his teammates? Looking around in the scramble right now. He has to get to them. Gage and Connor are up above together. Pledge is by himself, and yes, finally, they all get with one another. for a second there, Oz, we saw the big tarp. You can just see how many players are trying to stay up right now. The congestion is real. Nice knock here, and that's on to Walk, and a huge come up for them. That's going to recap them just a little bit more now.
That's a really good knock, and a bit of a recap on the feed. I saw Arab go down in the feed as well. I saw Fernando up there getting elimination, so big team still in this, and it's Strep Lazar on the high ground, and Stroud, if they can hold this right now, they have the firepower. Lazar does not have the mobility. They have 4 eliminations in the hands of Strep, but he's gone down right now, so it's up to Lazar and Stroud to do something. Are they going to try and go for the revive? I don't know if they have time. If they get off a rotating zone, high ground, endgame revive, and they go on to win, this will be legendary. No, he can't go off. Unfortunately, it's too late. Lazar takes some health from that. I wonder what they were going for there. They would have had to have had fish or something, and right now, Lazar P needs to make something really big happen here, Monster.
100% as a two-man team, and definitely in shambles right now. He can't even afford to take any fall damage. The pressure's coming in, though. It's not looking like he can hold height. Someone's already cranked up. Who is this above him? Oh, he's going to have to give it up. All right, down he goes. Remember, Gage is also just found a knock in the feed as well. Onto TJ. So the Elin feed is lighting up. With every player that gets dropped, their run for Grand Finals is over. It's down to who can get the win right now. The zones are starting to close here now, and Zone 8 is just in front of us. Lazar's going to find a huge one now, and a conclusion there, too. They needed that.
They needed that. That's the refresh. That's a little bit of the siphon as well. And this is what you need, the confidence. You can't play scared right now. Everything is on the line. You have to make grand finals or you're going to sit out and watch it. But you can't sit back and watch now. You have to step up and have the best performance of your life. As Narwhal right now, Bank and Zlem looking really good here. They have the gauntlets in the back pocket, but they've given up the high ground. They're confident here in the low ground. They have some builds. They're breaking through. This team can really wreak havoc down here right now. But I saw a really healthy team on the high ground, and we know high ground wins games unless Narwhal's team does something massive.
100%, and you can see that now it's time to put that pressure up and get it done here. Is this a low ground battle? Trying to use these ramps here to look through. There's another team on the backside. Harpoons through the wall, and now they're going to follow up. It's an all-out gunfight, and yes, they win it. It's a 3-man team wipe, and just like that, they siphon their way all the way up to max HP. It's looking very good for them. Even a bandage bazooka is now accessible. If they pick this up, that could be a winning formula for them, but it's not over yet. It's definitely not.
The confidence to just harpoon through a wall, 3v3, toe-to-toe, and win it completely. No one got knocked. That is the confidence I want to see. Now, Narwhal going for high ground. They actually have it. I think their teammate Shockwave's on the height. Narwhal's going up for it. They're stepping up today. This is what I wanted to see a team do. Narwhal is building up. He has the gauntlets for a little bit of a high boost. He only has 2 builds, though. He needs to win this fight. He's won so many fights here in the end game, but he is stranded. That's it. His teammate needs to help him. They edit down the big shot. He knocks him, but he's stuck.
No
he
way!
Knocks him again. Oh my gosh, Narwhal! What are you doing for this qualification? Can he get 3?
The full wipe!
The entire team. Narwhal has everyone on his back right now. They're dropping down. He has stepped up in the biggest way possible.
And Zlem stays alive as well. As a 2-man team, somehow they figured out, but Narwhal, you are an animal. A full squad wipe for the high ground control, and it's theirs. On the low ground, though, Connor and Pleasure still alive, though. So there is a matter of who can come down. He's going to come out. Was this a mistake? So much HP he lost there, but he's going to follow up, and no, the animal gets taken out. Narwhal is down with 5 eliminations. Can Pledge clutch here? Now it's Buck T2. He's inside the storm line. Zlem's up above as a solo. Everyone is for themselves right now. Pledge is still alive. He has a siphon. He's actually going to get it. Is it going to be enough time here?
I think he
has
to
lead too.
Zycoma has no more meds. Zycoma can't win this. He's spraying in. He's desperate and Pledge's team comes out on top. Zycoma trying to claw his way back in. Went for the heal off too early. But Narwhal with the freak effort here and Pledge clutching it up with the heal off right now. It was Pledge, Connor, and Gage. Oh my gosh. I love the wild card.
I can't believe they just clutched that up against all odds just like that. He is on top. We're going to toss it over to Des to give us their look at what they feel about the wild card for NA East. The people's hero, Narwhal.
Listen, I'm a Narwhal fanboy. And, I mean, yeah, no, listen, Reese, of course it's hype. The hype is real. Bro,
oh my lord.
How do you take it so far where you're like, okay, I'm going to down this player, I'm going to box this player, I'm going to sit on a siphon, I have a bandage cannon, I have 4 whole unused chug splashes. That's just galaxy brain. Like, he already knew I'm going to the heal off. It doesn't matter whatever's going on, I've got everything I could ever possibly want. Absolutely incredible. We have to relive this just excellently played heel off.
It's experience from practicing in pro scrims every night to winning off in the Play VS, now in the FNCS Grand Finals. Pledge, Connor, and Gage have done it. The heel game, which is so risky to just commit to 100%, especially when that zone is closing down. That absolutely insane nail biter last second. No, scratch that. Past the last second finish.
Oh, and if Buckty just hadn't gone down there, Pledge probably still would have picked that up, because if you noticed when you saw his inventory earlier, he had the splashes and he also had the bandage bazooka as well. So tons of white heals from him. Getting that siphon obviously really helped boost that white HP all the way back up. And Zycoma did such a good job, but unfortunately with 0 materials, there's nothing he could do there.
And it actually could have gone his way, right? Like, there's no way. Why would you in your wildest imaginations think, hey, he's sitting on a siphon, he's got 4 splashes, he's got a... Like, that's not even an equation that would have ever appeared in your mind in that moment. You're thinking, oh my gosh, someone's bumming. I just got another siphon. This guy's in the zone. I have 50 more effective HP. Nope. This is what happens. This is the prep that it takes. Fortnite fam, we have our trio making it through the wild card. And next up, we are on to 6 matches here in NA East. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're kicking things off in a major way, so stay tuned. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Resub here to break down the differences between Round 1 and Round 3, which players sometimes refer to as Opens and Finals during the qualifiers, and also how you can apply those differences into your own gameplay. There are a lot of things you'll see in Round 3 of this FNCS that you won't see in Round 1, so I want to list out what these kind of things are and what you can expect in your own Round 1 gameplay and in Cash Cups. One of the themes that we've been noticing a lot in Round 3 is that teams who are consistently uncontested are doing better on their regions than teams who are being contested by another team. For the FNCS warm-up Round 3, 60% of the people who placed top 5 in any region were uncontested in their drop spot. This is because it's the same 33 teams in every single game, and they all have their planned and prepared drop spots, and they don't really change this unless their day's going very badly. So let's look at EU, where Rams Kezix, Grizzy4ZR, and Grizzy Nate took home that first place slot in the FNCS qualifier week 1. In Round 3, they were uncontested 12 out of 12 games at Sweaty Sands, and they played their hearts out to win the overall tournament. In Round 1, they were contested by an average of 1 team in Sweaty Sands, which means they had to fight in the early game in nearly all of their matches. This is what Round 1 is going to be like for the majority of players out there. You're not going to be able to consistently get a POI uncontested in an open stage because you have no idea who is in your game and where their preferred drop is. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be uncontested all of the games of your tournaments. So to counter this, you just need to know your looting paths through your drop spot as efficiently as possible and be very good at fighting there, which my preferred way to practice that is to play a ton of True Arena and really get down that drop spot. Another thing you'll notice in Round 3 gameplay is that a ton of the eliminations come in at the end of the game, so once the zones start moving. This is because if you get into a fight in the early and mid game with another top tier team in the finals, most of the time it's just not going to benefit them that much. This is because the fight is going to drag on for a long time and both teams are then not going to be able to focus on their rotates or their positioning. Plus, they will most likely waste their heals and their materials, which means that they're not going to get as far into the end game. If you use LG Jamper, Senbuga, and C9 Avery from Round 3 as an example, you can see the distribution of the eliminations mainly weighted towards the end game. This is a little bit different in their first game of Round 1, because top level players are just so good that they are ahead of the average champion level player. If you look at the elimination spread here, you can see there's way more in the early and mid game because they just wanted to get those high level of eliminations so they could get ahead in the leaderboards after the first game in Round 1. So if your trio is a really good fighting trio, you can definitely incorporate this into your first game, get you some high eliminations, and then after that, play very consistently. If your trio isn't confident in fighting and doesn't win a large amount of their fights, this is a strategy that I would not employ, and I would just recommend instead trying to be a lot more consistent in each individual game. In Round 3, players need to ensure they have a solid strategy to ensure they're above the Storm Surge threshold. On average, they're in a position to get Storm Surge tags 2 minutes before the first zone closes, such as we see from 100 Thieves Arkham, 100 Thieves Rex, and Energy Epic Whale. A lot of teams do this by just focusing on a high ground position, like a hill in the center zone for example. Then they can have the biggest amount of angles to take shots on players who are rotating, giving them the highest Storm Surge possible. In Round 1, there's more early game fights because there's more players being contested. A lot of the times the first Storm Storm Surge at 70 threshold in the 3rd zone does not actually activate because there's not as many players alive. So in round 1 their strategy changes because they spend a little bit more time harvesting and a little bit less time focusing on getting that position to get Storm Surge tags because there's no Storm Surge. But in the 5th zone, Storm Surge activates when 50 players are alive, and in the 7th zone it activates when there's 30 players alive, and this can happen in round 1. However, it normally only does this if you're in the top lobbies, so if you're doing very well in the tournament, or it's the very last game of the day, because people are really trying to play placement and to stay alive and avoid a ton of fights. The last thing you'll notice is in the end game, a lot of the times, because there's not as many players alive in round 1, the games are ending much quicker. A lot of the times this happens at the end of the 2nd moving zone, which is the 7th zone, or the end of the 3rd moving zone, which is the 8th zone. And you can see in this particular example from Brazil that there wasn't a huge amount of players alive, and they picked up this victory royale in the 2nd moving. Now compare this to round 3, where King, Sion, and Rusty K have to end multiple of their victory royales in a heal-off. This is because the zone closes all the way, and all of the players alive start to take zone damage, meaning you're going to need as many white heals as you can, be it the bandage bazooka, chug splashes, or even random campfires on the map. In round 3, this is something that a ton of teams employ a strategy for, giving all of their white heals to one player so that he can stay alive the longest, as seen by the fantastic trio of King, Sion, and Rusty K from the Brazil region, who actually won 11 of their 12 games. 2 of these went down to heal off, all the way down into the 9th zone, and this is something you'll constantly see if you're watching round 3 gameplay, but really won't happen that much in the average opens game. Hope you guys learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you on the battle bus.
We've all seen it before. Maximum height, final zone, and a victory royale. 3 things that go hand in hand in every Fortnite endgame. But what if I told you there was a different way you can make every final zone, get elims, and not be on height while winning the game? Let's take a look at the XSET trio and how they use low ground in NA East Day 2, Game 1 to beat height, win out the match, and finesse the endgame. You've got AV, one of the best shot callers and solo clutch players of NA East, combined with Shark and Knight, a duo that's played together for over a year, having some of the most top consistent placements in FNCS duos and enough synergy to the point where it looks like they can read each other's minds. To get enough fuel to be able to make it into endgames, these guys land over at the Fortilla and Shantytown and Logjam Woodworks. That's right, a huge split taking over 15% of the map with a total of 40 chests. Let's take a look at this comparison between mid-ground and low-ground. While on mid-ground, you're usually at risk of being shot by 3 angles at all times. There are multiple trios on your lair that can shoot your walls and battle for space in front of you, as well as try to break into your box behind you. If your base or tarp is too high and exposed, you can risk being pressured from height with shots, utility, and surprise all-ins. And while you're trying to keep track of all of that, there can be low-ground trios that are looking to shockwave up, crash pad you down, as well as spray your floors, making a fully built metal box still vulnerable to anyone on the lookout. The XSET trio always choosing to stay on low ground changes all of that. With the ground beneath them, there's no pressure at all coming from beneath their feet. They can spend more time looking around and above at other trios, becoming more aware of threats and dangerous paths. In terms of other low ground players on their lair, the main fight is for space and position, so they end up moving instead of shooting first, giving XSET more time to make decisions while on the run. The mid-ground trios above XSET can get their sightlines blocked by each other, and XSET can utilize old builds like you see here to get even more sneaky and secluded, making there no chance of any pressure at all, giving these guys an easy route towards the front of the zone. Skip a little bit ahead, and this is where the magic starts. Having a hill on their backs, zone ahead of them, and their own builds behind them, it lets XSET focus just on one angle, and a player on the other side of that angle gets pressured so much that he's forced up, giving XSET more room to even cover on low ground. Seeing that it's a steep incline though, they build up a layer, forcing any teams rotating on their side of the circle to funnel straight into their floors, cones, and edits. They set up a perfect trap in their home turf, gain 3 points, drop back down to low ground for weapon upgrades, mats, and more. That final zone is the biggest issue for low ground though, as Height can beam down and make Xset use up all their mats. But this entire time they've been playing box to box, close to the ground, allowing them to save their utility till the 9th zone, and using it as a counter to Height. They deal damage and really split apart the focus of Bizzle, Illis, and Clicks, with the huge reservoir of shockwaves that they have set up. Xset just have to look up and spray, having an easier time keeping up with the zone, as they don't have to build floors to stay inside it. Both weapons can also just stay activated, and they flip the pressure onto the Height trio, eventually winning the game. Low ground lets you stay together more, focus on one team at a time, saves your utility, and when played correctly lets you win insane games. It takes creativity and a lot of practice though. You have to move and adapt on the fly. These are just some of the cool things AV, Knight, and Shark do each game. Keep track of their journey during more games of the FNCS. We'll be seeing you on that battle bus.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Reset back with another video, and in today's video I want to cover Height. And we're going to be using Zayt, Saf, and Stretch as an example, and one of their games where they picked up a victory royale from Qualifier 3 Round 3 of the FNCS. Across the 12 games, these guys picked up 4 victory royales, and they hold Height in an absolutely textbook way, so let's dive into that. Firstly, just for super basic, Height is when you're on the very highest layer of the moving zones in endgame. And this is powerful for many reasons. Firstly, because you use the least amount of materials to traverse the moving zones, you have a ton of angles on players to shoot down on, you have the best opportunities for healing, and you only need to worry about players below you, so you don't have to cover your left, right, and above, which you'll have to on low and mid ground layers. I like to categorize the art of playing high ground into 2 separate categories: claiming and maintaining. Claiming high ground does not start in the end game, it starts much earlier in the mid game, and in this game in particular, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch try to claim the high ground as early as the 3rd zone. You can see them take up a large amount of space horizontally here, with Zayt and Saf building over onto another area, so they have 2 separate points of high ground. Later on in the game, when the 4th zone appears, they're not actually inside of this zone, so they wait late until other players have already built up there, and then they all shockwave over and claim the high ground there. The only reason that these guys get to the highest layer in 4th is because they'd already set themselves up on a higher layer in the 3rd zone. This allows them simply to just shockwave over and claim it. From here on out, our team's goals switch up from claiming high ground to maintaining it. Really, they're not looking for a huge amount of eliminations here. Their main goal is just to ensure they are the only ones on Height. They do this by shooting at other players who have built up in other areas of the zone to around equal levels of them, and also by looking down, looking at players who are 1 or 2 layers below them, and pressuring these guys to make it seem like there's no chance that they're going to claim Height over Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. You can see that the 5th zone is almost max distance from where they are now, so this is where Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are going to need to start claiming the high ground again. Zayt hits a beautiful snipe on one of the opposing players at the opposite height, so this is an immediate flag that our team should now just go and grab that height, because these guys are going to be on the defensive, trying to pick up the res on this teammate, and aren't going to be focusing on maintaining that high ground. What Zayt does is he actually shockwaves over to another layer of builds and then builds out into the zone to create a different area of high ground. Then, once this is solidified, Saf and Stretch both then come over onto this high ground, and then Zayt actually goes over to the other layer of high ground where he sniped the player and builds up here. This is exactly the same thing we saw in the 3rd zone, where they've claimed 2 separate layers of high ground. They do this because they give absolutely no opportunities for any other team to take high ground at this point. So in the 5th zone, these guys have this completely locked down. At this point, because these guys have claimed 2 separate layers of high ground, it doesn't matter which way the zone pulls, as these guys already have claimed all of the high ground layers. In all honesty, this is the hardest part done. These guys have good materials still left, and now they just need to ensure that they maintain height all the way through the moving zones. The main threat that they have is players using their shockwave grenades to fly up and take height from them. So the way that they defend against this is by having one player on what we call ultimate high ground. In this game, in the first few moving zones, this is Zayt. He stays up 3 or 4 layers above to ensure if anyone shockwaves up, he doesn't get knocked out. This allows him to spray any players at contesting and really take control of that high ground. And at the same time, you can see Saf move further ahead of the zone and spray backwards at players down below, while Stretch stays on the same layer as Saf and just consistently applies pressure to all the players below. You continue this form up until the 9th zone, the final moving, because this is when the heal off is going to need to happen. And you can see that Saf throws his white heals, which is medkits, up towards Stretch so that Stretch can stay on the ultimate high ground where Zayt was instead. And then if this game goes down to a heal off, he can stay on the ultimate high ground, heal with the medkits, while Zayt and Saf are on the low ground, completely trying to frag out and distract the other players who are alive. Zayt ends up completely popping off on low ground and picking up the Victory Royale, meaning they didn't end up needing to use those medkits for the heal off. However, if Zayt didn't manage to pop off here and the 9th zone ended up closing, they would have won this either way. Hope you guys enjoyed and learned a lot. I've been Resub. See you in the Battle Boss. Beep beep.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. We just got done watching the wild card match. Connor's Trios, has just clutched it, and now they will join the other 32 trios that are waiting to play off here in the grand finals. Now, we're going to get to the show in just a moment, but there's a few things we got to talk about first. First of all, it's Halloween, and you know what? Four Nightmares is in the game. You know what else is super cool that has both of these things in common? And that is Party Royale. Headlining this year's Fortnitemares event, Reggaeton Global Ambassador and 4-time Latin Grammy winner J Balvin will awaken your spirit in the Afterlife Party. A special performance in Fortnite Party Royale featuring his biggest hits and the debut of a brand new song with Sesh. The party begins Halloween night, October 31st at 9 p.m. Eastern. And as a souvenir of your journey into the Netherworld, all Party Trooper owners who attend the Afterlife Party will unlock the exclusive J Balvin style. That's where we're going to be after this. At least that's where I plan to be. But also, tomorrow we'll actually be in Party Royale, so if you want to watch some of the action and also party at the same time, hop into Party Royale. You'll see all of our faces there tomorrow. Now, guys, I know you are excited, so let's just get to it. How you feeling? Quickly. Let me see it. Let me feel it. Tell me.
Let's go. NA East is up to be here for the show. I'm hyped. It's going to be a big, cool thing with you bros. Trying to find a rhyme there to keep it going, but I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped and I'm rhyming.
You tried. I've whipped out the prop many, many times. I'm just going to do it again. Hype through the roof. I get cut off, but it's still good.
The hype is through the roof. In fact, here we can take a look at our finals format. Victory Royale is worth 25 points. We see the placement as far out as 17th. Every elim is a point. A lot of points to be divvied out. Now, gentlemen, we're going to be talking about this, the consistency throughout the next 6 matches, even on through to tomorrow. There's much that we will be breaking down here on the analyst desk. So we got to touch on this. What do we think? Are we expecting NA East to kind of fall somewhere in the middle? You know, solid placement, solid eliminations. Do we think it might swing one way or the other? Do we even think specific trios might lend themselves to certain play styles?
Reese, I'm going to let you take this one first because I have a hot take that needs to cool down slightly, but you go for it.
He's got a hot take. I'm going to say top 5 teams going to be close. However, there is a chance that if one of these teams could completely pop off.
Okay, here is my hot take. Consistency, schmintency. I don't know how to butcher the word a little bit more, but I feel like in NA East, it'll be more so about the wins than anything else. Usually, we might have a team that have no victory royales and end up at first place or be in the top 5. You will not have that happen. You will need a ticket of that VR to be on the first page. And that's because all the teams we saw in the heats, all the top dogs had like multiple wins. Anyone near second and third also had huge wins to just, you know, complement them in their journey throughout the heats to the grand finals.
There's so many of these trios that are just absolutely terrifying. For people like Acorn, Slacks, and Jock, I mean, we could literally be in for anything. I think you might actually be onto something that it is going to favor the teams that are getting the Victory Royales. I'd be curious to see, though, if they pair that with eliminations. We can't forget an incredible trio like Avery, Bugha, and Jamper.
I like that, though. I like that little combination of names sometimes. Might roll with it. It was always difficult to find a pairing for Bugha and Avery, but might have just found one now. Yeah, they were in heat number 1. The big honcho heats, honestly. There were so many huge names, and these guys were on top the whole time. Stark Industries domination. They got first place.
That was Heat 1. If we move over to Heat 2, we took Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. Picked up the first place slot here with 218 points. These guys had 2 Victory Royales, and they were absolutely popping off all day. I am not surprised that these guys picked up the first place slot because they've been so consistent in every single tournament that they play all the way back to their West days.
Yeah, West, now they're on East, and they're dominating. But speaking of total, complete domination, Acorn, Jack, and Slacks having points that are combined with winners from other heats together. My goodness, and the amount of wins they had yesterday too. They took Heat 3 by storm, Reese.
6 Victory Royales out of 12 games. 50% win ratio in a heat. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. They ended with 340 points, which was almost 100 points more than the second team who won their victory, which is crazy. But talking of 6 Victory Royales, we had another team who had 6 Victory Royales.
Yeah, might have been not as dominant in terms of the points, but these guys know how to win. They know how to run the entire region, and they have been on top for a while. That's Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. Doom's domain, but honestly, might have to just rename the trio to be the NA East Domain God Kings, because honestly, no one's been able to stop them in practice. No one really is able to stop them when they're actually trying to go for wins. Is this the team mode season for Zayt, Saf again, now with Stretch to just 100% stay on top? That's a big question because they're one of the best teams on the planet at playing team modes.
Hey, man. Well, you know what, Shy? We're about to see all of these Titans clash and battle it out on the island because it is time to jump into the first game here in NA East from Grand Finals. We've got our casters on standby. You've seen them. Monster Deface and the new Midas Aussie Antics. Take it away, gentlemen.
It's going to be the first of many games from the course this weekend. Grand Finals is here. This is what it's all been leading up to. Weeks and weeks of competition here, Aussie.
Everything's been building up to this. We've been casting all of it. I'm just so excited.
100%. Well, the battle bus is just about to be underway. You guys do not have to wait any more longer here. Game number 1 of 12 for the long weekend is here. It's time to get it as we start things off with a beautiful shark shot. We saw the RPG make its way through the qualifiers. Will we see it here this weekend? Shayo said it best, though. It's going to come down to the Victory Royales.
It's going to come down to the Victory Royales, and everything starts with that lighthouse shot. It just always gets me so excited. It's been so many weeks building up to this monster. Every time we watch NA East, it starts at the lighthouse, and it always ends in so much excitement. Today is going to be ridiculous. I have no doubt that it will depend on the Victory Royales today. It's going to be those big teams. We have teams like Zayt that pretty much go for a win or nothing. We saw Jack's team just absolutely clean up in heat. So this is arguably, or I'm pretty sure statistically, the most stacked grand final for NA East ever, based on the teams that have now made into grand finals and how well they performed in previous qualifier weeks. And we're kicking it off with our most hyped team right now. They have to be just living on the edge.
Definitely is. Connor, Pledge, and Gage clutched out one of the most just, seriously intense moments you can ask for in a tournament setting. A game where it's not down to the points, it comes down to catching a victory in a Battle Royale stage. Like, it doesn't get any more exciting than that. It doesn't get any more clenching, nail-biting than that. And, I mean, to stick the distance, to run the distance, Pledge pulled it off here for the team. And now we get to see our 33rd team in action. And it seems like they're off to a great start. No one here to contest them at the lake.
And they really did it in such a strong performance too. They actually had eliminations too, and they won the heal off. It was a convincing victory. It came down to the heal off in the end, one player alive, but they genuinely played that end game so well. And you talked about it. This is a team that practices in and out. So I think it's a team that is worthy of being in the grand finals and could actually pull out a decent performance here today as well.
And the story of the weekend will be, can Zayt, Saf, and Stretch pull off what they did during their heats, during the qualifying weeks and lead up to the heats and the grand finals? And that is absolute domination when they are not being contested. The story here is going to continue. They are not being contested. They just have this history, this track record of pulling victories off the gate. If they continue with that kind of momentum this time around, it is looking like this weekend might be theirs.
It might be theirs as well, and it would be such a big performance. No one would be surprised, but at the same time, there are some teams that have performed really well in the qualifying weeks without the mythic drops. I think maybe Booger's team does also have uncontested Stark. We saw what that did over on EU. Yes, just as I asked that, thank you, production team. They do clearly have uncontested Stark, so we've seen what Mitro's and Mongrel's team can do with that in EU. Maybe Booger's team can do the same, but we've been asking more of this team because they've had it uncontested more than Zate's team has had Doom's, and a lot of people now arguing with Doom's Mythic Bomb out of competitive during these grand finals that this team actually has the advantage with that. I mean, you can already see 6 shockwaves. They have the epic pump, epic burst rifle, those incredible Stark cars which just get you so far into the lobby. So we'll have to see. I don't know, but we've got some other teams that could easily win this without the mythic loot.
Yeah, definitely. As you're seeing on your screen right now, Avery found a couple tags on the player that was rifting out of the drop spot from the side. Seems like a misty or steamy stacks rotate on out. So already setting up for success here. Legendary pump in hand, legendary Stark rifle as well. The double vehicles. This is the kind of loot, this is the kind of advantage that we were leaning in towards as Crims is up above. Left with Claz here. Seems like there's a team down below. It's Typhoon and company. They are lit up. No shield for the team in the low ground.
Yeah, this team on the high ground's looking pretty good. They've definitely got the advantage, but I also see eyes off in the distance kind of looking in on this one, so they've got to be careful. I think that was Knifer up there on the hill or kind of on the beach line looking into this one from the island, and yeah, this isn't looking like paradise right now. Coral Castle, a beautiful spot on the map, nice and peaceful with the music, but right now it is breaking out. It's one of the biggest fights we've seen here already in NA East, and this is a big area of loot, and you've got to cover it, but it's actually not that much loot unless you can really push in. You need pretty much all the loot inside Coral Castle, maybe even a little bit of the islands to really have a good run at this, but this fight scares me because they're very edge map monster, and I'm noticing that zone is kind of close. You can just see it in the bottom right, but they still have to get there, and this fight could drag out, and that's a splash. I don't think Class meant to throw that one unless he was trying to put out the fire.
Yeah, no, definitely was a little bit of a misplay there. It's going to cost him a good team heal. All of a sudden, though, someone jumps up and Legend DN eats the big pump here. Remember, he did not have any shield, so he just granted Class a free siphon. Look at the follow-up here. Yeah, they're making quick work of these guys. They just do not have much. And Typhoon in them, man, they had such a clutch heats coming into this, but still, nonetheless, they have made it to the grand final stage. Although one game is out the window, it's not over just yet.
Now, I'm going to defend Class there. I'm pretty sure that was definitely deliberate, right, Class? I mean, it's definitely deliberate there. I think he was that confident. He really just wanted to throw the disrespect in there, show you, hey, we can win this drop even if I'm actually helping you there. They get 3 eliminations, and they clean that up so quickly and so confidently. But I'm noticing one thing. Their loot still isn't that great, and they've got to start moving. So this could be an issue for this team going forward, as I see another issue now that I didn't expect to see at all. What is this? We have Clix, Bizzle, and Illust, who normally have uncontested Sweaty. Right now with Dave, Miro, and Reverse on their heads, that we're dropping at Dirty Dogs. I don't think they've rotated here, Monster. Have we got 2 top tier teams contesting each other?
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a mix-up for sure. This is a clash that none of us definitely expected here. But now, though, it is going to come down to all grit. Who can actually pop this one off? Who can actually win this battle? Clix playing super smart right now, actually going for the big angle. This might set them up for success. This might give them the big advantage if he can get up and over. With that sniper in hand, I mean, take a look. He's got that wide shot now. He can see into this entire battle. I do not see Miro, though, and I think that's why they're holding on to the reboot van. I think they're trying to hold him out. Crimson Class Eclipse are coming down, though, through Coral Castle. Clix is out in the open. He's standing still. This is dangerous.
He has to be careful right now because this could be the loot that Class and Crims need. We just saw them wipe an entire trio in seconds, so we know they have the fighting power. And I was going to say, I don't know if this is a drop that is now being contested. We'll have to see, but for the sake of Clix's team, that's a little bit unfortunate because of how well they've done with this drop uncontested. But as a spectator, this is going to be so exciting. 2 of the best fighting teams right now dropping on top of each other. Day, Miro, and Reverse, who pretty much dropped more eliminations than almost any other team before third zone. The recipe for their success is consistent eliminations. It's not just consistent placement. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, and Reverse and Miro have already set up a counter angle to Clix, so this is a big game of chess right here. It's all about positioning. They're out-angling. Miro's already on the move in. That's it. And you know, once Miro commits, he's going in. Day makes it to the party. Clix is going to get tagged for 72. It's not looking too good for him. The collapse comes in. These are 2 dangerous players when it comes down to box fights. If Clix doesn't get back up ASAP, it's not looking good. That's Illust up on the ramp right now. Can Reverse 2K hold him off?
This is going to be hard right now, but I'm seeing Clix drop back down into his natural habitat, down into those box fights. He really does it better than anyone else when he's down here in the box fight situations. Reverse finds a little bit of a jelly bean right now. Obviously, Fortnitemare's still under effect, and it's making this drop spot so much stronger. It was interesting to see actually in OCE yesterday, Monster. They were prioritizing the Twins and Volks were prioritizing using the kind of the, I'm not exactly sure which ones they're called, the candies that give you the extra mobility, the gravity boost increase. They were combining that with shockwaves and preferring that over the peppermint. So interesting to see how Fortnitemares, even in these later half of FNCS, has already changed things so much.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very interesting one. I'd say that's going as far as being a meta shifter for sure, right? Switching
Really
up how
was.
people actually play into their rotates there. They might be onto something. But is it too late, right? I mean, we're already at the grand finals. Maybe they found the secret, just in time.
I think they held on to it. They didn't want to reveal it before grand finals in case any other team figured it out, because they were pretty much hitting constant shockwave, low gravity rotates without bounce pads. So it was so much easier for them to set up. It was quite impressive to watch, but we now have to focus on NA East here, seeing if maybe any of those teams caught the memo. It does happen quite late at night for you guys, so I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't up to date on it. But this is a team that is very interesting. Sizlucky is a very good team player, very, very smart, really does play for that placement meta. So I'm going to have to see how they go. We didn't see too much of them in the qualifying weeks though, Monster.
Yeah, definitely not. But hold up. Switch of scenery here. Big names on the screen. Animal, Dejin, Agers on the distance. Scented, Edgy, and of course, Commandment. And then I thought I saw for a second, might have been Booga and Avery there on the southern portion of the storm line. All of a sudden, a clash of titans right here, and it's a rotation on through. This team, 34 damage below. It's basically an option of pick your poison. Who is it that you want to fight? Team left or team right? There's no easy pick'ems here.
Yeah, this is a scary spot to be, because I know that unless they hit the rotate early, it's going to be the XSET guys coming out of Fortilla on this bottom side of the map that will be lurking, and they will pretty much take any opportunity to take a fight in the mid game if they think it's good. So if Animal gets wounded here, this could be very interesting. They're pushing across, but they can't just rotate. You touched on it. They need to do the damage. They've got 73 builds. They've got a decent loadout, but 39 below with this many players alive, Storm Surge is going to go active, and it's going to go active for a very long time.
Ozzy, there's 91 players alive. Very long time for forever. It's not going to end for quite some time. Take a look at this, though. This grand final, you have 26 World Cup participants, 10 of which are FNCS champions, 4 of which are DreamHack winners in the recent times. Gives you an idea of the caliber of player that we're looking at. When Ozzy said at the opening portion of the show, this is one of the most stacked games we've seen, it really has turned out to be that in the NA East region. And I mean, the player base is reflecting it.
And that's it. A lot of players could have made it into the heats off consistency, but a lot of those players that made it in off consistency didn't actually make it through into this grand final. So it really is the best of the best here today. It's the players that have been playing every single week, and we see Macwood go down, a team that's been very, very hot or cold, and I was wondering how they're going to come out today. Those are your last trio FNCS champions, but unfortunately, game one here, not going too much their way. Calc and Zexro still up for what I think, though, so maybe something big happening there as Sprite Dab goes down here to Bizzle, but Clix has been knocked. So they've got to capitalize on this quickly because Bizzle doesn't exactly have the loadout.
Yeah, Sprite was actually with the jumping pump there to Clix on the peak, but it is enough. Bizzle does get the clutch to trade. Actually, this might play into their favor because there's another enemy right behind this wall. They needed the tags, and it's going to work out as they get a full conclusion onto this squad. Tahi there, Illis is going to hit a little bit of a dance move, and you got to be happy about that. It's going to be an upgrade as well with the pump shotgun.
Yeah, but this loot is not what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing this team so healthy out of Sweaty Sands. That's why he's hitting a little bit of the dance, a little bit of the disrespect. They want to do anything they can to rub the salt in the wounds to make sure they get that drop spot to themselves, because it's going to be hard to hold on to. As I said, XSET, this team is aggressive. I told you, they will smell it. If someone is weak, if someone's on the back foot, they will always be on the front foot pushing in, as Knight's now trying to push forward into this box on the low ground. We've talked about it so much. We had the analysts make an entire package on how good this team is at fighting in these trench-style battles.
And not only that, it's a battle for the airdrop as well. There was some good loot that comes out of that. Crims is going to get taken out. This is your Coral Castle squad, the one that ran through Typhoon and company. That's one game down for the grand finals. XSET now putting themselves another step closer to the Axe of Champions. Remember, it's not just the big money on the line, it's everything else in between. But hold up, Illis, Clix, and Bizzle here putting some big pressure in. This is not looking good.
Yeah, they need to be aggressive right now. I can see why they're pushing up on this because they're all alive. They've got a decent amount of firepower. We saw some decent shotguns, but they really don't have much else to their name. But trying to push in here, and no, they're just going to take over the leftovers. And this is not where you're used to seeing Bizzle, Clix, and Illis. They're used to commanding lobbies. They're used to being the ones going toe-to-toe and standing up. Right now, they're taking leftovers. They're taking scraps. And Xset is a scary team to have to take scraps from, as we see two players hitting the rotate here, identifying that it's really not worth shooting each other because they've got a long rotate to go. And geez,
oh no,
things are getting really ugly really quickly for Booger, Jamper, and Avery, one of the favorite teams today, who's come out of Stark and gone all the way south and now have to push back further north. So I'm not really sure where they went for their mid-game rotates.
Yeah, gone off the rails a little bit there. And talk about teams that are out now. Calculator fell in the feed during all that action. We saw Ronaldo and Zum fall as well to keep you guys up to date. So another favorite out of the game now. I'm not sure if Skittles is still up right now. As I talk about it, Isiv is going to find Nosh there. And that's finally now elims are occurring, right? We knew a lot of players had to fall because that big Storm Surge threat. And there it is. Teams are being affected.
Team's being affected, the lobby's being shaken up right here, and we've got a zone that's going right up and comfortable near Doom's domain. So we saw Shayu talking about in the pre-show that he's obviously picking Zayd's team to maybe run away with this, and he's saying wins are going to come out on top. So they've got every win condition they need right now. Booger's team's still looking really good. They made that rotate. It looked really dicey, but they've ended up in a pretty good position. The only issue I can see here is 56 builds in the back pocket of Booger. Hopefully Jamper and Avery have some more as well. Skittles does go down the feed as well. So that is our Cinderella story. They just clutched up the qualification yesterday in the heats. They had a massive run back. I've been cheering for them. It's not all over. It's one game of 12, and that's why this format is so great, because it gives you a couple games to throw away, but you got to pick things up. We just talked about the caliber of players in this. You can't fall off the pace for long.
No, you can. As Xset here is holding that storm line. Bizzle and Clix do manage to get it alive here through the rotate, making it nice and wide as well. Illis is going to find himself a little bit of safety here inside the Doom's domain. This camera shot's giving you an idea. The Doom's domain is virtually clear. It's a ghost town, right? Happy Halloween, guys. That's my one joke of the day. But honestly, it's serious. It's serious time right now, right? This is game one here, and we've already seen some major teams get dropped. Our previous FNCS Trio champions are no longer in this, and a lot of other big names already down.
It's going to be exciting to see who can manage to pull it off. As here we go. We have a team that I haven't seen too much about, but if you watch the heats, you saw a lot of them. You saw a lot of them winning as well. They were well and truly up on the podium. Jack, Acorn, and Slacks had such a dominant performance. They went into day 2 of the heats on almost double the points of second place. That is such a ridiculous spot to be in. And I want to say, can they do it when the lobbies are this stacked? But we know they can. They've won ninja battles. They've won multiple tournaments. They've shown up even when the caliber of player is this high, and they do it in the same style. They're aggressive. They know when they can take fights.
100% here. Slacks, Jack, and Acorn trying to go up the mountain right now. 14 damage below. This is looking like some seriously crunch situation for them, right? 45 seconds on the clock, and they have to make a big move. They need to identify a weak wall. They need to put that pressure down. Who's going to be the target of choice? Big knocks there onto Bully. Bully was lit up. He actually didn't have a lot of HP, and they want this. Yes, they need this.
They need to push in for it now. They need to finish it off, and there it is. They do get the finish off their Bullies team. They had a decent performance yesterday. Didn't have the massive performance they needed in heats, and maybe things looking a little bit shaky right now, but that's it. That's good Storm Surge as well. 231 above, and just look at this zone right now. You talked about it. The ghost town in Doom's domain. It's still looking really clear on that north side. This south side is... It's piles on. It's stacked on. Everyone is in here on top of each other, and it's going to be who has the mobility to rotate away from this safely.
Definitely now, as you're seeing, it's Jack, Slacks, and Acorn on the outermost portion of this. Mikey, Niddle, Clarity G, full trio still alive there. Zuni's, Enpen, and Aspect also full trio right up above. This is pressure coming in. That's Team Nobu, but they're going to find Outcast Isiv by himself with the instant knock, and Jack actually was a part of that. So actually just finishing off the down body here, able to pick up some loot off of this as well with the harpoon. Can they get some more for it? It could be a big one. This could really set them up for success. Off in the distance, you can see that Bucky, Creo, Kanata still alive there. Parked up, it's Cease and Blake as a two-man team, unfortunately losing their third. It's just not looking too good, though, for Clix, Illis, and Bizzle, man. They're still on their run, and they have Xset on their heels.
It's not looking the best for them, but that wide shot monster just I'm so excited. This is just what it's all come down to. I'm like a kid in a candy shop right now. I watch a lot of Fortnite, and this is possibly the most excited I've ever been to watch a grand final. This is stacked on stacked. As you see so many big names going in the feed, I can't even call them. Zuni's getting eliminations, Smacked going down, Aspect, Cease. These are just a who's who of competitive Fortnite going toe-to-toe, and whoever takes out this game one is going to have such a good position as Saf going for the high ground. Such an exciting way to take it. They go off the bounce pad with the shockwave, get the massive high ground retake, use those extra shockwaves to launch the team off, and here it is. This is exactly what Shayo predicted. Saf, Zayt, and Stretch are set up on the high ground where they live, where they play best, and they're looking to capitalize on game one.
It's unfortunate that Saf doesn't get assist points for sending Cease flying right there. Like, it really is unfortunate.
Yeah.
That was one of the craziest plays you've probably seen this week. It's not going to be the last crazy one, right? This is a team that's going to play for height every single game. If the Heats wasn't already enough of an indicator that they want wins coming out of this, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, because they're going to continue to bring that action. They have the confidence. They've literally built the confidence to take high ground every single round after round. Zone favor is going to fall to the other side. Zayt already looking off in the distance. This is what he's a master at. This is what he does, but he's going to get chipped. It's Kanata who finds the shot on the side, and now they have to play the pickup game.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Bucky, Kriya, Kanata just beneath this right now. They're coming up here, so this is very, very scary right now. Stretch is going for the revive. Saf has clutched up so many of these moments. He really is the clutch factor on this team, but even he has to retreat now, play a little bit more safe, potentially give it up. I think he has. There's players above them. Zayt is now not looking too healthy. They had everything they needed, and it switches just like that. When you have this caliber of player, it really does turn on a dime, and not only that, they're 34 below, and they're not on the high ground anymore. They can't beam down. They need to find their damage on this rotate, and there are so many players. This is very sketchy for them.
Luckily for them, he is going to get the med kit off, so Zayt's managed to stay alive here. Stretch is going to play for height once again here, but 50 damage below. They have to find some tags. Beautiful tags. It's payback time. It's onto Creo there. Stretch comes down with the drop kick shot. He's not going to land it, but onto the box he goes. I don't think he wants to let them get away from this one, not to mention they still need a little bit more for the tags. As I say that, though, as things are catching up, I see Xset lighting up the feed as well, finding themselves 2 or 3 elims in the process.
AV Knight and Shark are just lighting up the feed down there now. This is crazy, and Stretch has just such precise assault rifle aim. It is insane. He absolutely lasers that player. That's not only their surge, that secures the high ground. This team knows what they're doing. If you ever have the joy of watching them stream it, they very rarely do. Their communication is on another level. They just say what they're doing, and everybody reacts. They have drilled this time and time again. They've conditioned that high ground more than any other team. Stretch goes to front side, and already he's just going straight back up to height. They live nowhere but the high ground, and they get nothing but wins. It is wins or nothing. They don't try to play for second. Jamper goes down the feed, so does Booger, so does Clicks. Xset is just lighting up the feed monster right now.
Yeah, literally carrying themselves off of elims alone. Let's not forget they did wipe that full trio coming into this as well. As we talk about it, just take a look here. It's time to heal back up and continue to run the high ground. It's what they do best. It's height with pressure, and Stretch literally finds another 2-piece elimination right there. And the refresher, my gosh, he's coming right back up to drop the goods off to the teammates. And all of a sudden now he's got all the ammunition in the world to work with. This is the formula for success. This is the track record that the boys have literally put themselves on. This is why we call them the Godfathers of comp.
They're the high ground team. They've been drilling it since before Trio FNCS even started. In scrims, everyone knows that if there's a team lighting up the feed, it's them on high ground. We get to see Xset on the mid ground doing what they do best. They've been lighting up the feed, but they are very weak for this. I see Edgy in there looking healthy. I see so many teams. Alige, we have our Latin American contingent down there as well. Kanata's still in this, despite losing that high ground. Miro's pushing through. Every big name is in this, but it's talking about who is strong enough to overcome this high team. You have to be looking at a full trio or somebody that's healthy, and I think it might be Scented Edgy Commandment if anyone can do it. But Zuni's right now, 4 eliminations, 1 on NPen, 2 on Aspect, and they have the shockwaves. They're pulling them out. This might be it. This might be the moment. They're splitting up the shockwaves, and they're looking up. That's where they have their eyes set on Monster. This is the moment. They're going to go for it pretty soon. I have to think. Yes, they go up. Zuni's builds it. He has the material for this 42 builds. They take the high ground, but we know Zayt's team will not give this up easily. They will try and take it back if they can. They're chopping them out. Can they hold it? NPen goes down to Saf. Zuni's takes down Saf, though. It's switching back. Zuni's takes down Zayt as well. Aspect is in this one, and Zuni's is still up, and I think they've done it. I think they've dethroned the kings of high ground.
Literally the clutch factor right there, and all of a sudden Aspect and Zuni's now control the high ground, and it's their turn to put that pressure down. What a great way to retake height now. 9 elims for them, and it's time to run it back. It's going through all these old builds though, making it that much more difficult. They have to get in there. Miro finally gets taken out, and he secures placements as well. As everyone's staying alive right now, they have literally worked their way to placements. They've done the most that they can. Big name still there. Commandment still alive here with Edgy. This is very, very much possible. Shockwaves from height. They have everything in their power. It's time to come down now. They're running out of mats.
It's a 2v3 right now. We've been talking about Commandment, Aspect. They might be able to do this right now. Who is going to win it? Can Commandment come out on top on the low ground? There it is. Now it is. It's Centered and Commandment versus Zuni's and Aspect. And Centered still had a shockwave. He takes the high ground, but he gets knocked on the fall through. I think they might be going for the heal off. I think Commandment's going to try and pull off the heal off, but no, the shockwave blasted out the 102. There's no way you can win the heal off. And what a big performance. A 12 elimination victory royale. 37-point game. Are you kidding me? What a start to NA.
The big Aspect is back from the ruins to the top of the food chain, and a victory royale right there, and in flashy faction as well. We're going to toss it over to the analyst decks, though, to break it down, as that was just game number 1.
Monster, that was the first game on the day. We have 5 more games of this. Thank you, NA East. We appreciate when you guys show up and just do crazy stuff like that. That is the VR that I personally was looking for. That is the action and the excitement we live for. Now, here's the thing, guys. We got to take a look at the standings. We watched in those final few moments. There was one player that was left alive that was eliminated in 2nd place. Guess how many eliminations they had? I'll save you the trouble. It's 11. And of course, we have to take a look at this together because the Victory Royale is super good. Got them as well with 12 eliminations, boys. But it's none other than Commandment, Edgy, and Scented coming in your 2nd place. 11 eliminations. A 2nd place finish. That is how these two Titans in the 1st and 2nd spot are holding strong.
Still, Aspect, Zuni's, and NPen had the same amount of elims, more so actually by 1. So it's not going to be that situation where enough elims, that's the 2nd place team, get 1st overall in the standings this time. That win, paired with their performance, keeps them in that top slot.
Yeah, we saw Zayt, Saf, and Stretch now currently in 4th position after getting that 6 eliminations in 6th place. You know, these guys took that height early on. First moving like they always do. Their trademark playstyle. Started maintaining it, but unfortunately they had not enough materials all the way through. Zayt went to drop down there, and then unfortunately Zuni's team just shock us up, take it from them, and that's kind of that game over for them. If they'd managed to get more materials, they probably would have been able to maintain it and play out their normal split high ground style.
And just look at all the people who are waiting right behind in line, right at those traffic lights with a red light so far. The XSET trio, the TNA trio. We got Bucky, Creo, and Kanata, Slacks, Acorn, Jack, Divine, X&B, and Foppy. Everyone that we've seen in these heats plays so well in qualifiers and scrims across the entire timeline of NA East this season. Past them, 2 big names still trying to make it. Once again, our wildcard team in the top 15 after game number 1.
Yeah, I hope we continue to see these guys perform as well. That would be such a great storyline of, you know, they just missed out in the heats, and then they come back through the wild card match, pick it up, and perform, get like top 10. That would be great.
I would actually throw Shy Wager out the window.
Hey, he has been working out. He's been talking about it a lot, and I definitely think he can lift me up too. So my man Zeke is up there. These teams, though, need to start doing some of those crunches right now. 5 to 3 points. It's a good start off, right? It's a little bit or a few eliminations extra if you're talking about all the performance just happening in the next game we would watch. But some guys who maybe had some mid-game prowess, maybe had some fights that they ended up winning, but didn't make the right decisions in endgame. We talked about it in the pre-show. Yes, you know, consistency is a big thing, but making it to endgame is step 1. Winning or getting top 5, step number 2.
Speaking of step number 2, we want to see the 2nd place team in this last game. Commandment, Edgen, and Senti. I mean, these guys are crazy. Even in those moments where it's like their backs are against the wall, they can show up, find eliminations. This trio cannot be overlooked, but of course, the winners of the game.
Yeah, I thought you were going to send the name Aspect, Scented, and Aspect, and Zuni's. Now I messed up too. Oh no. These guys are just so good overall in terms of claiming height late and playing with shockwaves. This entire game for them was shockwave based, and they played it so crucially, so well.
And they were popping off with eliminations when they were playing low ground before that. In the first 3 moving zones, these guys were just going for it. Getting these eliminations, that's kind of where they ended up with 12. And then obviously in that endgame managed to clutch it up. The other team who was popping off low ground here, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy. I said it right, let's go. And these guys are performing in all of their heats, all of the qualifiers, everything. And even right now, game 1 of the grand finals. 11 eliminations second, very impressive.
The crucial thing there too is just the fact that everyone had room and space to be able to play how they wanted to, right? We didn't get to see that in EU too much. There was a lot of pressure coming in from height, but I think it's because all these low ground teams like the TNA trio, like the XZ trio are so dominant and alive in these end games, makes it very tough for everyone else to be able to really, focus down and pressure on from other spots.
And something I just want to appreciate about this last match was that it really could have gone either way, right? Think about it. If Edgy, Scented, and Commandment had picked VR, they would have had that 6 points swing in their favor, right? The competition is already so close, and this is just the first day. We literally have 5 more games today, another 6 tomorrow. So I want to see more of this. I want to see more of these rivalries. This like, I don't want the end just be like, oh, well, that team walked away and they were the winners from the beginning. I like having it so close. The story is way more exciting. Now, we have made some predictions, gentlemen, coming into this. You two made some. Our casters made some. So we got to talk about which trio we think is going to walk away as the overall FNCS champion for Chapter 2, Season 4. Monster started off Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. I mean, I feel like this was pretty self-explanatory.
Absolutely, and I'm kind of angry at it too, kind of karma from EU. Unfortunately, that's the pick I wanted to take, but I was actually 50-50 down the middle with Creo, Bucky, and Kanata as well, winning qual week number 1 all the way from Slurpee. Very strong team. Aussie taking that X-Set trio of Knight, Shark, and AV, the low ground God Squad, and Reese, you had a good pick as well.
Of course, I always have a good pick. TSM, Commandment, Liquid, Scented, and NRG Edgy. These guys are always popping off. They're up there second, as we already said, 11 eliminations. We watched them a little bit there performing. They're going to perform in the next 11 games as well. I could put my money on it.
Okay, buddy. Well, Shio, Riso wager. We'll see how this all goes. But of course, guys, we are ready to get back into games here. Let's throw it back on over to our casters. We got to buckle up, take our seats on the battle bus, because it's time to jump back into these games. Monster D-Face, Aussie Antics, take us in.
There you have it, the quick breakdown, the quick insight to set us up for success here. You saw the picks, you saw the reasons why we picked them, and now it's time to watch these players perform. I mean, that game 1 was right up the vein of where we expected it to be. All the top teams breaking towards that top spot, but more importantly, it's just the start.
Yeah, that game 1 was exciting as we built it up to be, and I'm so happy it was. I mean, NA East is going to bring nothing less. It is going to be so exciting. We've talked about how stacked this grand finals is, and I really want to see that leaderboard really show that and stay close, as I'm seeing how stacked Lazy Lake is right now. Is that 3 teams at Lazy Lake? That's not looking good, as I also see, I think, another team. No, that's going to be the Quinjet. So it's 3 teams at Stark, though. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it looks like, NA East doing NA East things, keeping it very, very interesting. We're always going to have those players that want to get wild with it. Here's Dubs, Mega, Riverson trying to play for the lake here. As we know, Furious, Cease, and company on the other side. I'm not sure who's the new third factor jumping into this, because there was already like a heated rivalry between Mega, Dubs, Riverson, and then Cease. I think it's Blake and Furious there, right? Playing with one another, trying to own this drop spot, trying to be kings of the location. So, new blood in town.
I mean, if you haven't been following the NA East kind of like teams and the snake inning that happened when all these split, it's actually a lot of, there's a bit of bad blood here, because Riversan was actually playing with Furious and Illest and then split with them to play with Dubs and Mega. So right now going toe-to-toe against Furious, his old teammate, who they were performing really well with, and Furious was kind of left, high and dry without a team, and he ended up forming one with Blake and Cease. This is going to be an interesting fight right now as Blake is set up here, and he jumps down straight into Riversan, and what a good ambush set up there by Blake. Riversan had no clue that Blake was there, just outsmarts him and gets the big shot, and now it's up to the World Cup duo, Dubs and Mega, to do something big, and we know they can. This duo has already played on the biggest stage of all, and they're going to try and back it up here, but I'm still seeing 2 other players to the south as well as Dubs takes another big shot. It's Zypher and Nosh's team. This drop is going to be insane.
Yeah, and Nosh looks like he's trying to get in here. You can see The revive is going to come off. Riverson's going to get picked up and healed back up, so he does have just enough time to get some of the heals off as he's running out of mats now, has to get back down to the low ground. There's still loot here. This is how quickly this battle broke out here. Lucky for him, he is going to find a Bam's Bazooka, allow him to bounce right back into the game like he never left. In the feed, though, Illust is going to fall to Gabe, and Clix is going to get the revenge elims there. So that's a battle in Sweaty Sands as well. There's action unfolding all across the Fortnite world.
Yeah, NA East it always plays out slow, but it's these drop spots. There's not enough loot on the map for everybody right now. Somebody needs to fight. We've talked about this. It's not just about the mythic POIs. Everyone wants to get a good POI under their belt right now. You see Riversun stepping up here. Not the heaviest shot, but now he's got the wall. They've got him pinched. He edits out. Gets another shot. He just can't hit. Oh, there it is. That one healthy big hit he needs. We're going to see the dance. Of course we are. Mega hits a bit of the disrespect dance there. Zypher's still there, but we've seen in EU especially as well in the qualifying weeks coming into this, big POIs can do better than Mythic sometimes, so you can see why all these teams are fighting over the loot. Sweaty, you've got Steamy performing really well, Lazy Lake as well, so they need to get some of that, but this is where it all started in Game 1, Monster. The Ruins.
Yeah, right here, this is where your Game 1 winners took it all home here. Aspect, NPen, and Zunies, what a game. Way to take back high ground from Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, and honestly, they didn't just take high ground. They just dropped them out of the competition as well, making the team that historically wins Game 1 under these super intense pressure settings, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, get dropped out of the competition in 6th place. So just showing how quickly things can change here. But again, like I said at the start of this, it's the big names that we expected to make it that far, though. So already it's just showing the consistency is there.
Consistency is going to be there, and it has to be. This is the first time we've seen a team game mode FNCS of this format. 12 games. It is a consistency meta through and through. If any team is going to be able to do it with maybe less than consistent games, it's going to be a team like Zayt that really goes for the big victory out or nothing. But these other teams really need to play consistently, because unless you're just going to go for those height games every time, you need to still be getting those top 5s really consistently. You have so many other big teams to put up against today, like Centered, Edgy, and Commandment, who had such a ridiculous game yesterday as well, Monster. Not just today, they played so well out of their heats. We watched this team almost drop a 20 elimination game in their last game of heats when they just put everything out there, so we know they can back it up.
This team is so stacked. You saw in the wide shot there was like 10 big pots on the bridge, extra minis as well. Look at this. Scented literally gets to pick his poison right now. He gets to pick and choose what it is that he wants to roll with. Look at all of the POVs there. You see for a second, 6 minis on one, multiple triple big pots on the others. This is a drop spot built for 6, and they gave it all to themselves as a 3-man crew. Wow.
You can see how confident they are that no one's around as well, right? They literally leave all the loot on the bridge because they just know that no one's around, no one's going to take peeks in. They're just that confident of how well they've conditioned their drop. They haven't been dropping here since the start of the qualifiers. They were actually going Stark Industries for a little bit, but everyone knows as soon as this team switches up to a drop, it's probably not the best one to contest.
Yeah, and they legit only mixed it up because they were like, hey, Booga's not in this one. Like, we can take Stark for free. Who's going to battle us? Nobody. We have enough respect for it. And they took first place. So showing you guys that they know how to make it work no matter what. This is a team that definitely knows how to make it work. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch on the rotate early as well, already coming out of here. Not even at max material, but just enough to be comfortable on the hard mat section. And they're going to play for some big positioning. Remember, they also have to play for the tags. It seems like there's a fight going on inside of Sweaty too, though. If they can see the builds off in a distance, they might be looking to park up. And yes, that's what the marker was for. I think they're going to want to look into this build fight here.
And you were talking about setting up, and this loadout shows that. Right now, I think it was Stretch reaching out with the sniper rifle, and Zayt has the scoped assault rifle. That's not because they didn't have better things they can take. They're prioritizing those items they're going to be able to get them the Storm Surge tags. They have Dooms uncontested. They gave up things like the Mythic Arcane Gauntlets. They gave up all the candy. They chose that loadout for a reason. It's because they know how stacked these games are. 91 players alive. They need their Storm Surge, and that's what they want, because that's the biggest weakness of an uncontested drop. How do you get your Storm Surge damage when no one is dropping on you?
I mean, they don't seem very much worried about Storm Surge tags. They're literally moving outside and further away from players for some high ground here so they can see the majority of the map. It's going to be down to that ace shot, see what they can do with it. Or if they do face the Surge Demons, I mean, it's going to cost them a lot of heals. You don't want to have that. That's giving away the lead that they opted themselves in for early. Zuni's, on the other hand, has to do the same thing. Typically, by this time, you'll see high ground is being held by Aspect and NPen there. They can see all around, 360 vision of the field. Can they also find the tags here? There's still 91 players up. In 30 seconds, we'll see when the Surge is going to come through and how many players will be left alive to make the rotate.
Now we can see over the last 7 games, Aspect's trio has an average placement of 5th, which is the best in NA East. And obviously today, we've only played 1 game, so that includes their Heats game. So we'll have to see whether they can have the same consistency in stack lobbies, but that's an insane statistic that they have really found some kind of formula. Because, I mean, NA East Heats, that's nothing to scoff at. And right now, unfortunately, there has to be, I think
another
okay.
RPG.
Never mind, we're talking about how good this team is. Apparently, the Ghost Henchman right now is just coming out on top. We found the Fragger at the Ruins, and it's unfortunately not one of these 3 players. It's actually Ghost Henchman with the Fort Nightmares RPG in the back pocket. That was a pretty quick double RPG.
Yo, that is hilarious because, you know, they leave them up on purpose to defend their outer perimeter. Like, this is one thing we haven't really talked about, the strategy and how to really hold the Ruins. They intentionally do not eliminate them. And we saw this play a small part last time when Scented, Edgy, and Commandment came through. But, yeah, he's about done with it. He's like, all right, I'm not going to get hit this time. But, yeah, like it plays a little bit of defensive role, right? Like having Sentinels, little drones to protect yourselves.
It's actually pretty cool to see that, but yeah, NPen's not too happy about that one. There was a medkit down below, and ooh, here we go. Looks like the legendary pump. Aspect showing a bit of respect here. Ooh, switching over to Zuni's maybe. So there you go. Okay, so we got a bit of the hierarchy of this team right now, and it's not always just who's the better player. It's just who has different roles right now. Aspect is the one leading this team more often. That's why he has the mobility, and you see him handing over that legendary pump shotgun. But I mean, he's getting an epic pump shotgun back. It wasn't exactly the worst trade in the world. I'm sure he's still going to be happy. He still has that big 200 pump potential.
Yeah, definitely setting themselves up for success here, splitting it up. And also, you know, you just love to see a team carrying consistency out through the heats, right? So this is a team that's on fire, and that's one thing we haven't really spoke about yet is mentality coming into this. Like having an average placement of top 5 and then winning game number 1, they are on top of the moon right now. Here's Bugha, Avery, and Jamper though. Low ground, tucked underneath enemy base that seems to have a full trio inside of it, fully healthy, and they're inside the zone right now, so they actually don't have great lines of sights onto anyone.
Yeah, they're really going to have to be looking towards that kind of like southern section for their Storm Surge tags, which will be quite difficult, but we've seen this team set up on that Stark Mountain and really get their tags before they move as well. But this is a far south zone, so I think they maybe had to rotate quicker. But with those Stark cars, which have obviously no gas, as you guys would say, petrol is anyone who's watching who's actually Australian, will have the boost as well. They can get around the map quick, so never mind. They definitely didn't do that because they're 117 below, and you just touched on it perfectly then, Monster. Where are they going to get those tags? Which angles do they have?
There's no sight lines, and even if they do look south, like we know Scented, Edgy, and Crew, like they came from there, right? Like that area's clear. They left tons of heals out there, so you have to get to a better location. They actually need to think about this and do it now. Yes, they have to collapse onto the team nearby. Great tag from Jamper. I love that he even backs up here. He gets a couple tags and wants to regroup with his squad mates before moving forwards because Bugha gets punished big time. Avery has a different target, though. Avery's like going in for it. This is not looking too good.
This is scary. This is not what you want to see from one of the top tier teams in NA East who has mythic loot. Like, you just have to see the difference between how Zate's team's playing with how they're getting their Storm Surge tags and now how Avery, Bugha, and Jamper are. You don't want to have to be shockwaving onto walls and trying to box fight for your Storm Surge. Like, this is just, these teams practice this. They drill it day in and day out. And this might be maybe why Bugha's team struggled day one. This is a far south zone. I definitely understand that. But you've got to have some kind of a game plan. You can't just be kind of resorting to, you know, lower tier strategies when it comes to getting your Storm Surge tags. And now I guess they're looking back out towards this other angle because that box fight wasn't it, but they're even lower below now. They're gonna have to shockwave on another team, Monster. This is just not great at all.
Yeah, and off in the distance, I saw Connor there too, which he caught a knock in the feet onto Cosmic, but it looks like Cosmic and their team got the pickup. Jamper's got eyes on Pledge, Gage, Connor there. Avery's going to go into the team there by himself in the distance. It's not going to work out. Connor's going to knock Avery, but now it's a matter of can they clutch up and save their teammate. They are still 90 damage below. That means Avery didn't hit a single shot on the jump in. This is so risky trying to play hero now. And I mean, they're fully committed. They have to. They have no seconds left. Storm Surge is going to start ticking. All odds are against them here.
Storm Surge is going to start ticking. There's 82 alive. 12 people have to go down. 4 full trios, so they take down Gage in this. And this is crazy to see from one of our best teams, pretty much putting our wildcard team on the back foot because of a misplay. They've now started a completely chaotic, crazy fight. They're above their Storm Surge, but they've lost Avery in the process, and the loadouts is dwindling now. They were so stacked. Shockwaves, full meds, everything they needed, and just hate to see it. Honestly, this is a team that I have such high hopes for to really shake things up endgame. They can still do that, but they've got to work on their game plan when they get south zones.
Yeah, not only that, you had Cosmic Swaysoul jump into the fight too, so a little bit of a, I guess, a revenge tactic there. They dive in, and it's just a full-on pinch for the wild card winners, the wild card match winners there. Here, though, Macwood, Calculator, Zextro, they got dropped early in the last game. Like, the way we're counting out players in the feed right now, they were one of those teams that were counted out early. This time around, seems like they're very much in it, a little bit better. We don't see that they have pressure with the Storm Surge, and the loot looks pretty good. As I talk about that, though, it's going to cost Macwood a lot now to bounce back.
And this is, again, a hard south zone for a team that does drop a Craggy. Unless things have changed, I'm pretty sure they're still up there. They've been going their whole season, so hitting the Rift, they can get a bit of distance, but it is still a pretty tricky rotate. But I just saw Zuni's get an elimination in the feed, which was massive right now. That's your first place team that has 6 points over second. We haven't seen Commandment Sense and Edgy, but they just did really well with the last zone. They're going to do great with this south zone. And we see Macwood now getting the elimination onto Stretch in there. So, both our mythic teams right now coming into this end game have at least been kind of had a bit of a setback. So let's see who can maybe take up the mantle and have the aggressive game. Again, they might be able to get the reboot, but this is getting really late into stacked games to be losing players. And no, Zayt falls as well.
And Stretch. Stretch fell as well, so that's 2 of the 3 down already. And you can see Gandhi's going to fall as well, just in complete shambles. No loot rotating across the side with very limited material. So just like that, Saf is alive. He jumps down onto Gandhi's loot. He secures the gear there, but not for very much longer. Tabs G is right up above him. Those are solos sitting on top of one another, trying to figure it out at this point. Calculator, Zextro, and Macwood have really caused a lot of issues with the firepower, but I mean, they're falling behind material-wise now. All those knocks, those elims, those tags, they didn't get anything from it.
Yeah, they're not in the best situation. Maybe passing the medkit over to Macwood might be the play. Don't know if they know they have it, because maybe he's going for the Siphon, though, and they want to hold on to it. Their loot is really struggling that much. And Creo now goes down to Degen, but we then have Demonata go down as well. So quite a few of them, unfortunately, falling here. These are some big names. Then this is pretty much 3 teams that all performed really well in their qualifying weeks, and that's Saf. That's Zayt, Saf, and Stretch's team completely finished here in Game 2. No one would have seen this going down to Calc. Calc has to fall back. They have decent meds to heal this one off, but if they can get that loot, they might grab something for it. But this south zone is really hurting some of our favorites.
And the crazy part is Calc, Zextro, and Macwood, they have struggled through the qualifiers, struggled through third-party tournaments, struggled through just literally every game mode. But when it comes down, grand finals, big stage settings, they managed to figure it out. Can they do it? Can they prove to everyone they still have what it takes to operate against the best of the best? It's not looking too hot right now. They're pinched between 6 different players, a team up above, a team to the side, and another crew. Actually, make that 9.
Yeah, Calculator himself has said he's an inconsistent team, but when it matters, that's when they really perform. And I believe it here. They're coming back only 3 points on the board, though. So game 1 was a 0-point game, but they're feeling confident trying to hold these angles. It's a really awkward angle to hold, though. Right down here on the low ground. It slopes down towards this team, but Summer gets knocked here. Macwood having the confidence to take that peek. And if this team is nothing, they are definitely confident, though. That's the one thing they always have going for them. Even after a struggling first game, you know they'll clap back as Calc now takes down Legendian, and they're topping up quite quickly, Monster. This is looking a lot better for them now.
Yeah, that means this might be Typhoon right there in front, and he has to clutch up and know he's by himself, and the hunt comes down. The control as well, the piece control. It's Summer who falls, so Typhoon was already knocked in the process there. Good trade for him, but not enough to take out the Titans themselves, the big boys, the ex-champions, who's trying to come back-to-back for the acts of the FNCS champs here. The zone's going to favor them, though. This zone is actually going to pull straight upwards towards them, so the big elims, the frags, the refreshers, it's going to work out. In the process, though, TNA, Miro, and the entire crew is getting closer and closer. They're going to give that up and now rotate into the new zone.
We finally get sights on our second place team as well. Commandment sent an edge in. I can see why we haven't seen them there. They're looking great. They haven't done much, no eliminations, but man, they're healthy on Storm Surge. They're healthy on Loot, and they're really looking to back it up here with a big game too as well. They're standing up against these walls, pretty confident no one's going to peek in, but yeah, there you see Scented closes out, getting a little bit more scared. Now, sorry, as I say that, Scented has 2 eliminations. My bad. They have been putting in work somewhere on this rotate with the uncontested drop, and they're doing great on the South Zone, and this is what you want to see. They're doing well no matter where zone goes, Monster, because some teams have been struggling more when they get the zone.
Yeah, definitely. You can see, I mean, they've done what they had to do to get to the northernmost portion, so they've been really maneuvering the map here. And you can tell that the bridge is going to be that hotspot, that contested spot. Young Calc is going to be the one that gets picked off here, though. And, man, the legendary AR, so much firepower. It is underrated, grossly underrated, especially when you consider a 3-man team with upgraded rifles. They can literally firepower their way through these builds, and that's what they're doing. The pressure is undeniable here. Who's left of the trio, though? It's just TNA on the side. It seems like everyone else is done. Ditch the body. Zexro has no shield. He's off to the left. He has given up the heals.
Yeah, we got to see where Aspect, Zuni's, and NPen as well. I haven't seen them in the feed, so I think they're looking healthy as well. And NA East, in true NA East fashion, has got a really tight leaderboard right now. The big names are still up in there as well. We also have P-God, Elige, and Jelty in third, so they're looking great as Jampa now goes down. So after all of that, I don't think they would have got Avery up, and now Jampa's down. So what can Booger do? No, Avery was back up, but there's the finish, and they're dropping right down now. This is a really, look at that. It almost gives you vertigo just to look up at the sheer face of the dam in front of them. We have Day, Miro, and Reverse in the Hydro Dam. Now, this is also the land of Jack's team, who we know is very aggressive, so I have to think they're maybe lurking around here somewhere.
100%. It's not looking too good, though. TNA is going to get in a box, and yes. Oh, what's that? Scented there. Scented. Who shockwaves across down into the ditch here. Gets caught up underneath the builds. Day and Miro saw that, capitalized on it. He didn't stand a single chance. Illis is going to find Polarized there, which means Clix and Bizzle's team definitely chopping up right now, which is great to see here. This is a tough position to be in. We talk about Start Cliff bringing in a new dynamic and a new kind of that vertigo feel. This has always been here, this very steep dam as well, but it's so unlikely. Such a small portion on the map that the zone ends here. This time around it is. There's no launch pads in the game to save you.
I mean, it could very easily go up there. I don't want to curse them, but also at the same time, those teams are on that kind of northwest section. That's still a pretty decent hill that's in front of them to get up here as well. So not if it just goes up the dam. If it goes anywhere but northwest, oh no. Those teams on the bottom side, you see all the arrows flick towards it. They see it. It's a far northeast zone. It's all the way up the dam. It's across the lake. This is a very, very tough rotate for any team that didn't set up in the mid game. And you see Damir and Reverse thinking, how are we going to do this? Do we have bounce pads? Do we have shockwaves? Are we just going to have to crank 90s all the way to the top here? Like, how are we getting up this?
And they're fighting their way up little by little. They actually find Elige right there through the crack in the wall. The single edit was an error, a mistake on their part. And nice job for Reverse UK to find a massive, massive impact elimination. I mean, it's not going to give them a lot, but it is going to give them some kind of relief, right? To know that they found an elim and get just a little bit more material. Can they get another one, though? It's literally a battle uphill here.
I think it looks like they've been smart enough to recognize it's going to turn a little bit, so it looks like they're trying to go towards this northern section. Day gets himself up, but Miro is very low right now. If this team has a good performance in this game, it will be against all odds right now, as Zunis takes down Jack in the feed, so our first place team is still in this. Day comes through, and Day does what Day does best, and he gets into the box and takes down Acorn. That's a solo, and that's 3 eliminations now for this team, and they're looking really good.
Just as that happens to, Commandment catches slack, so no need to even get the thirst there either. It's just a full team wipe for them. They're out of the game. Reverse UK is going to fall to the storm line. Zexro as well, and so many others. Xeth, though, is alive as a full trio, and it looks like they control the high ground. 1,200 damage above the storm surge, and they are very, very safe and comfortable up above. The lobby has been cut, has been chopped in half just from the rotate on up over, and now it's going over the lake. It's going to be that much worse for anyone who does not have a lot of material, and you know they expended so much to get off the cliff there. This could easily be Xeth's game because of how much material had to have been invested for the players to get to where they are now.
I was going to say, this is following very Fortnitemare's Halloween style. If you're thinking of Nightmare rotates, going up the Hydro Dam and then across the lake is pretty much as bad as it can get, but it's as good as it can get for the Xset guys because they're on high ground, and this is the spot where you have full control. Bad rotations on high ground are so much easier to deal with. You're tapping in regardless of whether it's water, whether it's a mountain. You're sitting up there, you're sitting pretty. So all these players as well, they would have gone through a lot of their mobility, not just Material Monster. They would have gone through their shockwaves. It's Clarity G setting up right now, getting the big beams onto Illust. So this is either Bizzle or Clix, and it is they fall down. That whole team gets wiped, and unfortunately Bizzle does fall, so Clix was already gone. What can Clarity's team do? Because they're looking really good, and they might be able to challenge Xset on hype, but it's going to be difficult.
100%. They're trying to set themselves up for success, and credits to Bizzle, who hit a monster shot onto Niddle. You can see it's really digging into his health pool. He does not have much left now. 4 eliminations for the mid-ground team. Like we mentioned, it's going over the water. They have the best position to be in. They're just a layer up above. They can actually look down right now and find players swimming in the water. I do wonder if they're going to be looking to do that or just continue to play it safe here. It seems like safety is the way to go right now, though. They're just inching their way forwards right now, trying to stay alive. The hard mats are going to be a huge benefit for them as well right now because it can't just be harpooned out. Look at Xset. You know they're still up above them. The target comes out. It was a free ramp and a breakdown here. Will they find one? I mean, it's a few tags. A little bit of an upset for them.
Yeah, Clarity G definitely seeing that one, identifying they were held up by one ramp, and I was just going to say it's so good to see our low ground team take high ground as Animal goes down in here as well, so they're looking incredibly good. We have the kind of the backup there from Aspect. Animal trying to show that he's still relevant as well. The old Vanguard duo as DJ gets elimination in the feed as well, but Xset, that was a bit of an upset, but it wasn't enough to derail them. They're looking so good up there now. Who can actually kind of contest this? Who's going to be able to come back? Because I'm seeing a lot of solo players right now, Monster, and I don't know who's going to be able to dethrone them. Day's still down there, Aegis is down there, but it looks like it's going to be on Clarity's team to try and do something. Who is this? Someone's contesting for high ground. It was Mikey right now, but Mikey falls, but taking AV in the process. So right now, it is a bit of an upset. We have Knight on the right side of your screen. We have Shark in there as well. They're trying to do something big, and we get to see what happened on the left. P-God's down there now. Who can actually win this?
Yeah, it's a low ground fight, though. Xset firing all bullets up. They've managed to lose it here, and now it's pressure game. How's it going to work out here? 10 eliminations for the trio. Bouncers are coming out. They're really trying to figure it out, and it's a pump shot up to the high ground. Niddle gets taken out, and Xset Shark manages to reclaim the height. What a sick play to secure the high ground here. Knight goes in for the final shots onto P-God. They just wrap it up. Way to do it.
Such an insane finish, but it's worth mentioning there. P-God going down in second place. They were in third on 19 points coming into that game. But Xset, my pick to win today on 54 points, showing exactly why. We've done whole packages on how good they are at low ground, showing that they can just compete on every aspect of the game.
Yeah, 100%. Not only that, that was the story of solos. Solo after solo staying alive here, managing to figure it out and play it consistently. You saw it with P-God, you saw it with Day, we saw another just trio running around Niddle. That is the way you secure your way to victories, like squeaking away the points.
That's really big game because they're one of the biggest teams that were consistent, but I did see Aspects still in there towards the end game, so we'll see how many points they managed to rack up, but what a big performance game too, and NA East is showing up exactly how we thought it would.
It's on track, and it's an upward trajectory. We're going to toss it over to the analyst desk, though, to break it down and see what they think.
This just in. Apparently, Sharks are both in and out of water because Xset Sharks trio getting it from the high ground. That's absolutely insane. We made an entire package on these guys like last week, within the last 2 weeks, talking about how they were low ground warriors. And they said, listen, guys, here's the slurp juice, okay? We're going to go to height now. Just get the popcorn ready. We're going to get the VR. Also doing it a man down. Like, at this point, we're looking at a duos competition.
Looking at duos competition, trios competition. What we're looking at, too, is Xset all the way in first place after that game. 19 elims, tied with Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, but have more points, 4 more, making them in all the way up in first.
This top three is looking awfully close here. The worst placement out of all three of these teams is currently 9th. Obviously, we've only played 2 games so far, but that's 6 games total for these 3 teams altogether. So very consistent. And imagine if they managed to maintain this level of closeness all the way through all the games today and all the games tomorrow. That's going to be such a great story. And the way that these guys are performing, I believe that that might happen.
And, you know, I think Aussie and Monster were talking about P-God, Elige, and Jelty overall were on 3rd place and they were alive at the same time. We'll see now that they did get knocked down just a little bit of a tad, but at the same time are still up in that page. Consistency paying off. Little Mikey, Clarity G were also in that end game. Unfortunately, could not hang tough to the pump shotgun of Knight. 6th place overall for them. They have double-digit elims, though, which is very nice. Tied with DGen, Agers, and Animal at 7th place.
And they did really good, like again, already, like we said, 7 eliminations in that last game and placing a 3rd. So they were really popping off. We saw that low ground play style there, just consistently open the walls, edit, shot. I'm gonna hit you. You are not hitting me back. And that's exactly what managed to make them kind of consistently stay alive, moving on into that end game.
It was Zextro, Mac, and Calc all the way there at 11th place. A good start so far. We are winding down a few of those games in NA East day number 1, and these guys are always good at improving, learning, and pushing forward. 2 teams that are usually, actually 3 teams on this page. Actually, let me bring it right back. Honestly,
team on
all
this page.
teams on this page are used to having fast starts. Now that I'm like, you know, getting a widescreen view of it. Bucky Kuro, Kanata, Slacks, Acorn, Jack, Tragic Snake, Simple, Clicks, Illust, and Bizzle. All these teams are used to being in top 5, used to being in top 10. They might be feeling a little bit uncomfortable now in the 11th to 15th place spot, but if day 2's better and they do get a top 15 finish, that means they'll boost themselves all the way over to top 5, having a good pedestal off the first day.
Yeah, not even just day 2. There are still plenty of games more left today. These guys can consistently get up there in the leaderboards. 2 kind of poorer games off the start does not mean anything this early into the competition. It's still clutch time. We've seen teams always being able to kind of bring that back up after just kind of a couple poor games and then turn it all around. Like we said, we've already also seen teams not perform that well on the first day and then pick up huge performances on day 2. It's a new day, new energy, new mindset, everything. So even though these teams are kind of in that 10th to 20th spot right now, that does not count them out of first place.
As you said, we still have a couple more games left on the day, 6 more tomorrow. Now, gentlemen, real quick. Something happened in this game at the very beginning of the game. It was an all-out battle with pickaxes. So let's walk back to this last game and relive a very fun moment here as you guys talk us through.
Some games have humble beginnings. We'll see if that is there in an instant. We might have it in another package. We have to focus, though, on the big fight that ended up happening towards the very end. Knight, Shark, and AV winning out the game, but AV went down. Knight and Shark, though, did not play like there was a teammate down. They played like they were a duo together, facing off against everyone else. Complete trust, completely compact, and making this game so perfect for them. Knight actually got crash padded towards P-God and ended up getting that big elim at the end.
You know, they play so well as a duo that Knight said to AV, hey, we don't need you right now to win this game. So he shot him off high ground. He fell actually down and got eliminated by his teammate shooting out his floor.
Oh.
Ah, that's a clean replay. And then they won it as a duo. Oh my, this is exactly...
It's happening!
This is a
Yes!
6-man pickaxe experience at Lazy Lake, the most active I've ever seen it off of Spawn.
Oh my gosh.
I thought we only got this special at Stark Industries, but apparently other shops have it open too. Not sure how many more are left in quantity, but we will see.
Oh, man.
Either way, maybe we need a triple take of that one to see it a few more times. I hope hope not, because that's too intense. It's way too intense.
Was that 9? Was that 9 people on a chest?
Hey, man, listen. NAE said we got the games, we got the trios, we also got the entertainment value. Don't even worry. We got it all. NA East, they're ready to go. And being ready to go, we should be ready to go because it's time to go into game number 3. Let's get it, boys. Almost halfway through the first day of competition. Aussie Antics, Monster D-Face, be our eyes in the sky, gentlemen.
Time flies when you're having fun, and just like that, game number 3 is already underway. It's Monster here and Aussie, of course, to bring the action for NA East, and my gosh, what a wild card match that was. What a game 1 and 2, literally setting us up for a great finale.
Just 3 already so exciting games. There is 4 points between top 3 after the 2 games now, which is exactly what we wanted. No one is running away with this, and I think that's going to be the story of this entire weekend. No one can just come out on top consistently, and it's a 12-game format. But one thing I'm seeing that's not changing is still 3 teams at Lazy Lake. So that fight is just going to break out. I really can't see either of those 3 teams coming out unless they change something, but I don't think anyone wants to leave.
I mean, and there's so many options, right? When you really look at the world map, like, you can choose to go any other which way, but it is what it is. They've decided to lay in that bed, and that's how it's going to be for them. Big mix-up for everyone there. Definitely unfortunate. May one team come out on top. At least someone can possibly benefit from it. Here's the XSET team, though. Already has secured the Victory Royale. Shio set it up for us best, right? It's not just consistency. You're going to need wins to take this all home.
You're going to need the wins, and that's what it's going to be, and that's exactly what we've seen from the XSET trio. And again, it's so crazy. Again, we talk about these players, and they're the kings of low ground, and they pull it out on height, which is just such a good thing to demonstrate early on in a 12-game format, that while you do have a strength, and quite often their playstyles lend to that strength, if they identify that height is free, they're going to take it. And I feel like this team is smart enough to have recognized in that mid-game when they saw Zate's team fall, when you saw Booger and Jampa go down really early on, they knew that high ground was looking like good for that game, and they set up for it and they took it. It's those kind of things you need if you're going to be an FNCS champion. You can't just be good at one aspect of the game. You have to be great at everything. But as I say that, Aspect's team is doing the same thing.
100%. I mean, and this is one of those teams, though, like XSET in specific, that you could root for, right? I could stand behind them being champions. You feel like it's about time. Some vets that's been on the scene for quite some time leading into the new seasons. But here's Pigot, Jelty, and Elige switching it back up, going back to old Trusty here. Seems like they're on the other side of the map now, back to the western portion, landing at the Holly Hedges, giving up the retail road drop because they had a lot of problems being a contested drop spot or playing off of that in the qualifying weeks and lead up. So learning something, playing different, not like those crazy guys over at the Lazy Lake.
Yeah, they're adapting, and you and me talked about it. You and me actually casted, I think, Monster, when Pigot did phenomenal out of here in the solo FNCS qualifiers. He actually won a week from this drop spot, so we know Pigot at least is very comfortable here. And Jelty and Elige, this team is crazy, and I have so much respect for them as a team. They are the Latin American contingent in here today. They're so much fun to watch. They've got the best mentality, and they are normally going that retail road drop. They gave it up. They were like, look, Unknown's team, very scary. We've gone head-to-head in every single week. Let's try something different. And now with this added little bit of loot as well and Fort Nightmare's candy, it's looking like it's enough for a recipe for success.
100%. They're already setting themselves up here. You can see even the ice machines dropping some floppers as well. So they've gotten a big control of not only the gas station portion, but this entire area. Might even have a little bit of the waterfront to play with. We'll see if they decide to. Shockwaves in hand too. This is great. Such great finds. And you got to give your hats off to Pigot, who clutched up. Like, absolutely clutched up. They lost their teammates on that rotate through the reverse. Like, Elige got absolutely bodied by the low ground peak, and he still, as a solo, figured it out. That's why he's holding the Shockwaves.
What am I seeing here? I'm seeing 0 eliminations. There was 3 teams here, 9 players, and now I'm seeing 3. Dubs, Riverside, and Mega, who are used to having it, just set up looking pretty by themselves for the most part. So I don't know, they've already kind of pushed these teams out now, and they had to leave with what little loot they had, but already the damage is done. Even though they didn't fight Riversan's team, or at least they didn't eliminate them, Dubs' loadout, if it's anything to go off, is showing how shambles they now are out of a major POI. They're gonna have to change something. If this team does not change something, they are not gonna perform this weekend. Either they have to break, or one of the other teams does.
Yeah, this drop spot is definitely not big enough for 6. Like, you can get 2 teams to come here, but you can see what happens when the loot gets split. If one team leaves early and they take everything with them and you don't get to, fight for the gear, like, all of a sudden now, you're really left behind. Someone's going to be consistently left behind. And if they don't control the waterfront too, you don't get access to any of the heals that might come out of there, any of the upgraded weapons either. That's why you have situations like Mega with a common pump. That is not where you want to be right now coming into Zone 2.
And can I also touch on how NA East this is right now? Look at the top left, Monster. We have 30... Damn it, Rox had to ruin it. We had 33 teams and 99 players alive. I was going to say we're a few minutes into this game and no one has gone down. But as I say that, the fights start breaking out, because even though it's NA East, even though it's stacked and they're playing safe, fights have to happen. They need to start making moves on the map if they want to get loot and if they want to get their Storm Surge.
This is a very interesting spot to contest over too, because Furious has been landing there since the FNCS Solo Invitational where he won. That's his drop spot. It's his home. Here on the other side, this is not a spot we see getting fought for very often, but this time around, Miro, Day, and Reverse Decay, I don't know how they are finding themselves there. They must be switching up the drop spot. Like, this is the second time now we've seen them at the Sweaty Sands for an early game battle. I refuse to believe they're doing some massive early game rotates to get this far in. They have to be dropping somewhere new.
They have to be dropping somewhere new, but I don't think it is Sweaty. There's no way they're... I guess maybe this loot is possible to walk out of Sweaty with Split, because I'm seeing
Maybe
Peppermints.
Castle.
That's definitely... Maybe the castle area. Maybe they're doing, like, kind of the caravan area in Sweaty Sands and a castle, and maybe these houses split, but... I feel like if Clix, Bizzle, and Illis get wind of that and they realize how wide they are, if they triple drop on them in the part of Sweaty they're splitting, we'll have to see. Either we'll get obs on it in one of the future games, or we'll maybe have the analyst show us exactly what's going on there, because that is going to be one of the most exciting POIs, because it's not playing out like Lazy Lake. The teams are leaving and doing well, so whatever they're doing, they're finding enough loot to make it work.
100% as Xset now finds some tags and rotating back though. It looks like they have decided to stick it out and take the fight here. AV's off in the distance though by himself, has to be careful. He's on such a wide split and he's actually rotating right behind two other enemies. Xset, Shark, and Knight here have to catch up ASAP because AV is ghosting behind this team. But this is such a beautiful ambush. It's such a great spot to take the fight if they open fire here. And yes, it looks like AV or Shark here might be the one to initiate and grab the attention. Whoever's going to grab the attention now is definitely going to set themselves up. Here it is. They're already diving in.
And the sniper shot rings out, and it's crazy to think these are the top players in the world. This is where their mechanics are at the best, aiming, editing, building. But this is where things go back to the Battle Royale-esque roots, where you kind of sit up, you set for ambushes, you go on the roof, you find the angles. It's crazy because you need every advantage, because even though you're one of the best in the world, you're going up against one of the best in the world. And it's those inches that lead to miles to get ahead on the leaderboard, as Xset is setting up to try and find this one. And you can see already the angles, they're pinching them, they're just suffocating them. Every single player's on a different area, and all three of these Xset players are phenomenal fighters in their own right. They're comfortable to stand off on their own as Knight played up against the wall. Knight proving that just now, shows full confidence to stand here. Now they find the angles because they've pinched them. They split up these angles and they take them down. Post falls, and they're even going for the shakedown. They're that confident, so they're now going to be able to see these enemies through the walls. They know where they are, and there is nowhere to hide now.
Yeah, this is a solo that's left here. He's on the run. He can't get it too far. He's going to go on and shockwave out, give himself a little bit of distance, but it's going to be a hunt down for the crew here. Remember, they can also use these splashes to get themselves some HP. This will allow them to sustain a little bit more storm damage. So we might be thinking, why take a storm fight here? If there's any place to do it, it's here. You have so much bounce back, so much refresh to play off of, and you can see it's literally keeping them alive and staying in the game at the cost of nothing. Absolutely nothing. All they gain from this is obviously points for the lead, and then of course more of that elim, more of those points to drop them up that the food chain here. And look how close they are to the zone now. They're very much in the game here.
They've got the shields, they're throwing the extra shield around. They have a lake there that can literally regenerate their health just by sitting in it. And this is a team that is always uncontested. They have one of the biggest splits on the map, getting almost 50 chests total, and they still manage to find time to get their Storm Surge. You almost never see that team go down a Storm Surge. That is why they're my pick. They figured something out. They're on another level with how they play the game, because they're not playing it like anyone else. Any other team, that'd be an incredibly risky fight that you would expect them to not take, but they win it so often. It makes sense.
Now we're looking at Clarity, Niddle, Mikey here. Clarity's going to find some great attacks. The sniper shot, well timed, is actually going to sneak right through. That was an AR sniper follow-up, just timed fire range coming in here. It's going to punish up a fair bit for making some edits. But on the other side, you can see he bounces back. No big problem. It's just going to be a minor setback. Off in the distance, though, they seem to have gotten themselves in the center of the zone here, center of the map. It's all about trying to find the tags now.
And for me, that really is like the Arkham special. Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, one of the most dominant trios on NA West. They do that so well. They time the sniper shots through the walls. They drop Doom's Domain. They have the choice of any loot they want, and you will always see Arkham with a sniper in hand if possible, because they phase those shots through better than anyone else I've seen. And like that you just saw, it's the easiest 100 Storm Surge of your life, and 100 is a big deal, because this team now is only 91 above. They've got decent sight lines around them, but there's not too many teams in the area. I'm only seeing 2 teams on a pretty big mini map right now, and they're all boxed up looking healthy. So if they need more tags in this, because we have 93 players alive and 31 teams, that's NA East on a whole nother level of NA East.
Yeah, and just looking at this, just to give you guys a little bit of context, like their team so far has been doing very, very good. They're in 6th place after 2 games. This is game number 3. After this game's over, that's the halfway mark. That's the quarter way if you look at the grand scale of things, because this is a 2-day competition, 12 full games for FNCS Grand Champions, and then you get to take home the big money. And of course, the unique one-of-a-kind Axe of Champions, the pickaxe of champions. That's really what these guys are fighting for.
And it's that exciting as well. It's the biggest flex of all, and nothing scarier than when you have a player on your wall. I've ran into it a few times in OCE. It's not a big region, so it's quite often you get in the games with the pros, and never mind Aspect saying, focus on me. This is NA East you're talking about. Gets the big headshot snipe all the way across the map up onto Stark, and that is exactly what they needed. They're now 500 above, and it's just these little things. This team can do everything. They play mid ground well. They play high ground well. They now apparently have Aspect, who is a god sniper with those long range shots, and this is what you need if you're going to be a trio FNCS champion, and you're going to get that Axe of Champions. As now NPen's in a nice little base, and look at the way they've got this set up. Any of these teams rotating at them, they've got such open edits and so much control as a big fight is breaking down with teams that we know can make big fights right here. It is Unknown Army.
Yeah, this is one that's breaking out right now, and already it's looking like a dirty fight here. You can't really tell, judging by the HP, of who's going to win this one, not just yet. Everyone is down to something low here. Unknown has to do something big, going for the God edit. He's not going to hit anything, 25 HP, but he does have the get out of jail free card. It's the shotgun. It's the one and done. Can he follow up or save the teammates now, as things are going to catch up here? And this is fighting, mind you, at Retail Row, so they have someone that's come into their territory.
And this is their territory. They've been going here for so long now. They fought off other teams like Elige, P-God, and Jelty, a phenomenal fighting team who even backed out thinking this isn't worth it. And this is why Smacked gets up now. So it's Casca, Smacked, and Unknown have the advantage right now on numbers. Furious takes down Mega in the feed. So we're talking about teams with, who are good at fighting over a drop spot, and they are breaking down across the map. And this is what other teams need, because this is bringing us closer and closer to that 70 number for Storm Surge. If you see in that top left, once it goes below 70 players, that Storm Surge is no longer an issue, but they've got to pick this fight up right now because they're getting the med kits off, but I think they need the extra loot. If they leave now, I can't see this end game going well for them.
And honestly, it was just an alarming sign seeing that those guys had to rotate, and they're sitting there when the Storm Surge is active, so they have to be on the death's door. And that's why Cosmic, Sueso, and NorCal there, like, they're all sitting there to try and force the issue and take the fight. Talk about force the issue, though. Jelty's going to get hit with a big snipe from Rocks, and AJ here and Vix are definitely pushing in. Yes, they want to secure this Elim. They want to see if they can conclude it. Someone's going to go on and finish it off. It's Miro, which means Reverse UK and Day are just nearby, but it looks like Rocks doesn't care about any of that. They want this fight.
And they're so low right now. Rox has to be the firepower for this team, and he does. He takes down P-God, but Vix and AJ are looking so weak. Gets another elimination now. Takes down P-God and Elige, and that's the loot they needed. I see some minis. I saw some floppers and some shockwaves. 4 eliminations for this team. We have found the firepower.
100%. And when we tuned in, I mean, they didn't care about Surge. They didn't need to care about it, but the sniper shot, it just gives you so much accessibility. It literally allows the green light to go off and take the battle. As Vix hits the motion pad, the bouncer, and he gets taken out in the sky in the process. Does land in the bush, though, so this is going to be a whether or not if he can get saved here. Crawls away. He's trying to do what he can. Reverse Suke there is in the mix. He's in the... Then they backed off now. Miro staying a little bit closer, though, to see what's up. He's trying to figure it out. Miro's that guy, though. He'll do this kind of stuff.
The confidence of this team, I was going to say, when they get a knock like that or a finish, they very rarely back up. And I saw them back up, and then you see Miro go straight back in. But his teammates have the confidence. They're listening to him. They know. They trust him to pull this off right now.
Oh,
that's why the 103 tag, I want to say the split second that was open, but I think it was the split millisecond to time that shot through there right now. So this player's on the back foot again. Miro just stepping up, showing how confident he is. And they're in a great spot, Monster. They have Storm at their back, and these players have the whole lobby in front of them. So they can pinch them right now. As long as they stay on this western edge, they're not going to get lobby focused. They're going to try and get these players lobby focused to apply the pressure to get in. And another shot. I swear I cannot even see where this player is, and Miro is hitting his shots on them.
Yeah, and he doesn't miss. He's just so precise with the timing there. A picks to an opportunity opens up, and he hits it, and that's why AJ is going to fall here. A big big elimination for the team here. Day is going to need to get the heals, but it's all right because Miro's got plenty to share now that he's found that knock right there. And of course, the little bit of refresher, and they still have the mountain to play with, so options on the rotate now as well. As I talk about that though, Avery, Bugha, Jamper, hearing those firing shots in the distance, they have eyes on them. It might not be the best to rotate towards that mountain, so they're going to be forced into a different valley. On the other side though, big problems for these guys that got to move too.
Yeah, this area of the map doesn't have any of those massive mountains, but it does have a lot of valleys and a lot of small hills and areas where teams can kind of, find their footing, and XSET's looking like they're set up there in the distance. We see Ronaldo, Zums and Skittles, a team that I don't think has made it this far yet, or usually falls around this point. They've been struggling a little bit, and there we have our Kings of High Ground already a few layers up, looking like they're set up for it. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, and they build the most interesting bases, and we fly over Edgy, Centered, and Commandment. Riversun and Dubs in this too, so a lot of big names that we haven't seen previously looking to have an impact on this endgame.
100%. Commandment, though, down to no HP. Okay, he is going to have to heal here, but at least they are inside the zone. As I talk about that, Kanata falls in the feed, so big knocks happening already. What can Commandment do right here? A Siphon will be so nice, so he doesn't have to dig into these chug splashes here. They have the pressure. They have the focus coming in onto this team down below. And the fact that they're on metal, I mean, might just show that they might be running out of material here soon.
Yeah, they're running pretty low. 83 builds, 3 shockwaves though, and that's what you want. You want that combination of shockwaves and material. The amount of times we've seen teams go for that high ground position with the shockwaves but run out of mats as Reverse gets another elimination. I know during the heats they were one of the biggest eliminating teams, qualifiers especially, getting eliminations before third zone just like that though. And then we have Nobu Divine going down and Knight getting another knock onto Ronaldo, so they're just finding people in this mid game.
Yeah, Ronaldo's fallen quite a few times now early, not making it to that half in, half out zone. As we talk about that, though, take a look at this. Cosmic's team has gotten out of retail row with Doe, and it seems like they rotated into the wrong Savages here, into Scented, Edgy, and Commandment's domain. So unfortunate for them to take a drawn-out fight outside of retail row, only to then rotate into Edgy, Scented, and Commandment, where he gets absolutely bodied. Nothing for the struggles there. And you can see it's split up between Riverson and Liquid Dubs there, or FaZe Dubs there as well. So it is going to be a spread of the two. They're going to get one for each of them. A little bit of a loot delivery.
We're seeing so many healthy teams that have just already at the top of the leaderboard still in this one right now. We've seen there's 4-point splitting, XSET, Aspect's team, and Commandment's team, and they're all still up. They're all looking healthy, and they're all dropping eliminations. The only team we've really lost so far is our 4th place team. So this leaderboard is going to stay as tight. Who can make something big here? Because XSET's team has 4 eliminations on the board, and I'm pretty sure Commandment's team did. So this is staying so tight as we get a pretty vanilla half-half. It's going towards the edge over here. Not too much water. No major mounds as Miro gets another elimination in the feed. It's just like a who's who. Calling off the feed is so hard, Monster, because everyone is relevant. Everybody is a big name.
Yeah, I mean, so is Bugha there. Bugha gets Aegis too, right? You talk about big names, relevant people. Jampers is going to get the follow-up. Miro is going to fall from Zexro, though, and Day gets the fire back onto him. So exchanges happening, trying to get to this new zone. And you talked about a vanilla zone. What a team to follow during this kind of session. XSET, the team that has been pioneering the low ground push to tunneling, the outskirts holds on the rotates, and then the force outs just like that. They will push teams out. And just look, on this wide shot, that's all their builds. They control such an awkward looking build section here, but this is the style that they've created consistently. They operate in these zones.
And it's hard. Not many other teams can replicate this because it uses a lot of materials, but they're so confident they'll get their refreshes using these builds to ambush people. But this could be it. This would be the kind of packages we've both built up as the analysts and the casters have combined, talking about Zayt's team on the high ground, XZ's team on the low ground. And it is really shaping up as we see Aspect, though, still in this. Someone we haven't talked too much about. So where is that team going to find their purchase? Where is second place going to go? Are they going to try and battle the low, the high, or are they going to play it through the middle? Because they need to make a decision right now as Edgy falls. So that's one of the players in our 3rd place team. This is shaking up, and right now, again, you talked about a Monster. XSET on the other side of zone instantly transition to front side, and they build this, again, very awkward but very effective looking tarp where they control all this area, all this low ground. It's just, they do it every time.
Oh my gosh, that was a vehicle explosion there. So many teams are going to be collateral to that. The fire, the range, and all of a sudden now, yes, Knight's going to find one from that. Oh, that was like a sweet little surprise. I was just geeking out at how great of a rotate we're watching unfold on a grand final sound. Like, this is the kind of footage you sit back, VOD view, learn, and then learn again from. They have done that beautifully. Now, finally, they get focused. A little bit of target practice coming in from up above, but still, what a beautiful rotate, and still have so much room to breathe with. They just have control over this lobby right now.
It is, really. It sounds so bad. We watch a lot of Fortnite and we still geek out this hard over just phenomenal gameplay. And the reason why we geek out so hard is because they invented this. They pioneered this. No one else does this. No one else was doing it. And you can see
So
that.
good.
Teams just don't know how to react.
So good.
They control everything on the low ground. They control everything on the edge. They look like they're in the open right now because they don't fully box up until they have to go straight like this. Now we have Jampa, Booger, and Avery beneath them. A phenomenal team. But can they hold off as Zayt, Stretch, and Saf are on high ground? But does it even matter? This team already has 10 eliminations. High ground's up there. They're going to try and get their eliminations now. They're going to try and catch up, but XZ's team is jumping ahead with their gameplay.
100%. We talk about piece control. Forget that. This is space control. XZ literally controlling all of the lobby and forcing players back and off of their spacing. Back up, Acorn here, because they want the room to play with. It's another 2 eliminations now for Knight. Another one's going to tick over from Slacks. That's going to bring them up to 12. And the end game is only now starting to collapse into the final zones. And it's like they haven't even had that much sweat, right? Everyone else is playing like what feels like a World Cup game. For them, they're breezing through what is more like an arena game, right? They just have so much room to mess with.
You talked about space control. They have room to breathe, literally, as we have 4 floppers here. Zuni's going for something we haven't seen much. We're going for the late high ground retake with the floppers. This is like there was massive back during solo FNCS. Haven't seen it much in trios with floppers being nerfed. They only give 40 health now, but also just players not being able to stack as many of them as Zuni's goes up, and this is only better for our XZ team on low ground because they are contesting the Kings of High. This is your second place team, and they're doing a good job of it as NPen has 5 eliminations, the full firepower for his team. Zuni's looking to catch up, only has 11 builds though, 1 flopper left, trying to knock this player down, trying to see what he can do, but we know this is a scary player. No matter who it is, it's either Zayt, Saf, or Stretch. It is one of them, and all of them you do not want to be in this position with. As Zuni's though, down to 10 health, takes the flopper. He has to drop down, and there it was Saf. It was the God Pump himself, falls to the God Pump. Zuni's takes him out, but what is going down on the low ground? Because I don't know if they have what they can to overtake this monster. They're not that healthy now. This cost them a lot.
It was just enough to keep them in the game. They're running out of material, though. Even through the siphons, even through the pickups, it's only going to last them so much longer. Is it enough to hold this high ground? Does XZ on the low ground have enough to come back up? We're not sure. Teams have been dropped in the process. It is still Shark and Knight. No more AV. Day manages to find his way to the final zone here, but he gets hunted down, and 2 players go flying from Shark. What a play. This is going to give Knight the health advantage. This is going to allow him to stay in the game right now. Zuni's is coming back. That's a siphon. No, don't even eliminate him. He's smart.
That was such a big swing. Shark takes the players out. He's just completely carried